Our third place game has come to an end. Our fourth place game has come to an end. The same one. We got away with it there. Fifth and sixth came to an end, though technically not official. I'm calling it official. Fred Market is official. I don't care. It's time for the grands, though. Who takes home the big trophy? Who takes home the bragging rights? Oklahoma's hungry for it, but BPC is the precedent because they already took spring, and they're looking to take the big boy as well.
Look, this has been the main topic of conversation all day, quite frankly. I mean, everybody has already expected this exact matchup to occur. OU's been screaming about it all day, ready and revving to go. But that's my biggest concern is we all have our own expectations coming into this, and BPC is always kind of low-key been my favorite because obviously they've won the past couple times. So seeing how things have gone, I'm expecting them to pull this out. But it's not even about what they've done previously. It's about the bickering. It's about the competition.
It's the banter.
And that's my favorite part. The fact that OU are loud about it. They want you to know. But BPC, what we've seen today, it is purely in the server. It is pure
super business.
It is pure,
it's scary.
Cold-blooded killer. Just complete silence. And then you log into the server, you're getting every last minute of it.
BBC has been scary. We've been seeing them all around. They're silent. They're like in the zone. They're like formal about it.
It's scary. Like you don't want to talk to them because you're like,
they're scared.
You're in the zone.
Sometimes.
You're clocked in. I get it, buddy.
I'm talking to their coach before I talk to them. I'm just like, hey, you guys don't bite, right? You know, I don't gotta worry about it. Meanwhile, Oklahoma's out here like, hey. We can do this, right? We're going to take the 3-0.
Hey, 3-0.
We're unhappy with where C-Hub ranks us. We're unhappy with where we got in the placements. We're tired of being slept on. We're going to take this 3-0. And they're hounding for it. I got on them a little bit. I'll be honest. I got on to it a little bit. I was like, hey, can we not play the same exact maps over and over again? He goes, that's why we picked Icebox first.
Right. That's another thing I'm excited
I love Icebox, too. I adore Icebox. And it's so glad it got brought back in, but still feels like teams don't want it.
I still feel like, Icebox, obviously, we have seen the adjustments. We now have the map picks, thankfully. And even more so, besides the Icebox start, just looking at the overall map selections, I'm just happy. Sure, we're going to see Ascent. That's inevitable, but it's so far down to where it's a possibility, to where teams are just kind of leaving it there, and BPC pick it. And, we have talked about that team with that map specifically the entire day, so it's only right for them to select it to say if it actually does go the distance, we're ready to rumble.
But I did talk, and I said, hey, OU, since BPC is kind of dirty, that thing kind of, it's a good map for them. And they said, we've been cooking up something. We've been building something. We know that Viper.
No jet, maybe?
We see that Viper. We know what we're going to do. And I am actually extremely interested. I'm going to be pissed if I don't see that map and see something absolutely crazy come out from Oklahoma.
I'm hoping they just come out with something insane to start us off. Just to be like, if you say we got something different, it's going to be so extremely different.
I love Clove on this map. I love Clove on Icebox.
Which honestly, Clove, looking at it earlier, I mentioned the Clemson lineup and the TTU lineup. I don't know if they were kind of messing around, but they did kind of want to win legitimately against each other. They did bring the Clove on this map.
Clove on Icebox is genuinely a very meta agent selection. They just provide so much to this map. And it's crazy because you can have a KO do that, and they can face back, which is what we're now seeing Civ switch over to. You can have a KO do that and face check those corners, but Clove can bring that value with smoking Afterlife and come back to a fight, making effective rounds a 6v5, which is already super good when you had Sage be meta on the map of Icebox, and it came down to this brawler-style just gunfight scenario where you just dump utility and the remaining 20 seconds becomes this brutal, argumentative warfare with guns up.
Yeah, I think honestly, looking at this map, seeing what's going to go in the way, obviously being grand finals, a lot of Valorant leading up to this point. But even more so, we can't undercut the match that happened right before this one. Obviously, that was the longest part of the day, and it was right before this.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, we would have had a lot of time just kind of recollect ourselves and get into the zone and let the voices just rejuvenate before we get ourselves in this situation. But, right before this, you really can't underplay what the Niners did, what Clemson did. But now it's a point where that was a silent matchup. Both teams are just kind of happy to be here, happy to play. But this is a match, an entire series, better yet, of expectations where they know they were going to be here. They were prepared for this. Everything else that occurred today to them was just keeping them busy because they know they're saying this is divine intervention. This is, manifest destiny. And quite frankly, we're meeting it. We're here, but everything past this is purely up to them and whether or not how much they want it.
Yeah, it's the amount of games played is going to be, I think, a variable because Oklahoma had to play arguably more, right? I mean, they had another game. They didn't have that second seeding coming into this because they didn't have the same amount of points as Niners did because of their loss in the finals in the first set of spring for our splits. So, or sorry, fall. I apologize for the splits. They didn't make it to the finals there. They did here, but it's still not enough because Niners still did good this season. So their stats, their points go through. And Niner is a ridiculously good team. I will never undercut Niner because they are just that fun to watch and to talk to and hang out. And they were really enjoying hanging out yesterday for Rocket League chatting, and they were here early as well, just getting a look out and taking a nice break as well because they were one of the teams that got to take that bit of a breather, much like BPC, before stepping in and actually having to play their first games.
Yeah. Speaking of banter, we talked about those two teams, and obviously we've talked a little bit enough too much to buy the time for this game to actually start because, well, it's what we've been waiting not just all season for, all year for, but in terms of this weekend, even then, as important as Rocket League may be, we saved the best for last.
Absolutely.
It is grand finals here. Oklahoma versus Bruton Parker. Round number 1, map number 1, coming underway right now.
Will Icebox prove to be as frosty of an adventure as it seems to, or will something happen that keeps this nice and hot? It's first blood for OU to start this series off. But Parker! What a first round! Set the tone! Humble Oklahoma, they were yapping! Keep them quiet!
I blinked, and it was over. But, hey, I still hear screams. Oklahoma's still ready. They're still wanting it. They know it's just pistol. And maybe a second round after that, and you still know that, well, these shooters are here to play. They know that no matter what it may be, round number 1, round number 2, I'm still going to buy up something. I can still hit headshots. So go ahead. Bring whatever you got. Put it all on the table right here, right now. Invest every last dollar you got because, well, realistically, we're here to play Valorant. And the better the gun, sure, it makes it a little easier. But crosshair placement, it's got to be perfect nonetheless.
Yeah, BPC, clinical team. Players individually at a level that's not seen nearly anywhere else, let alone inside of the SCL. And while OU is very angry with where their ranking is, Bruton Parker should not be. They are high ranked. 18, I believe, is what their last stated. They're going crazy. Samo, 3 in the round. Caps and 4 tapping. This is a team that is so quiet all day. A scary one. And on stage, they're cheering after a simple pistol round.
Told you, man.
And right after, making sure the tone is set even further.
There was literal points where I was hearing for production about the Clemson game earlier on in the day, or the Florida game, better yet. How BPC was literally saying, we're going B, just across the stage. And being serious about it, too. Actually hitting B, saying just be ready. We need some real competition here. And, well, sure, the first 2 rounds is not what you're really setting as the ideal, as the pinnacle of competition. But everything afterwards, when purchases coming out, rifles in the majority of players' hands, this is the balance you're looking for. Winners barely survives it.
I'm watching the Bruton Parker setup. If I recollect correctly, I think they play on Sunsets. The Reyna as well. They have the breach. They just have a lot of initiation power around that A-side defense, and it just locks down so much against an attacking team, and they're doing that here. You saw the combo out the Lear, followed up with the jet up on top of Tube. They can rotate so swiftly, and this A-side, the push from Oklahoma, fruitless in its endeavor. That's 5 standing for Bruton Parker. Finally, Benji takes the kill, but it's maybe too little too late, folks. Oklahoma lose another round.
I mean, already 3-0 starting things out. That's the rifle round where you're expecting a bit of a purchase up from Oklahoma. You're expecting a retaliation. You're expecting a stance and, quite frankly, just something on the board. But it's not completely snuffed out. They found themselves kills. They have a presence. They're getting shots off. I mean, you even saw right there. Oh, I mean, over the top. Trude's trying to go for another kill. Runs into Benji and is like, oh, KJ's got shots. Yeah. But still, it needs to surmount to a round. There needs to be time here. There needs to be something that Oklahoma's cooking up. And I believe holistically, but the oven's still heating up. And even here on Icebox, this is the best place to receive that heat.
Anyone that's ever cooked a nice cast iron pan, it takes a little bit to get that thing searing hot. But once you do, there are people that swear by it, and that's going to be the OU fan base, their flesh and blood. They just need to let that thing get ripping hot. And when they do, Bruton Parker better be very wary, or they'll be sent packing very, very swiftly. But it is still Bruton Parker in control, and defensively, look at the passivity, something we have not seen in these last 3 rounds. even when Oklahoma would have been bringing rifles the round prior, Bruton Parker were willing to meet them in the face. And they're doing it again. Truth strikes again. Make it 2. You can! Is there a third? No, Polar denies it. But it's an easy follow-up for Limp.
Nice exchange there to be made as well. Not even opting to drop the Outlaw for the Vandal that was available, saying, okay, we'll just hold on to this thing. Feeling comfortable enough with it, quite frankly, which is surprising to see, knowing that, well, the gun is almost relatively the same price, so it's just, why not just ride it out and have it there? But still, it comes down to comfort pick, and I kind of understand it. If you feel like a gun's feeling good in your hands, and even then it's like, you can buy another one anyways. We're on a 4-0 spree. This is my Outlaw. I've already gotten everything. It's already heated up a little bit for me, so if I drop it, it gets cold once more touching the snow on the ground. So getting into a situation of a 4-0, Oklahoma now obviously purchasing up once more. This is what we're expecting out of them. This is the round where they have to get themselves on the board. This is a round we're expecting them to get themselves into a state of momentum, opening things up, finding the shots necessary. But are they prepared for Bruton Parker and what they got available to them? Well, they're not prepared for Truth, because it has been this man absolutely farming to start this thing off. And, well, you got to put us up to him first.
You got to keep him out
there you go,
of the field. Truth and Samo off the board. That's your double duelist for Bruton Parker, no longer an option. But it is still a player advantage for Bruton Parker, just by 1. The numbers tallying much less so than they were just moments prior. And Oklahoma will have to think very carefully about all the chances and obstacles in front of them. They've got a Toxic Tree already laid up on B, but they know that they took down players aggressing through mid, so they take that option there. They would arguably have a freer space in through green, but they want sight, and Polar takes it heavy-handedly. Down goes the KJ at Bruton Parker, and here goes the best chances possible, getting that spike down with a no command, having been popped. Limp, lying in wait, so suppressed, they do not care. They will strike, and they shan't miss. It's Oklahoma left with just Civ, a 1v1, taking down Limp from above, and Caps, the only obstacle in front of a first Oklahoma round win, and they're missing each other by mere centimeters. Caps taking damage, suppressed, forced back by the fragment, tapping the spike, pushing towards, but Civ gets 4, and Oklahoma take the first round win in their side.
Well, I mean, you know what it takes. Obviously shut down Troop, but definitely kill Samo too. Sitting at 8-1 already starting off this series. Both of them. We were talking about the Niners, talking about those two duelists working hand in hand, but it was more so we mentioned the wind underneath one's wings, but these two are just in unison. They are a dynamic duo working with each other, understanding that they have all the tools in the world coinciding off of each other. We've seen it through mid time and time again. The leer up top, the dash to come through to back it up. It's just a collective idea that comes between these duelists and these fraggers when they put all of their pieces together. So, Will, that picture's been painted, but what's being painted? Walls with the blood of both players, surprisingly. Getting a 1-for-1 trade to start things off. Nobody's at an advantage. It's purely just rounds.
Bruton Parker always seem to know where to place 2 players on a prowl. Though they do like to leave singles around, like they have off here towards Tube and just below it, as well as the players that are sitting top of mid and in the top of rafters. They like to leave them alone, but when they engage forward, like they did 2 rounds prior, 3 rounds prior in this round, they always have somebody there to hold for tapping.
Okay, what's up?
One Polar stepping up,
and quick word.
They lose their teammate a Civ. Oklahoma, just a single player disadvantage. This disparity is not too large. Bruton Parker have an arguable advantage still on site, and Polar has no near assistance. And forward tapping seemingly is keyed into that. It'll be a below play. Down inside Hunt. They're one, and it's a second. And you catch Windsor takes all 3!
That's that Viper play. No matter how many times you nerf this woman, at her foundation, what's she meant to do? Find a hole, expose it, breach it, and put one of your best players there to just expose and dismantle an entire team. And well, Winders, we've seen Winders not only on this Viper, we saw Winders earlier today on the Rays, being able to take those shots. And time again, we see the controller and the duelist kind of synergy that happens. It used to happen with Chamber and duelist, but now being on the Omen, being on the Viper, saying, well, if you can hold your own, buddy, go do it. Go anywhere and take that attitude with you.
Oklahoma has done this crazy change-up. Bruton Parker dominating the first few, and Oklahoma having to pull off very big rounds. Big surprise factors in major clutches and 1v1s and more to get these 2 rounds to their name. And Bruton Parker have not changed the formula. They like their mother's recipe, and Oklahoma unfortunately seem to be allergic to it. The Cloudburst must go out for the Oklahoma initiation off the back here of Polar. Polar with the blade storm out, forward tapping, locking into it. They'll miss. What Polar? The most disgusting blade storm you can ask for. Hunting for more, but Limp hasn't given them line of sight.
He's not done.
And feed those blades as Wingman puts down the spike. Help a brother out. It's not over for Polar. 2 more alive, but Samo finally keeps Oklahoma out. They've got to clear out the back of green, though, Dallas.
It's surprising that, I mean, all this action going on, and as soon as the dust settles, the spike is barely beeping, but still enough urgency to go ahead, updraft on the top yellow, looking for the shots. Samo can't find it, even being 10-2, but still, it's nothing but truth. Still, 2 pieces of utility available. Can get to Devour, can get to Dismiss, but doesn't get either when nobody drops. Oklahoma, they know they want it. We're finally seeing some presence out of them. Not 1, not 2, but 3 rounds able to go ahead and almost meet what Bruton Parker has found as a rollout. There's some presence here in this game. There's some competition now in front of us. And, well, while the banter isn't being shouted one-sided anymore, I think everything's really starting to culminate here to show that, well, there's a neutral line of respect now.
Yeah. You have to trust what they're bringing to the table is good enough to take you down. And if you don't, you're making the biggest mistake you'll make in the history of SCL. We only have a year of Valorant behind us. If you make that mistake now, you're going to be remembered for it. And this game will be one for the history books, much like the finals were of spring. For Bruton Parker, come away with that victory. And right now, Oklahoma's given him a run for money so far in the first game of the grand finals of the Season 4 LAN. The ultimate finale. No one's refusing to peek without something to their advantage. Samo with the blade storm out, his fall back, doesn't like what they saw towards attacker spawn in Dallas. This may be the slowest we've seen Oklahoma move forward.
This is also the slowest we've seen Bruton Parker. They've always liked pushing up mid. We've seen Truth again and again, wanting to get aggressive, wanting to find those early shots, and kind of looked for it for a second, but understandably so, playing more reluctant than usual because, well, as I mentioned, there's actual respect on the field. It's not just a donut being dropped by one team anymore. You're looking for these fights. You're looking for these lines set on these sites, and you know that, well, this is now a competition we're dealing with, but it's just one-sided when you're looking at a Lear and Truth is swinging you simultaneously.
Bruton Parker,
30 seconds left.
most of that KJ utility stacked on A. That means it's going to be a pretty dry side on B. And Oklahoma wanted that space, and they'll take it pretty cleanly. It's Truth with that initial. Forward tapping with an outlaw. The Viper's pit is down, and Samo's just going to go around. Don't need to worry too much if you don't have to see them at all. Truth will have to fall. Windsor goes, denying the plant. 7 seconds. Can they do it? No, they can't. It's Bruton Parker.
One more on the board, sitting at number 5 here, and obviously just looking for number 6, guaranteeing a neutral half no matter what. But I mean, these are 2 teams that I don't even know. You talk about SCL, we talk about this grand finals. These guys, I swear, they don't even know where they are. They know they're here in person.
They're on stage, that's it.
Exactly. They are in front of their screens, and they clock in. I've said it again and again and again. Doesn't matter where they're playing. Sure, they love the atmosphere. They love being able to play in person. We interviewed Bruton Parker, and they said that they were so excited to be in this kind of situation, but now that we get to witness them, it almost just feels like they're ignoring it. They don't even know it's happening because this game is all that matters.
Bruton Parker are clocking into their way through today. So serious when they're sitting around just talking and hanging out. But the moment they sit down at a computer with the rest of the team, it's Superman. It's a completely different person, and we all fell for the Clark Kent. The nerdy little guy we thought was there. No, it is a team that is all for business. And that business is blood. And Oklahoma right now are quite worried about that lockdowns placed simultaneously. That should cancel each other out if it wasn't for the Hunter's Fury instead.
Well played!
And that's capped off. Caps can't deny it any longer. This will be a free rotate for Oklahoma off to the B side, where they still have a toxic screen 3 to throw up, and Bruton Parker at a major player disadvantage with 4 tapping now also gone. Bruton Parker, The defense has fallen through, and it was so clean to start, but Oklahoma saw it anyways.
Not in the setup spot you were expecting from Limp. A singular snake bite now at the disposal, not double anymore, and still able to take the shot and find at least a singular player. It comes down to Truth there to help out. Top on Kitchen, making sure to get one, but it comes down to your Viper, who is literally one shot. You would expect the Reyna, the selfish agent that is that character, to go ahead and utilize that player dying to make use of that blood available, but instead it's Polar making use of these characters and these other players in the server to feed that ultimate.
It's just a crazy round every single time. You think you know what's going to come up early? You have countered KJ ultimates, and you go, oh my goodness, one of these KJ ultimates is going to come up with something, because the Hunter's Fury that they've been saving, that they've specifically brought, and an agent difference on these two teams on Icebox, gets rushed. Really great read, and a just perfect way to execute what is arguably the one use case that Sova has, that ultimate. Full stop counter to a dangerous ult back in return. Samo and Truth, they start off this round.
Oh my God.
Truth goes even further. They've got the overheal. They want more, but Samo needs no heals. They've taken 0 damage. Oklahoma can't shoot them back, and it's flawless for Bruton Parker.
That duo, every single time I see them lined up at that blue wall, ready to roll as soon as those gates drop, it's going to be a flood. You need to pack your wraps. You need to have every life vest that's inside of a Walmart just to even have a chance of floating there, because you know these guys are going to put you under so quickly. And that's just how it works. That Jet, that Reyna, you don't see other teams able to accomplish this. They need supporting utility. They need the flashes. They need smokes to set up and swing out of. These guys, they just need a mouse, a keyboard, and a monitor.
And probably a mouse pad. They brought some pretty big ones for Bruton Parker. I was watching them step up on stage, and they need all that wiggle room. Samo using it, and Dice is up 2 in the process. Though they fall, look at the damage they dealt to 2 of the remaining.
It looks
now
like
for
aim
Oklahoma.
at the start of every round.
It's like we're sitting in a Kovacs aim trainer. I saw players earlier using, so in Bruton Parker are using Oklahoma as the small orange dots to track themselves through. It's just ridiculous.
Looking at a little bit of a plant, or a denied plant, that is, better yet, because Oklahoma, they don't have the help to go in and expend their own bodies to get that spike down. They're hoping that Bruton Parker want these kills enough to swing into him, but by the time they do, what is there really left of your health pool to even manage a fight? You have to take all 3. You have to put so many targets in front of you where you have to choose one while the other 2 collapse. And, well, that's just not a responsibility. That's not a possibility, better yet. That's even feasible whenever you see what this team is doing and how they're just entirely approaching the situation at hand. So Bruton Parker, not only have they hit 6, they've hit 7. They've guaranteed themselves an advantage at the end of the half. And, well, this is on defense. They're running double duelists, so I can only think about what's going to happen in that next one.
Bomb comes in. Attacker side Icebox is pretty good.
Oh my God.
Defense is lockjaw. Bruton Parker doing so well early. Truth extends, gets it. Falling back, player up on belt, puts a little bit too much pressure for the Oklahoma. They start to engage. They're aware that ultimate starting to end. They don't want to lose all of its utility. Naps, swing, Civ, takes Polar. They fall, and Truth will too, but Bruton Parker, they've done the dirty work. They've done their due diligence, and Oklahoma will have to funnel in. And it's a round for Bruton Parker to secure that first half, double the stat line of Oklahoma.
I mean, a good opening here, considering the kind of start we saw. It makes sense, a 4-round spree to open things up. It's a little bit reasonable to ask for, but it comes down to the point of surprise versus expectations. When you know that a team is going to be pushing, when you see that attack, when you see that double duelist, you know that they're going to be pressing that W key. You know there's going to be game plans ready to roll, and Oklahoma should have prepared for this 10 times over. You're expecting them to know how to address this problem, slow down this momentum, and give themselves at least an even setup. But, well, Bruton Parker, the surprising side on defense, able to go ahead, press that same W key. You're not really expecting it, and, well, you slip up for it. Here we go. Once again, gates dropping. Understandably so, that Bruton Parker's going to be pressing W, but to what side? Where do we meet this first player? Well, obviously with the Owl drone, you're expecting something now on B.
Sim on flash around the corner. Has a little bit of assistance, but Windsor goes down. OU maybe not getting the best into that. Still plenty fine. Gecko's still up and running, and Tommy Gun needs to play around this.
Oh, free gun, by the way!
That is the nastiest flick from Caps. No right for that to be so dirty. And now Bruton Parker have site control. 2 remaining for Oklahoma have a huge, huge crevice they have to crawl out of, and it's just not gonna happen. 9-4, Bruton Parker the pistol, and they could guarantee double digits already on Icebox.
Yeah, got to open things up strong here. I mean, Bruton Parker has been doing that consistently, getting themselves the first round to work with, obviously on the back of the pistols. We saw them force up the rifles in that last half. So what do you expect to happen here? When you look at these two players, when you look at 17-6, 14-10, Truth and Samo, hand in hand of just bringing nothing but troubles to Oklahoma's door, not just to the door, quite frankly, breaking it down and wrecking havoc in their own house. It's just something that you're just really not expecting too much. So already getting underway, pressing that W key, get towards the B site. You hear so many feet that it's an easy call to make.
The call is coming from inside the house. It's B, baby. Another stopping it. Caps on site. They don't have a Gecko to put the wingman down to do it. They have Samo. Who needs a 5th man or 6th man, sorry, on the field? You got Samo, and they're doing the work of 3. 3 kills. Down goes Truth. Limp steps up, and it's Samo to fall, but it's the damage that's over everything. The kills, the consistency, the positioning, and Bruton Parker brute force that B site to win it.
We're seeing a little bit of a trend, obviously only 2 rounds here for the attacking side of Bruton Parker, but Oklahoma, there has to be some level of adjustment. We've seen this team and what they've accomplished today. They are an adapting team, but that seems like the problem that Bruton Parker, Oklahoma has been facing a lot of teams who have been jogging, who have been walking at them, quite frankly, and they're able to kind of meet that pace eventually. Bruton Parker has been sprinting every single round and saying, hold up, there has to be a natural progression here, right? No. They started the treadmill, and they're working their way from top to bottom.
Yeah, this is a incline that is very quickly reaching a decline. And most treadmills don't do that, but that's just what Bruton Parker have changed.
Good start from Winders.
Taking down. Go through Kitchen and Winders, their doppelganger. No longer on the board. Bruton Parker. Look at the claim of control, Dallas. Just in general, the whole quadrant of this B side of the map. They want to suffocate. They want to pincer in. They want to coil up like a python and strike with venomous intent. But Limp is limping their way to the afterlife. Not a good look for you, buddy. And 4-Tap and a Truth will be forced to join it. Not the best round for Bruton Parker, but Oklahoma get their first of the second half.
Yeah, waking up and really just playing the game when it's expected. A standard split to start things off here on the defensive side of Oklahoma, winning out that first round, not by the most convincing fashion in the world and bringing out a flawless, but I doubt we're going to see very many of those inside this series. So having 3 players alive, you are more than happy with that result. You know that you've done the work. You got the round in, and, well, it's time to just run it back and do it once more.
Still. Double the snap line, Bruton Parker sits. It's 5 rounds. You need to get Oklahoma without giving up too much the other way. Truth gets tagged by that 0 point. That should be free claim for Oklahoma to get that ult pip, and they do so. But Civ will not get it for free. 4 tapping from the top of Belt. Tommy gun on the retreat. Defensively on A side, you've got a lot of utility to keep them back. No ultimate still. You're coming up dry with the guns up fights. Winders down, Tommy gun now as well. Caps is showing that I can do it too, not just my duelists. Soma's gonna be just as good, but it's not everything you'd ask for. What you'd ask for is a flawless victory, and Bruton Parker won't be given that in this round, losing Samo.
There is always a chance they don't receive a victory at all, but that's a very, very far cry for help if you're in a 1v4 situation against this team. So seeing how this thing is playing out, I mean 11-5, Bruton Parker have obviously understood what they're starting off with, and with such a good advantage when it comes around to just this entire defensive side of them. They were playing defense better than what we've already seen out of attack, but we haven't even seen their full-fledged attack yet. Yeah. I'm still waiting on Oklahoma. This is a team that obviously has been rowdy all day. They've been ready for this, and I need to see that. Sure, this may not even be the map for them. There is a very, very long series ahead of them, but still, this is a point that they're going to be ready for, quite frankly. And it seems like for a first blood, they're not ready to answer that call, but they do find themselves at least an answer and a retort.
Bowler. Ball. Tommy gun as well. Ruben Parker, when they step out through the toxic screen, come away with good success stories. But Oklahoma are maybe reading that there's going to be a rotate. I'm not sure why. They've still left Benji on the other side of the map, but that's going to put Winders in a really weird spot. Combine Polar and Winders stat lines together, and you barely reach Samo's tally. 21-10, and then the 11-14, 10-14. But Winders could change that here. They get a kill, and they do. Now finally better than Samo combined. Collectively, but Oklahoma, you can even have to double your stat line to reach Bruton Parker's, and it still wouldn't be enough. They've got to win this round. And they're doing a good business. Benji, who else for Oklahoma, steps up to the plate, sends a homer, and sends Oklahoma to their 6.
The quiet sentinel who always finds a way to manage to get some kind of rounds. We've seen it on Ascent. We've seen it on Icebox now.
Bind in a replay earlier.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it literally everywhere to where this guy just understands what it's like to clutch. I realistically feel like he performs better isolated than he does with the team, and that's why they put him on the Sentinel. He wants to be that kind of schizophrenic player, checking every single corner, waiting for approaches at every single angle, and would rather just stay on your toes rather than getting complacent and having these comms being fed to him on just a second-to-second basis. Because when you're left to your own devices, who's better devices than KJ to help her out?
Yeah. There's a saying we've been saying in everywhere really for Oklahoma, because we've seen it in other places as well. Who else but Benji? Benji has been Benji every single time it's asked of him. And when they aren't, it's glaringly obvious. Truth does get forced blood. The Winders not far behind it. Takes off the best fragging player for Bruton Parker in this game. That's Samo, no longer available in contending. Bruton Parker now within some smokes, Vipers picks. You don't survive there for your truth. Winders gets that frag. He's now having their HP pool tally right back up, hoping something works. 4 tapping and limp. Down goes Winders. No more Viper's Pit. Polar, that knocks off a huge duelist. And Bruton Parker, who are struggling in the player count, now suddenly have dropped into their own laps. An advantage in numbers. But they don't extend despite it. If you can get one on site here, Civ, Benji can do the rest when they rotate if they have to. They just did last round, used to say they can't again, and you got it. Down goes Limp. Perfect execution. And it's a 2 play through mid. This is a long play right now for Bruton Parker Dallas.
2v2 situation, and
30
this window doesn't
left.
open up towards that B side of the screen. It opens up to the lane. 4 tapping, ready to roll with it. Taking advantage of that cover, of that shroud that is the map, that fog of war, but Benji does the exact same thing. Even going for an investment of this. You have to swing it. You know the spike is going down. You can make the rotation, but even then, Caps, to get out of dodge, it's possible, but there's so many footsteps that are going to give the information where Benji's going to know exactly where Caps is to find that kill and go once more. No hesitation whatsoever in a 1v1 to invest that lockdown. That is something you don't see anywhere else.
You talked about blind faith. They put Benji on the Sentinel wall because they trust him. They know him. And Benji knows themselves more than anyone else ever could. 7 rounds now to Oklahoma. Benji has gifted you 2 of those to clutch out. This could have been a 13-5, and arguably should have been if Bruton Parker had gotten those last 2. But Oklahoma keep it up, and Benji keeps the Oklahoma side breathing for now on their map pick, having to make the comeback in a losing scenario.
It's an awkward situation nonetheless. I mean, you got to look at the resources at hand. You know the double duelist is going to have both of their ultimates available, but it's the Viper's Pit you're really thinking about is when is that being employed? Because all these 2 ultimates do for the duelist is just make them want to take fights more. But is that even possible, really, with how they've been playing this game so far? They're only pressing W, it feels like. So what would really change? And for Reyna, yeah, the rate of fire, and with the Vandal, that's very, very helpful. But it's just not enough right here. A good shutdown from Civ. It's always this guy to be that counter to the Reyna, not just for the KO, but in terms of player matchup alone as well.
Samo, Bladestorm's not good enough. Both duelists failing at their ultimates. And Bruton Parker now at that player disadvantage squarely on B. There is time. They're still making tons of noise. 4 tapping just holds the space against Benji. I can see why. Limp with no real gun in their hand. This is 4-tapping having to take the fight. They need Limp to extend forward. They need them to get a gun. They squarely got it. Shots coming from defender spawn off towards Snowman. Another one back towards Kitchen. Limp, you have got to be kidding me! They'll be detained, but it doesn't matter, Oklahoma! What a dangerous round!
And what a beautiful set of closure in terms of those last couple kills to find themselves another one to work with. I'm happy to see at least they're keeping this margin close. They're not letting this game get out of control because sure, you can say that this is Oklahoma's map pick, and they've proven that because realistically, if it was Bruton Parker who chose this, I mean, you already mentioned the deficit, the change in points, and the clutches of rounds, but you have to have each individual player prepared to a certain extent of this map to know that they can get it done, no matter the situation. So that alone is what has awarded them these 8 rounds, has given themselves this chance, this deficit, this delta of only 3, and making this game very much feasible. They're keeping this game as close as it can be, considering how close Bruton Parker is to match point. But in all reality, match point's nothing but a number when you've been here so many times.
The weight of 1,000 games of Valorant. That's what it feels like for Oklahoma, and probably for Bruton Parker. But they're no foreigners when it comes to situations like this in finals. Both teams are good enough clearly to do it, and they've done it for the SCL once prior. Lockdown for Bruton Parker. Lamp takes down Benji, and this is a spot where Oklahoma are forced to take themselves out of sight. In square worry that there will be a run-in for Bruton Parker, and that will be the case. Ammo and Truth to the flank off on top of Hut. And Oklahoma bite their own medicine, the same thing they brought and unfurled in the first half with the wraparound. Not so fun when it's on the other foot now, is it?
Yeah, it's a situation where, I mean, obviously, over and over again, I just mentioned it. I mean, to these teams, match point is nothing but a number. You've seen that 12 so many times, and why concern yourself with it if they don't close it out? It's one more round they have to get, but we've stalled them before. We've strung 3 together before. Why not string 4 together, 5 together? I mean, this entire team has surmounted this, not just in terms of SEL, but in terms of CL, any team you name across the entire nation, not just the Southeast. They've done it before. And, well, they're not done just yet because they want to show it to you once more.
Zamo stuck inside a toxic screen. I'm sorry, not toxic, a snake bite. We wind it down from Winders with the Guardian. Bruton Parker, maybe a little humbled at the start of this round, honestly. That's 2 deaths. It's a bad spot to be in. But it doesn't mean this round is over. If you get that plant down, you force Oklahoma to head to you, and Bruton Parker are confident enough to they can do it. Civ, sightlines were not clear. That crosshair was not at the ready. And still, Caps could not get the frag first. Civ now punishing them because of that, gets a second, and that gives Winders, the space to step up to close house for Oklahoma.
I mean, just keeping this rolling, understandably so. I mean, knowing that Guardian in hand, the snake bite shot just being utterly disgusting. I mean, being basically one tap anywhere. And even then, being used to play a little more passively as that just kind of self-protection, that one piece of utility you got to work with up in that kitchen. And, well, you got to make it count. And it shows over and over again that if anybody's going to do it, it's Winters who's going to make it count. Has made every single shot count today, it seems.
Yeah.
So, let's stop you from doing it once more, especially whenever it's a grand finals at stake.
They're focusing up. Bruton Parker say, you better focus on this. You're going to be stuck to IGL and the afterlife. Truth into sight. Windows no more. They'll fall to the hands of Polar, who's not done with just 1, 2, and maybe even a third, but they lose the teammate of Benji. Even 2-on-2, 1 player in through mid. They'll step through screens. Polar aware of that, rotates through ropes. Make sure they can't be spotted from there squarely. The Caps has an interesting idea. Change the level of elevation, see everything. That spike out in the open, but Oklahoma do not care. As Limp. Low side, Polar has the call out. They know, they saw that Rafters player for Limp here. They know Limp. But time is plentiful.
I have the spike.
And Brute and Parker have the advantage of so little HP for Oklahoma. Doesn't take much. And the double swing. Go!
Oh!
Siv! You had to be perfect, and you got it just right for Oklahoma.
And it's those kinds of situations you don't really find anywhere else realistically unless you're dealing with calibers of this when it comes around to these teams. They understand that there will be no fight where damage is not done, that you can go for those penetration shots around every single corner without real stress of saying, I was so close, because everybody's going to do their fair share of damage. Everybody's going to make sure to manage to find that singular kill, and especially in those situations when it's a 2v1, this is, quite frankly, I mean, we've seen stuff like that being lost all day, but this is the one point where between these two teams, that shouldn't happen at all.
Yeah. And right now, for Brute and Parker, they're having to talk things through. This is the timeout much needed for them because Oklahoma has been on a 5-round out of 6 spree. And while you could technically cope and say 5 rounds out of 7, we had a second one in there, it's more impressive for Oklahoma or the team that are forcing that timeout. 2 rounds to go, and this next one's an eco. They don't have the money to buy up. They're going sheriffs. They're going soft armor. They got to talk out this strategy, but the more important one's what's going to come next. Because they give this, they won't give it, but it's an eco. They'll have to earn it. Right afterwards, they'll be able to have the rifles again, and if they couldn't get those working previously, how do they get that one to work instead? And Oklahoma, man, they didn't show up early, and they're back in it here.
A lot of teams use timeouts as a means, obviously. We expect a shallow perspective from it. It's a time to talk about strats. It's a time to make a little bit of adjustments. It's a time to adapt, and if you can't get the hang of it. But that's a reactive way of using a timeout. The better teams always call it before pistols. They get it ready for those kinds of situations, saying, we're going to create insurance because we should be losing anyways, but if that does happen, we're just doubling down on the backup plan.
Good teams could digest 5, 6 rounds ahead purely off of a 60-second timeout. I think Brute and Parker's good enough to do that. What can they do in 60 seconds? So there's only 2 more possible rounds in this to go. I would sure hope a lot. They'll square themselves away. Looky up here, Dallas, up over on B. Who's that lying there? It's Truth. The team isn't there. Benji up in Rafters. It's just close. They knew Benji's location. It's pretty square to know they're on stairs.
Yep.
But Limp and Samo still can't come away with any success. Brute and Parker, a 3 versus 5. As Caps throws the Owl Drone for intel, and the team falls a little bit further back, waiting on Truth to lap around.
It really just comes down to the timing here. I mean, they've already been a victim of this a couple times. So realistically, you should understand what's at stake here. You should have that adjustment by now. You should realize that that may come to life once more. But Truth, even then already getting the poke out into one angle, you're not here to go on a 3 spree like we saw Winters do in that last half. You're here to create a distraction, to be a nuisance, to find at least something, and while you do manage to do that, it's not much more. It's the only kill for the round as you find yourself into 11 because, well, Brute and Parker, they didn't have much to work with, realistically. They didn't have the range off that sheriff for that singular kill, but they at least managed to get that. The rest of the team, though, being so close, playing in that A site, close quarters with the gun that actually can manage to get those one taps off, you're expecting a little bit more. But one thing that you just don't get there is the round, which leaves us with one more thing. Another round and a 1-round delta, better yet, for Oklahoma to bring this thing into overtime.
You're looking at a Brute and Parker side. You don't have very much ultimate-wise. They have the Empress, but we already highlighted that that's not the difference-maker ult. Truth's not going to change their play style behind the ultimate. They are always going to be Truth. But Oklahoma got the big 3. They got the Viper Spit. They have a lockdown, and they got the no command to lock them out. The only thing they're missing is a Thrash, and Tommy Gun is 1 pip off. Oklahoma have absolutely everything. They just have to. Parker have to be aware that they need first blood. If they don't get first blood, this push, this execution, and this hold will not matter in overtime. In the first snap of the grand finals to give us a match that is almost as impressive as the 3rd and 4th place game. It's the way we want to start this.
Loving these slow and steady starts. Looking to see if anybody overextends, but there's going to be a point where it's just limit testing these teams over and over again, looking to find something, see who slips up eventually, and there it is. The shot being missed just barely Bipolar with that operator in hand, understandably so, knowing that that's a player forced out. Reyna's on the back of sight. What's the call? Obviously, everybody get over here as soon as possible.
Oh, no!
Try to contest this and help your boy out. And they do exactly that. Able to get that spike down, even if Mosh Pit does come up. Guess what? You're taking the rope as well. Not going to be enough, but still with the KO no command in play. Civ isn't down. Well, isn't out, better yet. It's out taking a knee for the meantime, but it's here, having effect with Lift being in that Viper's pit, trying to make some level of contention, trying to slow things up. Timer going off. They're still out of the town, and it's Oklahoma taking their own map onto the back because they're taking a big hit to the face, understanding that now they are down.
The only ult that was not available in that round for Oklahoma was the Blade Storm. They didn't even use the Empress for Root and Parker. They brute forced.
That's how it goes.
Put Truth there. Square him away. Let them fight their own good fight. And they missed the operator shot. They didn't win the 1v1 for the player lacking behind on A for Oklahoma.
Well, neither one did.
Neither one did, but Truth did. Let's be honest. If you go there, squirrel away there, and survive to give your team the space claiming that and get a trade when they exit in towards screen, you won that fight.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't win the 1v1. You won the round, and you won the map. That is Icebox, OU's map pick, falling to Bruton Parker, and a ridiculously good game, even if it didn't go to OT.
I just want to go ahead. Sure, the 24-16 that we saw Sammo close out with, the 22-19 that we saw Truth close out with. I mean, we knew what these two players were doing, but it wasn't even really about the kills. I mean, they were relatively close in that regard, sure.
Yeah.
First Bloods, out of the 24 rounds played, they combined for more than half of them, 13 overall, which is just something you do not see, knowing that obviously they felt so confident in each other, and 9 out of 10 of those rounds, it felt like they were playing it together, saying, this is a 50-50, brother. We don't care about the kills. We don't care about what happens after that. So long as you manage to get that first one and we can exchange that and play off those numbers, that is all that matters.
And you're talking about how Sammo and Truth are making up the majority of those first bloods. They made up, as a team, all of Bruton Parker, every single first blood except 6. In Oklahoma, despite the fact they couldn't get a break on first bloods, still almost made it into OT. That is a comeback centralized team that even if the going gets tough and they struggle by having the player disadvantage, it means nothing. They scoff at it. The job's not done till every man is down for either side, and they power through it. And speaking of powering through it, they're going to need to talk it through because this second map is going to be just as good as the first. It's grand finals. It has to. We'll see you after a break. saw the players just up on the stage.
Yep.
They're back in their computers. They're back at their desks.
Ready to play.
In Oklahoma, they took their meeting right on stage. Stark's a little bit down in the audience, but Bruin Parker, they left.
Disappeared.
They disappeared. We've talked about how they've been a scary team to watch. Just their entire attitude, the way they take it, the way they break down things, and them taking it so seriously as to walk out the room. I love it. I have so much respect for teams that want to take that seriously, especially when it's the first season of Valorant LAN. Give me as much serious grand finals as we can, and I know they don't want map 5. They want to end this cleanly, but I want map 5.
I mean, realistically, I think everybody except for Bruton Parker wants a map 5. Even then, I mean, Oklahoma,
Oklahoma want a map 4.
They at least want a map 4.
4.
They are so adamant about me. They want to change my perspective of Ascent forever. They may tarnish it even more so because they know that if they make it interesting enough, every game I cast of Ascent going for me, be like Oklahoma, and they want that shout out every single game. But I think realistically, honestly, I want a map 5-0 for sure. And seeing how this matchup has panned out over and over and over again, it just feels like it's inevitable to some degree. It feels like, because I talked about the divine intervention, I talked about the manifest destiny, and while sure, them in those shoes, they never know how a game's going to go. But from us, always seeing the result, always seeing how they play against each other, always having a different perspective and not being in the shoes of the competition, but being in the shoes of content, baby, they always find a way to show up. So I think, honestly, with the next map being Lotus, we're going to see exactly that. 3 maps, a lot of decision-making to be made. Not nearly as cohesive of a map as Icebox, so a lot of options presented to these players, a lot of different avenues, a lot of different roundabouts that they can be taking, and a lot of, just general flexing of those veins, of that blood up in the brain to let you know that, okay, we sure, Icebox, Bruton Parker may push 9 times out of 10. Just press W and find a way to win it. But here in Lotus, I mean, that's an option. But these entire corridors that are entries to sites become that much more difficult because you do that into a Viper KJ on C, you're dead.
Yeah. Lotus, every time we've seen it so far today, Dallas, has been a pretty coastal victory, it feels like, right? It feels like the conclusion's foregone, and it's something that's just run through. Anything but. We've seen them before. We know how it goes. We know what can happen. And both these teams really do like Lotus. I have to believe that to be the case. It's Bruton Parker's map pick, but that doesn't mean that OU don't know it. They're a good enough team to know every map. But they said they picked Icebox for a reason. And I said, is this so you guys can see Ascent? Because you were promising me a rare change-up for the Viper on Ascent. And then they gave me a look. So I don't know 100%, but I do know they still think it's going to 4 no matter what, and I love the confidence.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, I mean, hearing what happened, and it's kind of, I think from what I heard at least a little bit talking about, I hadn't played Icebox that much, and even a lot of teams don't, especially with the kind of revisitation, the reinvigoration that is that map. But honestly, going forward and seeing over and over and over again, these two teams don't play map picks like everybody else.
No.
They don't look at it from a we just want to play and pick what we like perspective. They want to talk a little bit more about, okay, how do we, again, get to the point of we want to have them pick our maps for us. It becomes that much more of a brain game than usual.
I agree. Dallas probably agrees. That's his favorite map.
Of course.
Is it still your favorite map since the change?
Always has been. Wow. Since the change, the tunnel.
You were hesitant at change, though.
No, I wasn't hesitant about the change. I knew immediately about the change because I said the tunnel was completely pointless and it was a very critical part of the map. And then they removed it and it was right back to ground zero. I still don't know about the B changes, but, I mean, the map overall is still just beautiful to look at and beautiful to play.
No. Okay. You had us for a moment there, Oklahoma.
He had you.
Hovered.
I know if anybody's going to be. I know if anybody's going to be exactly. So if it's going to be troll hovering, it's them. Come on, Scott, brighten up, buddy.
Yeah, my bad. I'm not the analytical thinker. I am the emotional one, right? I'm going to look at it and go, you know?
So that means you're going to cry when this is over, right?
Oh, you know me so well, Dallas. Catch me with a handkerchief. I did not bring one. This shirt does not have a breast.
So you got the suit hemmed and whatnot. It's velvet and all that extra stuff that you don't.
It's velvet. It's suede. Thank you
whatever.
very much.
Mine is just a blazer.
Hey,
but realistically, the fact that no pocket square is just crazy.
It's pocket right here. I mean, I just don't have one in the breast pocket of the undershirt. Which, by the way, love this undershirt. I'm colorblind. They were hooing and hawing about it. It's the same color. Is it the same color? No, I feel like I've been lied to. I really don't
I
know
don't
who to
know what
trust.
it is.
I don't know who to trust. Because I can't trust OU because they picked that map and it didn't go their way, and they had so much confidence heading into the series. They said 3-0.
Once
They said
again,
3-0.
you can never trust the map picks, though.
Yeah.
You can never trust the teams and what they want to go for, because I mentioned it already. Sure, you got to understand the caliber of these teams. As I mentioned, they don't pick for themselves. They pick for the other team to set them up. And, well, speaking of setups, already at the beginning, it feels like Oklahoma has set Britton Parker up into a trap, but it really was just an outright fight. Right there, straight down the middle, and, well, going in one direction completely. Not even barely any damage shed off the side of Oklahoma there, besides maybe a bullet into Omen.
Is that a clip through the wall, through the corner? Because that was a headshot with a ghost.
I'm not paying that much attention.
That was a headshot with a ghost, and it didn't one tap. The Winders. It doesn't matter. They got it done at the end of the day. And some damage off as well towards Truth. And I've said it a lot. I think Truth may be the best boost pack player in SEL. And Winders is pretty darn close to that.
Yeah.
Winders is one of the best raises, one of the best duelists in the SEL. And they talked about it, MVP earlier, MVP, Huan and Han. That's absolutely the case. They were doing insane in the earlier games today they've played. But Truth has been on a different level, and they're multi-talented athletes. They were playing Rocket League yesterday, subbing in for the BPC roster. Now they
30
lost
seconds left.
awfully. Landslide. But double athlete, we can't say that here in the booth. I can only do play-by-play, you can only do color, and we'll hold true to that for the rest of time when we're 65 years old. Plant goes down there in BTC now to post-plant scenario. And Oklahoma have so much space to reclaim, but they've got the wraparound from Civ, and it's just a matter of refragging where necessary and hitting on that spine.
Yeah, Truth's not really in the best place to understand that only 10 HP in a dream and just having to kind of swing every single player possible. You still managed to get one. Congratulations. But that's one more sheriff that's going to be on the ground. That's one more player that can pick it up and make a swap if they feel like, ooh, Singularity Sheriff, I'll take that one over whatever I got. But even then, with 1-0 on the board, it's impressive. I like to see what Oklahoma and Britton Parker were really managing in there. Just start things off, understanding that line of scrimmage, finding that initial fight, wanting to see if they're bringing that same kind of energy and carrying it over from the last map to get things started when they understand, oh, Oklahoma's kind of woken up. They mean business now. Britton Parker have to respect that. And they know that let's just take this somewhere else, at least get the spike down, and better yet, at least find some money.
Credits can be tight, especially if you don't get really much going for you in the first round. Plant, though, some extra data. Winders clears away a Lear. Not a Lear. On clears away the baby till. On it. They'll fall back even further. Just making sure that if BPC do have to engage forward, they do so on Oklahoma's terms. It's a game of give and take, a game of tug of war. And right now, Oklahoma are willing to give them claim and control over that space, but it doesn't seem like BPC want to take it. Only on their terms, Dallas. And on their terms, they'll leave two and wrap the other way.
Really comes down to the approach. I mean, 5 players still standing, understandably so. There's not going to be a player without a weapon, obviously, because that's just not possible, but better yet, you know what I mean. Purchasing something up.
Yeah.
Hits the Sheriff's in hand. You hear the shots coming out. You know, Britton Parker, they're not rocking classics. They have something else to work with. Well, that may be a lurking player up A main, but it's not the player that's lurking about. It's the assistants. It's the secondary player that's there, which is a little bit more important than having that outlaw and causing a little bit of a rough wake-up for the rest of Oklahoma, letting you know that that's not all they're bringing.
Shots. They gotta be so darn nice to hit. Oh, the Rebels in it. BPC, they're not sticking it. They know it. Good call out from BPC. Nice one, but 4 tapping. How in the world do they get away with that? It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's a round win for Oklahoma defensively, purely off time. They know what the bare minimum you need to do is don't let them plant, and they do it. Win condition.
It is that just sneaky little plays being made there by Britton Parker. You can even hear the excitement out of Oklahoma saying, just get away. Do not take these fights, please. You got the spike off. That's not going to occur. Round is going to conclude, and you need to be alive on the other end of it. And if you can make sure to manage to pick up that Phantom, there's some bonus points. And that's exactly what the team shifted their objective to. So Winders could end up having this gun, could end up having a chance fighting all of the likes of Britton Parker, at least getting one to allow an upgrade for 2 more of your teammates.
Drew out the gates first. Bruce packing open space, and unfortunately the eyesight doesn't go with them. The paranoia. That feeds Oklahoma into some more frags. Winder now getting their own piece, and it's a Roomba of death. You can see it clean up house towards Tree. 3 remain, no 2 for BPC. Meth. Well, Oklahoma got the positives. A kill plus a kill equals nothing but Oklahoma in the feed. Though Samo squeaks one in just before. Vortappen's not having the same level of success. Both hits from the Outlaw missing. And Oklahoma saying, we don't really need to extend for this. You're gonna have to come to us. We're just gonna slowly suffocate your life and pray you can't knock too much off, but you do! Where do you get off on this Vortapping? It was a 4v1! And somehow, Vortapping. Their name holds true here, Dallas. I will collectively lose both of our minds. They can get even better guns. They have Vandals now under control through Tree. They've got 20 seconds of time and a spike in full claim it in space. They can tap on the spike. They can get up close. There is no more Prowler. They just need to touch you. They decide to stick. They're going through it. Then it's a shrouded step into. It out to the backside. Polar shuts it down, but man, did it get dicey.
Not done just yet. I mean, it's Oklahoma coming out with one more. It's every single time. Surprisingly enough, after Bruton Parker having somewhat of an eco in that last round up against that full rifle, that full arsenal to some degree of Oklahoma, almost able to squeak out that round. And now, whenever they were at a deficit where it felt like Bruton Parker had the full purchase, that's where things get a little more dicey, where, if anything, they just don't look as nearly in full form because maybe they're thinking the weapons will compensate for something. But here, I mean, this map, it's nothing but brains. That's really all it comes down to. Placement, fights, and well, they want to simplify that as much as possible. It seems like over and over again, the A lane, the C lane, looking for something, looking for early fights, looking for early blood, but neither A or C are really an avenue here. It is right down the middle.
Yeah. They do leave one off towards C. There is something from Oklahoma coming up big. They would argue they have the lead, but it's just utility. It's not a difference maker, it seems. Mistake by Zip gets a frag. Polar steps in through the door.
God.
It's 2, and they join in alongside it. It's BPC, only one remaining, and Samo hits a pretty nasty hit off towards Polar. But you've got a lot less wiggle room than you're thinking. And that spike, opposite side. You'll have to flip door, Tommy. That was interesting. We'll forget it. But you're crawling into a space that's not yours. That is already low on HP. They're going to play smart, Dallas. They want to sit back. They know it. They'll play time. They'll wait for a shoulder. And Samo gives them a shoulder. Benji.
That's just an industry standard.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have that many players, when you get the calls that somebody's tagged up like that, you're not pushing at all. I mean, you are respecting these players because you know what they're capable of. You know what kind of shots they can take. And you know the positioning, too. I mean, and that's something that, as competitors, we're not really all that acclimated to understand that there are some places and maps. There are some angles players feel more comfortable taking. Fights that they would opt in for more times than not. And that's another part of the process of looking at these defaults, looking at these quote-unquote rollouts, and looking to see where these players go. And if they know that obviously B may be a good option, you're not going to take it on their terms.
Try to step out, Polar, make sure their life stays in. We saw them do this previously, and we also saw it in the previous series. BPC, all that testament off to the C site. Not really much to continue. They don't want to Vega, it's fine. They're going to put a player so far forward towards Mound, we could technically get in through B and wrap. They're going to make them think that's the case, but looking alarm bots and everything in between, starting to tally up for BPC. Attention on A. It's just going to be an Oklahoma onslaught of defense. Benji, 2 for 1, eventually falling to that Sheriff as mentioned. And Oklahoma still with that man advantage, have lots of abilities to get into the foray. If it wasn't for BPC, somehow always making something out of nothing. Before tapping Sheriff. The step into sights. They're using a Viper's Pit in an eco round on a B-sided plant. This is a really good way for Bruton Parker to punch their first round win, and in a pretty strong manner. As four tapping squares into the corner. Sully's their way through.
Oh my
Sneaks out
God.
in perfect time. Can't stay alive though. Sim just knows. And Limp is all by their lonesome. One off the board. Two needs to go. The Odin keeps them back. And Limp has to know. Does Tommy Gun win it?
Oh my
It's a BBC clutch! Limp!
One at a time, swing again and again and again. Take the fights. Realistically, in that point, you got to know who you're up against. And, well, I think it's the 4-0 that made them want to take the fight. Every other day of the week, I think realistically, if you see the opposite of that, if you see BBC ahead in that 4-0 situation, you're saying, just stick it, get something, please. And, well, understandably so, knowing already, not even having Bruton Parker on the board, you're feeling a little bit confident. You want to take those fights. You want to get that ultimate tick on top of it. You want to kind of really accumulate both if possible, but that's not an option here. Bruton Parker getting on the board, making plays. You said seemingly always making something out of nothing. I'd like to just say keep it interesting.
Yeah. Bruton Parker, they're going to be plenty happy with the result, and Oklahoma are going to be kicking themselves. That was another spot where it's a 3v1. Yeah, your first one gets caught off by the element of surprise, but you still have two more. You can sit further back, you can just basically square up together. You're good enough to deny that. It's not going to matter. Truth sends out a showstopper. Those have been really hit or miss today, and this one misses. The Caps will put down the plant while the team squares away this post-plant positioning and wards them off away from Waterfall. Tommy Gun gets that first blood, but four tapping fires right back to Winders. No team has a race, but both teams have a lockdown, meaning that if Bruton Parker ought to pop it,
you should run.
Be countered right back by Oklahoma. It is exactly the same time. It is perfection. They did it once on Icebox, and they'll do it again. They just have to ward. They rush upon the attacking lockdown. They deny it in Oklahoma. Just need to cap off, and they do. 5 now to Oklahoma.
I mean, it's every single time that lockdown gets kind of proposed. When both of them are available, they are just instantaneous. They know the moment they're going to go down. Every other occurrence we saw on Icebox where the ultimate was put down, it was only because it was available for one side. Keep in mind that 1v1 where Benji put it down to make sure to manage that clutch, to go ahead and force the feet to come out and to let you know where that player is holding an angle. And even then choking off some angles where it just makes it a free pick, fish in a barrel for, well, a singular individual. But, I mean, in situations like that where both of them are up, they always know, they're always ready for it, and they got the timing down to a T where they just say, let's just keep things neutral.
Oklahoma may have the lead. But Bruton Parker have shown us some pretty darn good-looking attacking positions.
There.
But already being halfway through this first half and only having a single round to your name ready to pull off. Niner Esports in Florida had done. Find the second string of 6. Going dominantly in their favor. Odin and Benji. Spray step down. Benji holds the Odin in a scent, and they'll do so again here. Where they'll fall to the Sheriff. It somehow clips through. The damage is just good enough. And Bruton Parker will have claimed control over C, but it's not a safe one. Because players are in Waterfall, and they're wrapping through defender spawn just the same.
Really seeing what they can manage here is just going to be not a marvel, but still just impressive nonetheless. Bruton Parker, as I mentioned earlier, that's the one thing I will stand by no matter what, is that this team knows how to keep it interesting. Now accumulating an Odin to work with, you know that the barrel of that Odin was sticking inside the smoke, and with it gone, you know that it's been grabbed, it's been escaped with, and you know exactly what angle they're going to be taking with it. Oklahoma are just reading the smallest little things and taking the largest amounts of space just to win out rounds over and over and over again with each little bit.
Bruton Parker knew that they couldn't fall too far back in the post plant. They had to play close. Oklahoma read that very well. They swing out, like you said, they claim space all at the same time, which theoretically means even if one player were to go down, there's 2, if not even 3 of the remainder ready to swing right afterwards. And it just became a 1v1 constantly, where Bruton Parker were having to flick to the player, and Oklahoma knew exactly where they were. It's a really solid retake. It's the Oklahoma specialty we've seen on this map. And with that round win, they've now guaranteed that at halftime, which is still 5 rounds away, they will break even at the bare minimum. They can go above and beyond that here with Parker piecing together some sort of attack off towards the A side. Pretty much claimed control over A main. Winders does get one, but falls. But it's a pretty important one. Caps has been pivotal for BPC, but Samos lights themselves up, and Limp has to do it from the afterlife.
Spike planted.
Oklahoma have a player disadvantage. And Tommy Gun may have just squared themselves through. Are they? No, they are.
You gotta
Tommy, it's just crazy. A 3K. And the Prowler has spotted them. The Nano Swarm from Samo, but Samo's too damn good. Bruton Parker get their second.
Keeping things on the board, making sure that they have at least something to say, some relative word in this fight. And I think, honestly, they got a pretty good weight behind themselves. I mean, all things considered. They get to the point where they take a timeout, even after getting themselves a win. So, I mean, things are looking good, but it was Oklahoma actually calling that timeout, looking to kind of collect themselves, get themselves in a situation where, I mean, they don't even need these because they're looking in such a good lead, but they know what's going on. They know that, I mean, Bruton Parker are finally getting a hold of what's going on, making these rounds closer and closer and closer. They're saying, rather than waiting for them to actually break that seal, waiting for them to manage to just win consistently, let's slow that process down, put ourselves back on that kind of area of play that we were at prior. Let's change things up before they figure it out so we stop them in their tracks and they never reach a conclusion in general.
This is Blake, by the way, that's doing this. You thought he would know better. Apparently not. They really no. Okay, good Kratos, man. Das, we talk about how if BPC gets an inch, they'll take them out quickly afterwards. I think this timeout's two-parter. Slow that roll down because BPC have obviously been doing a better job getting plants down, getting into sites. You know, last four, they could have arguably been a 4-0 for either side. It's just a whole lot closer than what we've seen BPC do previously at the start of this half and at the start of this map. I think they keyed into the fact that BPC's realized speed is kind of key. Get into sight with those kills. Don't let Oklahoma go crazy on a retake, and you've got control and you want it down. Don't let them run it down because they're doing it again inside A main, and they get a first blood off the back of it.
It's that point to where I mentioned, obviously, change up the game or completely change the puzzle in front of them before they figure it out. So they have to start from scratch once more. But even then, you mentioned speed. It doesn't really come down to speed on Oklahoma's part. They're the ones that took the timeout. It was Bruton Parker who utilized it more. It was a speed that they understood, saying, you guys are just giving yourself a break. You just put yourself right back at ground zero. This is nothing but a drag race now, where it comes down to who can make sure to get that pickup speed faster. And they've done that. And so long as it's one more round, it's at minimum 3. And that's all you need to make magic happen.
Bruton Parker win that last round off of barreling in through A main. In Oklahoma, I thought they keyed into it. I thought they did. I thought that's what the timeout's for, but they didn't change up anything on the defense on that side.
That was Oklahoma giving Bruton Parker a timeout.
I know.
That's all that was.
I know, yeah. Bruton Parker just kept the same speed and honestly did better. Now, there's still, next round could be where we see the change. But that's a fastball, no curve, all gas. And Bruton Parker strike out Oklahoma in this next round. And, well, Limp wants to hold on to the weapon. Sorry, Benji wants to hold on to the weapon at hand. It is pretty pricey. And they're pretty darn good with it.
It's just at that point, man, where, I mean, you see these teams and what they can accomplish and what they can manage. It's something you just don't see anywhere else. It's the appreciation not only just for grand finals, but just seeing these two teams match up every single time. It is just an utter joy to watch because it is a different level of play. Sure, we have a lot of great teams here in the SEL, but these teams, as I mentioned, they're
great everywhere.
They just don't only play in the SEL. They have competed nationally. Bruton Parker, 4 to 5 of their players are international students. It's all over the world, but Winders is showing you what Oklahoma can do, and the rest of the team is there to follow suit.
3 players left for Oklahoma on a Bruton Parker side that is every X imaginable inside of their own spawn, man. They couldn't get out of spawn, man. Oklahoma brought it to them. And though Winders is dead and is forced to watch the team deal with the last remaining player, they did their job. They got the kill with the paint shell. They forced out a lot of utility. They dumped it instead. They even used the showstopper. Use it, tally it up. You may even be able to get another one by the time this half ends. I doubt it. You have to go crazy. You might as well guarantee 7. We see finally utility that's been recharged back up. Send the on in afterwards. Glass Prowler, but it won't matter. Tommy gun refrags. Caps gets that one, but Oklahoma come away getting the 7.
Managed to get themselves a guaranteed advantage at the end of the half, no matter what. But, I mean, realistically, you're not even looking at this from the perspective of that. As I mentioned, it's the same thing. But I talked about over the entire day of how these teams play to say, don't worry about just getting more points, just worry about locking them out. Well, when you have teams that are so used to success, they just go right back. It's that whole situation of the bell curve where you start low and you're thinking, okay, just get more points. Then you get to that peak of an intellect where you're thinking, just lock them out. But then once you get right back to the top, you're saying, no, we win so much, we can do this. Just get more. 7-5, we know they can do it. Bruton Parker, I mean, if there's anybody who can do it, it would be them, or Oklahoma, but already in the lead, making sure to keep things interesting. They've already guaranteed themselves 3. And with 3 ultimates on the board, you know darn well they're going to manage at least one more.
Lockdown, Samo. Is there a counter one for Oklahoma? It does not seem to be the case. Benji hasn't been able to keep up with what we've seen.
It's like they know where it's coming from before it even plays.
They place theirs counter-wise.
It's every single time.
And
they
Oklahoma
just know.
Wrap it around so well. This is a well-versed VOD review team. That is somewhere that's rehearsed for Bruton Parker, and Oklahoma knows. They feel disrespected that Bruton Parker's not placing higher than Seagal covering. And they want to prove that's not the case. Tommy gun spraying down both Truth and Caps. They lose their teammate of Polar. But it's still an Oklahoma player lead, and Limp's in a pretty weird spot trying to collect that spike and not die in the process. But they'll hold strong.
Timing!
And they'll even catch Winders. Perfectly executed. And the spike will start to go down on C, and a Viper's pit makes it hell on earth. Green as can be, and a toxic nightmare you'll have to step within for Oklahoma, because the utility, you've got no ult to flush them out. You don't have much there. You have to blind step through. A lot of that's going to come off that rear end defender side from that back waterfall. Ledge deep within. Samo to strike Tommy gun. Oklahoma could get more, but Benji's the last left standing. And Benji has low HP, gets it back from the stabilization from the decay, 4 tapping within.
Just spray on it.
And this could be wild!
Oh
Benji!
my God!
You can't keep it up! But Oklahoma does!
And still, less than a second remaining, can manage to get that defuse off as well. It's literally just Bruton Parker hearing those taps and getting in a situation where your back's against the wall.
They don't know.
It's a 1v1 scenario, and it's not even just that alone. I'm sure that so many of those players are used to those circumstances, but knowing that the other player on the side of the monitor from you is none other than Benji, you're saying this guy probably knows this situation a lot better than I do.
I've always highlighted Benji. It's the name you remember. We rip Benji, right? I mean, we've had Benji for a while.
Well, because there's so many good Benjis, and because also you got like Northwoods Benji out of Korea, and that dude is just a menace as well.
Benji is so clutch. I never expect that to change. My SEL phrase of who else but Benji will never get out of my mind. A lot like that third place game against, who was it again? I'm just kidding. Oklahoma playing through a firefight on B. It's 3 players left there. They don't get the better end of it, and that gives Bruton Parker a little bit of free space to rotate on in. Benji is peaked by Samo. And that's the last mistake they'll ever make in this round as they get a second onto 4 tapping. Why do you keep peeking the Odin, Bruton Parker? Benji will make sure it's the last thing you do.
Last player standing.
Oh, I didn't even see him. Just firing corners, walking into bullets. But speaking of walking into bullets, I mean, Benji with the Odin in hand. Not full health, I'll say, but making sure to at least give things a darn good try. Ultimate invested, rightfully so. This guy has earned his time to say, okay, get it done, give it a good college try. And in the collegiate scene, we definitely encourage that. But as you said, last round of the half as well. So not really the biggest concern. You're not going to be conserving that. You're not carrying it over to the next. You're just trying it once again because you're on the different side of the field now. You're coming from the attacking side. You set the tempo here. You set the pace. But realistically, they were doing that same exact thing on defense. Yeah. But it was all in retaliation as well. It wasn't that aggressive start that we saw Bruton Parker provide again and again on Icebox, saying you play it our game. Oklahoma said, we'll play yours.
Yeah. I think as well for Benji, just that haunt that Bruton Parker tossed out, that haunt that we see Cap send into sight was too much for Benji to do. There's nothing they could do against it, right? It's going to spot them, and it's going to be a very quick execution of Benji, even if they can drop down safely. Those corners aren't perfect. We've seen the wall banks, and we know how much of this map both teams know. Bruton Parker, they do a lot of stuff, man. They came here for this. They're going to do their job. And it pays off. 8-4, not a bad half. We say 3 is the minimum you need. Defensively, Lotus is kind of fun. Because you can push forward, and I know Bruton Parker likes sitting in a lobby towards tree. And they'll give up C if needed, but it's a B-side push, and they just can't catch a break. Oklahoma, now can you?
I was curious to know when Winters was going to reaggress that. I mean, understandably so. Bruton Parker know what Oklahoma does. They know Winters' rage just way too much. And I like the idea. I've never seen that one before where you just neglect it and say, all right, buddy, yeah, that was cool. That was fast. But you still got to turn around and catch up to the rest of your team eventually because we're killing them back here, and you got to do something about it.
Yeah, you step up, but we don't really fall for the Trojan horse. The horse doesn't have any legs behind it. You're just a head that's yapping. Oklahoma, they get into the B side pretty darn squarely, but it's just a nightmare. Really good defensively for Bruton Parker to set up this round. Now 2 in a row for them. The only other time they've done that was in round 8 and 9. It gets them one step closer, possibly tying this up, because they can take this, get the 6th. Oklahoma aren't committing much. It's pistols and classics at that, which makes me believe they want B, because they want that right-click range.
Well, both games started off with a 4-0. Pistol rounds, not even surmounting to 1, not to 2, but finding a way to exchange and convert the 3rd, then follow up and double down, which, I mean, they're riding on a bonus at that point, so you know the 4th feels inevitable after the 3rd because that's the real difficult hill to get over. But already getting into a situation where the 2nd round, it all starts here. Can Bruton Parker hold on to as many guns as possible, keep things tense, keep things close, and keep players dead? And, well, we know they can definitely manage that much. How efficient is it going to be? Better yet, are they going to make sure to let that spike even go off? Because if you can even, say, avoid that, that's an extra 300 creds. Sure, not panning into your favor, but prevented for Oklahoma, better yet.
All 5 still standing. I don't know how Oklahoma has claimed that much space with only classics, but they do so. But eventually, Bruton Parker will see the water boiling over the top, and they'll put the lid back on it. Trying to snuff out that flame that's been coming forward. Bruton Parker's truth sitting in a corner. And there goes the rest of Oklahoma. They get spiked down. They got a lot of really good space. They read the scenario. They read the BPC defense. There just is only so much against Bruton Parker you do with classics.
If it was Winders in that situation, pushing up A lane, and kind of in that situation where Truth is sitting on that box towards Secret, he reads that every time.
Yeah,
I mentioned it earlier. During the earlier season or series we saw with them today, I mean, Winters got like 9 to 11 kills alone in that exact spot. We're saying, yeah, Truth's probably holding it too. It's like a Ray's signature. But, I mean, when you're in a 1vx scenario and you're trying to move your way even onto site, you're not even concerned about the players that are around because you're expecting them just to hold stuff. But Oklahoma isn't playing the game like that. They want to spread things out. But even better yet, Bruton Parker are doing exactly that. So, already getting themselves a 2nd round, waiting for a 3rd, and knowing that Oklahoma are obviously playing for an ult tick over towards this mound side. You're saying, oh, you may need to push up anywhere else because they're probably farming for something. We need to deny that.
Oklahoma pursue up through A main. They leave the player there. How much can Benji do in that corner? The rest of the team quickly off through A. They could take switch. They could come in slow. They could come through B. And I think that's what we're really seeing. You'll see Oklahoma step onto site. If they don't feel truly safe, they'll fall back to where their raise is. And they'll rotate to B side if necessary. They'll commit. They have the space. They'll get their default they like. The default back on tree. Position, it's just a gun up engagement. Samo gets it. Benji, I talked about them sitting back. And now the haunch wielders of BPC just can't get Benji. A 4v2, quickly made 2v2. And it's the tree runaround from Bruton Parker. Nano swarmed out as Benji.
Still find
they
one.
still get 4. and a nano swarm. It's an
Dude,
ace.
it's insane!
Take this man to pros. I'm tired of seeing him in collegiate.
Their tech is only as good as their skill.
Again and again and again. I mean, even with teammates around on the map says, nope, I don't need it. I don't need it. Just waiting, hoping that you just lead him to his devices. Let him make the calls. Let him dictate his own pace, because no matter where it may be, it always seems like whoever he's facing is just willing to buy into it.
It's so non-committal, but yet so committal at the same time. Oklahoma has pulled out almost a different strategy every time. Worming, squirreling, routing in a bend. It's just wild. Because even if all of that doesn't work, throw Winders at the problem. They'll fix it. 2 right in the face of Mound. C-Site's free. Yeah, the rocket fuse is ticking. Send it. You'll get one there too. 3 for Winders.
On par for an ace out of one more player. I mean, this could be back-to-back here for Oklahoma, where every single player, I mean, they're saying we're in a grand finals, right? We at least got to get one round that's a clip. And, I mean, better yet, if when you're in a deficit, this is the time to do it. But Samo having something to say about it, shutting down not only Tommy Gun, but Winders, the one we were looking at, on a 3 spree. You're trying to set this guy up, literally putting him on a physical pedestal that is in this map, but still can't manage to get the kills. In a 1v3 situation, it comes down to 4 tapping, but I mean, this is a scenario that, well, Vipers could usually manage to get through when they had that smoke cloud available, that toxic orb in hand to create some level of cover. But guess what, baby? That's another change Riot made. After the round starts, you can't change that location anymore. You cannot pick it up. It is no longer mobile. It is stuck.
Makes that Viper so much more difficult. Some of that Bruton Parker, I think they're going to have to reevaluate come map 4. Because at this rate, Oklahoma will force a map 4. They look poised to take this one all the way through to completion with their side, lifting up the map win. And the game congratulating them for their victory. Which means a sense that Oklahoma's hyped up for me, honestly. I'm really excited to see it. Will in fact come true. It's an engagement forward. Bruton Parker fall back more so on site. They don't really have much to their name. Sheriff here for 4 tapping. Paranoia in the hand. Laying not too far away towards Hunt. And Oklahoma, I said it, if they don't like what they see on A, they'll take B. Winders is freed in that cubby. They always put them in that cubby. So get the site there if you want, because if I hear noise on site, I'm going through door.
Yep. I mean, again and again, we're going to just play this game. We're going to break that door initially, no matter whether we're rotating or not. Create that option. Create that discourse in the head. Let them know that there is possibilities, and they are quite frankly endless. While you do, in reality, only have 3 options. Still, having to manage to pick one of those in a timely manner, with so much going on, it's really hard to keep track. But one thing you can track is the crosshair placement of these players, which with Caps is a little awkward, but still manages to come out eventually. Just looking to delay time, play it out, and say, I need help. This thing is covered. Let me hold the cross. He's got to be pushing. There's the heart, and there's the kills for Bruton Parker. Limp with a 4K, Bruton Parker with a 7th. They're still in this thing. It's only a 3-round delta when Oklahoma was managing that last map. Bruton Parker wants to maintain it here.
Every round is something new that just changes everything. Limp creating something out of nothing. You broke the rules of alchemy. You're not supposed to be able to create something out of nothing. A Sheriff is enough, though. 2 kills off towards door. Oklahoma's players, they have the line of sight. They fired back. They just missed. I don't know if it's the LAN vibes or it's just a simple mistake, but it's something Oklahoma, they got that kill. That round was easily their 11th. They can move on past the initial stage, double digits. They want this kill though, and it's BBC rushing upon them. Benji is decayed, has Winders, and that's 3 dusted for Bruton Parker. Samo can claw 1 back, but it's a puny 1 to the 3 you've lost on your side.
Going out towards Mound, past it actually, just swinging 1 by 1 by 1. Bruton Parker, I mean, surely they know the rules of Valorant. They can't allow that to happen, but one thing 4 tapping doesn't allow to happen is going to be a pinch coming out. It's a situation where we see that Tommy Gunn feels a little bit cornered, has to cast the Nightfall just to create that space, to make that tether there, and make it present and known of, okay, I know they're both there. I got to create that decay. I got to give myself some breathing room. Got to reset this. But still, it's a 2v1 situation, and it's Bruton Parker coming out on top, making sure to manage one more, taking this up to 8. And, well, this is the point where we have to start managing 2 rounds of the Delta here. First map concluded 13-11, and I don't doubt that no matter what, one way or the other, it may be the same exact thing here.
Timeout. I think that would be smart, honestly. Oklahoma have a lead. But Bruton Parker have now placed them in this bad spot. Bruton Parker calls their timeouts in the pistols when they know they're heading into it. Oklahoma did it in the first half. I hope they do it here.
That's what I'm saying. They're not going to call a timeout. Remember the first time they called a timeout?
It didn't work out for them, I guess.
Yeah, let's do that again.
But you never know. They have plenty of strategies. They have a coach that's guided them well. The base strategy's just been running it down. They highlighted that that was not the winning strategy in the grand finals.
One down.
And they have to stray away from it again. Samuel first blood off on Mound. Damage done. Polar removed. And it's just effective striking. You can
Tommy
live
Gunn
enough.
too, man.
You can only live through so much.
This is Valorant at a different level. We're not shooting heads, we're shooting corners. Just trying to find tick damage and knowing that, well, players are inevitably going to swing something, it makes it that much easier. The head only becomes a factor whenever they want a full swing at you, and, well, I think Oklahoma, at least in this round, has learned that it has not worked out well for them.
9th round, all but guaranteed for Bruton Parker. Bar Civ pulling off the most unbelievable round of Valorant that's ever been seen in the SCL. Bit of flawless for Bruton Parker. They're cheering. I didn't even know what language that was.
English?
Was it? What did they say?
Still, yeah.
That was definitely word. It's definitely a word. It wasn't just yeah.
All right, Schizo's getting to you, buddy.
It wasn't just yeah. It was something else. It's got to be something. They are on the other side of the room, though, and I do have a headset on first and foremost.
It's Oklahoma with another timeout. And, I mean, they're at the point now where you're at a point where you're forcing their hand, quite frankly. They know it didn't work out in the first half, but there gets to a point to where no matter what, if things aren't working, you have to take the risk because how much worse can it really get? We just saw a flawless. It doesn't get any worse than that. And that's not the first we've seen so far. I mean, obviously the entirety today, but in this series too, I mean, things are looking just pretty darn close again and again to where we do see a flawless. It definitely stands out, but they're few and far between. They're definitely doable, and every time they're managed, it's a testament to these teams of what they can do if you put them in the right situation. And Bruton Parker managed there. Every single player to step up, to contribute to something, and better yet, to just be at the right place at the right time. Sometimes we may call it luck. Sometimes we may call it skill. But here, seeing what they've done so far, I just want to call it preparation.
I have to envision that Oklahoma's timeout has actually warranted them something positive in comparison, in contrast, I should say, to theirs in the first half. Oklahoma may have realized they're falling into the same problems they did in the grand finals of our split we just concluded of spring. Just falling into the mentality of running it down. These rounds has just been working into BBC, and instead of working through BBC, it's after. Vinci gets first. Winders gets a huge blink, 170 degrees to limp. Though Cap does get a nice one. That's all Oklahoma is willing to give them, and they'll rush off to the opposing site.
Horses off to the race, but not nearly as urgently as we would typically expect. Still being very, very cautious about what may be lurking amongst the ground in the meantime. Knowing KJ setups are prominent here, knowing the default, checking the VODs, knowing where these setups are taking place. You can't just run just all willy-nilly anywhere, quite frankly. You have to be prepared for what's at hand. So in a retake situation, you got to be just as prepared. Bruton Parker in a 3v4 situation. Oklahoma, Benji, having that lockdown available. That's the one difference maker. You don't have a Hunter's Theory to immediately pop out to counter that. You don't have another lockdown of your own to play simultaneously. It just comes down to player presence, getting the job done. And even then, with the lockdown coming out, these two teams know the perfect timing to get it off, to coordinate with the spike to an extent where, quite frankly, Brute and Parker aren't going to even want to try for this.
Ball back. It's fine. They'll get their 11th. Your job is not over. Is Sam front of back? They know it. And now with Oklahoma, just 2 rounds now away from a match-over scenario for them. I don't know if the timeout was everything, but I do know that Brute and Parker got caught off guard with the huge pickup from Winters early with the showstopper, the one frag on Mound that they failed to refrag quick enough, and then the wraparound that was really fast, a hasty sprint from Oklahoma to A when everyone was anticipating a BC split where they needed to stack the defense on those 2 sites. Oklahoma doing the opposite means Brute and Parker failed to retake and don't even try in the later stages, smartly holding their lives more valuable.
Looking for some early picks, maybe. Some slow players getting caught up in maybe what could be that Tether and Nate combo. But nobody really falling for that seize. Nobody falling victim to that paint shell. Instead, it just comes down once more to just backing up, look at spawn, reset, go once more. It always occurs early. The aggression always comes out quick. So let that burn out and then take the fight. And well, it's Brute and Parker who's ready for it, because still, the longer you wait, the more space you're giving them in this lane. You're allowing them to play towards those pillars. That's so far away, tucked over towards an attacking side spawn where you're almost kind of one with the attackers at that point. You're just more of a spy than you are a comrade.
More tapping on site.
30 seconds left.
Heads and wants to kill him. Limpo takes the limelight. That's 2. 4 tapping joins, and it's just Winders. A 1v5. It's more manageable if you can get some frags here, but it's still a 1v4 in effect, and Limp gives you absolutely nothing. Your Omen can be the best gunner. That's how Brute and Parker have depth on this roster. They're up to 10. They've reached double digits, and Oklahoma's sign of success after that timeout only was worth 1. They don't have the wiggle room to lose another 3 or 4 in a row like they did last time they won a single round.
I know it may sound stupid, but I would love to get a replay just of that peak to see how synced up it was between those 2 players. I thought I was seeing double for a second. It genuinely was just so exact with the character models, the legs, and everything. That, I mean, you would think that it was the same thing, like it is coordinated as an in-game dance. But as it stands so far, the only dance we're taking here is to me tango. It takes 2 to tango, and well, unfortunately, this one is a little bit deadly. Only one will come out. A Viper already getting knocked off. Oklahoma being in a 4v5 situation, having to push out this site, and they don't have the walls for coverage. They don't have those cutoffs to go and play into these lanes. They don't have instant armor deterioration out of the insane agent that is Viper. You just got everyone else, baby. You got to make it work. But Brute Parker is not letting that happen. Limp not only fighting 1, but 2 to coordinate with Caps to just completely corner these players on those stairs and not letting them make an inch of an effort anywhere else.
Brute Parker, no. Give Oklahoma a little bit of space. They'll whittle their way in to an area that they have no right over.
That money. Oh, my God. Truth is capped out.
They'll whittle their way into an area they have no right to be in. They work their way through A main. They lost a player early. They rotate elsewhere. Not a huge deal. But they don't take tree because they know how dangerous it is. They don't have the ability to swing that nor utility to counter it. So they want to take stairs. They want top control of top rope. They want the ability to lap through defender spawn. And BPC know they have paranoia. They know they have the ability to send out Fade Util. They can ward you off from a player of Limb on the stairwell who's willing to blind swing that because they know they're better. That's that Bruton Parker mentality. Let Oklahoma cut themselves off. You hardly have to do the work.
Comes down to this initial peak. A little more information to be given from either side of the map. You can see those jump peaks coming along over on that kind of corner towards Mound, out back towards stairs with the Omen. Everybody wants to understand what's going on, but immediately when anything is given up, it's an answer coming out. It's a standstill from Bruton Parker, making sure that it's just an eco for Oklahoma. Don't go crazy. Don't over-rotate. Don't do anything risky. Just play the game. If somebody's going to do something, let it be a showstopper from Truth. It's something. It'll stall more. It'll force these players' hands. In 20 seconds, you got to get going. And Samo, whether or not you're moving 100 miles per hour or 3, he's going to glitch you mid-air and be ready for anybody else behind him.
Spike down.
Ultimates were ready for Oklahoma. They had a Viper spit. Civ just needed to stay up. Tommy Gun had a Nightfall. That could have been something cooking, something spicy. While there's no spice area like there is on Bind, and how good we saw that map earlier today. We're seeing something outrageous being cooked up.
Oh my
for
God.
Now. A 3v2. Benji with the Vandal now up.
Satchel out.
The bounce is going.
Oh
and
my
Benji,
God.
he's got a covering angle from the shadows. This is an ultimate that just needs to be expunged. And forward tapping reads it! 100 HP!
Oh my
100 HP means nothing if you hit your shots!
Match point.
A situation where, I mean, it's again and again and again and again. This guy is at the point where, quite frankly, he doesn't spell his name correctly like anybody else. Doesn't put it forward. Because usually at the end, you put a punctuation. But this man is that. Whether or not you have questions to ask, he always has answers.
Yeah.
If there's always a little bit of confusion, it's always statements. This guy is the period to the end of almost what feels like every single round because he just lets you know you're done.
Solve for X. That's your answer. X is Benji. He is him in Oklahoma. Off the back of now
Face
26
your
kills for this KJ. Make it 27. They're making sure they want this map over the BPC. Bruton Parker, they'll cap it off. Trade in sight. Tommy Gun, one more. It's just 4 tapping left. Can't sleep on him.
God.
But Oklahoma put him to sleep. 13 to 11. The second map is done, and the series continues 1-1.
You talked about it already. You said, okay, that last map was Oklahoma's pick. Well, this one was Bruton Parker's pick. As I mentioned before, realistically, you could talk about picks all day, but at the end of the day, I mean, we're not the players. We don't understand what their favorite maps are, where they feel more comfortable, what they've been working on. And realistically, they do. They always do, and their ideas are different. So, sure, we could talk about, they're winning each other's picks, but that doesn't matter. It comes down to the server. It comes down to what occurs in that match, because no matter what, both of these games, as I said, literally at the start, that we're probably going to be seeing once again a 13-11. We're going to see these two teams keeping it close as humanly possible without taking it to an overtime. Because they want to win. They don't want to have this keep on rolling. They don't want to have this game panning out. They want to make sure that they win it. And the more overtime that goes on, the more you expose. The more you drown yourself out. The more you have to pitch in. And there's only so much a player can do. But, I mean, realistically, it was Benji and Samo who felt like they could do it all here. The KJs on an absolute tear here tonight.
Lotus is the KJ map. It's the blender. KJ is the blender. And these players have to turn the on switch on. And whether you set it to pulse, whether you set it to high or low, they bring the heat and they cook in the kitchen. And Benji cooked them up a win. And Samo got them close.
Yeah.
But ultimately, Bruton Parker failed to stop Oklahoma. And they ride on through to a third map now with the series tied 1-1, the best of 5. Still very possible to see all 5. But before the next, it's break time, baby. Let's get these players time to talk it through. We'll see you after this break. So much today, Dallas. So much today. So much today. And I can't believe that after all of this, we still have to see Ascent.
Oklahoma's promising me something. They want to keep on hyping it up. They want to keep on talking about it. And I told them I'm forfeiting their series if they go.
Yeah, I'm kicking them out of the league.
If they do.
They don't get. I'm taking back the trophy.
I got to see this exact order. Jet, KO, Sova, Omen, and KJ. They can switch any of those up, quite frankly. Any of them.
Egg, bacon, cheese, biscuit. Bacon, egg, cheese, biscuit.
But,
cheese,
I mean,
egg,
if it's the same thing, the way they're hyping
biscuit,
it up, they're making it seem like they're going to find the lowest pick rate of every single
Deadlock
roll and go
ISO.
for it. Deadlock, ISO,
Clove.
and then Clove, yeah, because just relatively new. But still, even then, I mean, what are we dealing with? Sentinel's Deadlock, and the Duelist would be like probably Neon with how things are going. ISO, obviously, but I think ISO and Neon back-to-back would be kind of like that
Double
nice little
Duelist.
slot.
Yeah.
But regardless, we're not even going there just yet. Sure, we're going to be talking about Ascent, but that's a hot topic. That's a map that everybody knows. But Bind is what's on the table for right now. A very important map, a very quick one. But honestly, with how these two have been duking it out, I think it's only fair to see it go back and forth very consistently here. And knowing what this team has done today, knowing that Oklahoma's probably played this over and over again, knowing that even then they were able to face the fall runner-ups on this map. So I feel like they've had a little bit better preparation, all things considered, for a series like this. But Bruton Parker, I mean, well, here it is. This is what we're used to. We've seen this online so many times. I've seen that four-tapping Yoru so many times now that I think anybody does. And I think Oklahoma has got to be ready for it if even I know that it's coming around.
I believe this map fell to Bruton Parker actually in the spring finals on Bind. Now our League OS page also says it did not go to 5 maps. So I don't really know.
Our League OS page says that half a playoff sitting occurs, so.
Yeah, well, that's our fault, to be fair.
Not ours.
Not ours.
I wasn't paid to do that.
We're talking to Mike. That's all we doing.
I showed up for that. I can tell you that.
I'm here, and I'm here to do business. That's why you got the suits on. Businessmen. But yeah, Bind, stated and slated for Bruton Park. And if they can do that again, that would make the finals, which was on Ascent previously, and a very dominant Ascent as well. It was a close 5 maps, and then the 5th was just a blowout. I think BPC are hoping for that same exact thing here, to use that as their 3rd map win. But they got to get through this one first, and Oklahoma will not be pushed over.
That's cool and all, but I'm excited to see Astra here. That's a little crazy. That's a little kooky. But still, both raises obviously opening up this map. That's to be considered, but who's there for a follow-up? Who has a second duelist to make sure that to kind of be there, to compete in that race for first blood, and just because you're second behind, you find a very quick second. And who else than Bruton Parker to do just that? The four-tapping, Samo there, like that's gonna be disgusting.
So first off, Yoru. We saw Yoru getting brought earlier by what, TTU, right? And we were actually like when they got knocked out, it was actually pretty upsetting.
I mean, a lot of teams are doing it. It's
right?
not crazy. It comes down to whether or not you have a player that can play Yoru. Storm
is the Yoru main. That's the player we've always looked at for TTU. They were one of the first people to bring it in before it was super popular in the SCL and for the collegiate scene. So they were a player I've always looked at. See Bruton Parker opt forward here alongside an Astra. What will happen to that for Oklahoma? Going for that Gecko instead. Having the Sky for that initiation. The Viper. You want to play it off in guard. You want to have that Octagon control. You want to have the Sky next to that Viper. BPC have something nice. And I'm really curious how that IGL potential can work for Astra. She's got to lead the team.
I like it.
Got to get through this round. BPC will put the plant in its B site wholly in their control after getting 2 kills on Hookah.
Here comes the rest of the crew. Nothing much to really work with in hand. Obviously, you're going to have your Gecko with the Dizzy available, but the rest of the utility's going to have to be bought up. But one by one, they're going to move out of this Sky smoke, and they're going to find themselves 6 feet under. 2 rounds to work with. Bruton Parker, I love how they like to start off the map hooting and hollering. And then it's like as soon as Oklahoma gets that first one, all right, yeah.
The fans are really happy when BPC is 0 points against them.
Yeah.
But once they are, you quiet down a little bit. It's power, and you're not going to go 13-0, right? You can cheer the entire match. It's going to be fine.
It's a nice little team exercise. Keeps everybody in check. Lets you know that you're on the same page, and just run it back. Do it again.
Do it again.
Let's
Job's
meet
not
up.
done.
Let's meet up for the next holler. No fist bumps, just straight hollering.
Don't
I'm
leave the
here for
stage this time. Everyone has to stay in their seats next 3 hours. There goes Bruton Parker. 4-tapping that Yoru, making use of the entire kit through that shower exit.
Get him.
And with Civ now lopped off the board. 1 first blood's big. 2 to go 3-0 on Bind on the attacking side start. Could be something that's a little bit too hard for Oklahoma to come back from. The push comes out through Octagon. Garden is in play. Yoru TP's forward. Just 4-tapping. Have it, they do! Though they fall. Truth takes no prisoners.
Oh my God. That's 3 collective kills in the round in the hands of a Spectre. And on a round like that, that's really all I'm counting, quite frankly. Because, I mean, rifle v. rifle combat, that's expected. That's something that we see, something that's standard. But whenever you're working from a deficit, that's usually what screams out to me the most. It shows Bruton Parker being scrappy with the majority of their kills, able to still close that distance, make the impact, get the job done, and, well, carry it on to leave that tarnish that is going to be that player dropped. That numbers advantage going in their direction. Well, we also, off to just that, continue the trend of not having a single map starting off 2-1. So 3-0, we're following that suit. We're probably going to be seeing 4-0 because what guns do you really have to work with here? Not much. So, yeah, I'm here expecting it. Got to see it. How many players live is the real question. It's only 4, and they stick it out. Keep it at that.
What a round for Bruton Parker. The cheers keep continuing. They're happy with it.
I mean, Oklahoma's on 0.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait for that first round.
Waiting for that first round, then it's silence. I hope that's not true. I hope they continue to cheer.
I would love it. I find it so funny, though. It's honestly comical when you think about it. I'm waiting for that first round that Oklahoma wins just to
They'll cheer. They'll go, yeah. And then nothing more for BPC for the rest.
Because ever since that first round, it's not even then. Even if they find a flawless, they're just saying, okay, business. Yeah. No hooting, no hollering, just saying, all right, cool. That happened, I guess.
It's like parents that don't get mad. You got a straight A, but you got an A. You get a score against you. No more cheering, no more happy.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
There's no way. Just out of shower.
They want to get out? Cutting through. Is that a macro? You had to be spamming that like your life depended on it.
The timing has to be the most precise thing in human history. Someone check their skeletal structural. This is Michael Phelps level precision for the sport they're doing. Cannot.
And the ult. Yo, the ult's kind of crazy. The ult's kind of crazy.
That's wild. In a 1v4.
I get limp is scary, but
You did good.
they're saying,
Take
they're
that
saying
fish,
he's getting
bro.
benched.
He's getting
Tommy
fished.
is getting benched. That's the news
No,
that we're
it's
receiving.
fished. Fished, Dallas. They're getting fished. It's a fish. It's thrash.
No, I think he's getting benched.
Oh my goodness. Fine is always a fun show. But the fact you have the thrash charged up that early and you're using it in a 1v5, always good. And we saw a lot of, actually, when I remember correctly, we saw a lot of miscued ults, like mispopped in the grand final. 2 on a sense, specifically.
That was a set. They all played
It
together.
was also late in the night as well. Just something we had talked
Wow,
about.
it's almost like we're experiencing that right now.
That's what I'm saying. It's coming back in. The later we get, these players, when they get dinner, they want to get out of here. But they've got to decide who wins it. And right now, they're neck and neck for it still.
It's at that point once more where Betpick even mentioned it when it came around to the interviews. He said the guys they were messing around. They just made too many mistakes. And, well, there's a lot of factors that go into that. Whether intentional or not, it happens. And we may be in a situation once more where it just occurs naturally. But as things start to unravel, and Bruce Parker gave themselves a very legitimate start to this map, and finally that 4-0 break that we see, broken by 4-1 over and over again. Bruce Parker probably just going to keep picking up exactly where they left off, because there's so much money, there's so much to work with, and well, the players swinging out, it's still a toss-up.
Oh, damage to Fort tapping as well.
God.
They're in tube, they know it. Both sides can pin in. Fort tapping catches them on the drop.
Where's the last?
And Winders!
Classic out of
Won't matter. Fort tapping has
insane.
no ammo. No ammo left. You have to switch to something. In Oklahoma, they're happy with that. They're cheering. They're talking it out. And I like the loudness. I like them getting in the head. I talked about it in the interview after our last series. On stage, yapping is like 60% of the battle of the LAN. It's the nerves, and it's the opponent mere feet from you, constantly belittling you throughout the thing. The moment game's done, it's handshakes and glory, right? They're going to be good friends. They all play Valorant. They're going to be best buddies. But in the moment, it's you versus me, and I'm going to put me first.
It's that point where, I mean, realistically, I don't know how much it really comes down to. It's the mental is something, sure. It's definitely, I mean, at LAN, even online, just mental is so important. It's not really just the LAN thing, and it's not even just the yapping. It's knowing that you personally don't take any of these kills too personally. Like, it doesn't affect you that much, because in a 5v5 scenario, you got to know that if you get mad, there's Benji. Hello. Not really all that shocking considering what we've seen this guy pull off tonight, but if you take it personally that you die and you get mad about it, you're not doing enough, quite frankly. You're not. You should be so busy that you can't get mad. You can't get disappointed. The round is still going on. You can still calm. You can still say something. And if it's just discouraging, you're doing nothing but hurting your team.
It's a different experience, right? Separate a good team and a great team, an exceptional team. Orbital strike through Hookah. They get out of it. That's wild.
Face your fear!
The Nightfall still comes through. It's an A-site push in pursuit.
Cleanest
This looks
day.
like a free plan. Nobody here. They try to move up towards having Samo when they engage in a 1v1. Gets it. Benji, though, in the wraparound, can steal away the life of Caps. BPC said, we got our one, but you had to get more. And Benji knifes out again. A hop and a skip to the afterlife. Down, in Polar. Samo off. A 1v2. Windsor will hop into it. Polar looks the wrong way. Now it's a 1v1. So and truth, the final denominator. It's BPC to 5.
And you're telling me we didn't put this guy on Reyna? Like, come on, nah. It's another match.
Nah?
It's. I mean, sure, raise is relatively required, but I mean, I think you have a double controller. I think you just go honestly. Single initiator, triple duelist, because yours kind of a pseudo duelist.
Dallas, I get it's later in the night,
And
but we
then
gotta be somewhat serious
swap out the
here.
Faye with a Sky where you run that paper wreck
Throw
situation.
Throw
And then boom.
ISO?
Yeah, now you're just faded.
No, Fade's on the other team.
That's what I'm saying. No, we're talking about BBC. Yeah,
Listen,
you're proving my point.
They build
It
this
may be
agent
late for you,
selection.
but
They
it's at a
built
point.
this agent selection. We are not able to harp on it. They would whoop us in a 1v5, and we're the 5. That's what Truth can do. That's what anyone in BBC can do. They're showing it again against a team like Oklahoma who do the same damn thing. Caps off goes Tommy. Bowler in a 1v4. They're getting swept upon in back halls, and Limp has no fear, man. No fear.
Oklahoma has 2 on the board, and Bruton Parker,
still cheering.
there was a cheer. So good for them, honestly.
I'm honestly shocked we haven't heard like big cheers, like BBC, one more round, win this round. Like, I don't know. If you have a crowd, you bring it out. Show some rep.
Well, timeout coming out from Oklahoma. I mean, it makes sense for them to go ahead and pop it here. We're relatively early, all things considered. But, I mean, still in a situation where, I mean, you're at the point now where over and over and over again, we're not 8-1. And this is kind of a game where you don't expect the 8-1s to be coming out. You're never going to reach that deficit between these two teams. Or realistically, you shouldn't. So you have to understand that, well, 6-2, it's kind of that same differential, the same amount of rounds, no matter what. But, I mean, it's all kind of ballpark at the end of the day. Making sure to get a grasp of what's going on here, and the earlier you can do that, sure, the better it's going to look. But I like the fact that Oklahoma is also doing it before Eco, just like we saw Bruton Parker do earlier. Giving themselves not only a chance to kind of talk about insurance, knowing that this round it's not going to be just nothing, but every single Eco round, you're not thinking, you're not stressing just every single muscle in your brain. You're just saying, just try your best. Find a kill possibly, and then maybe the mid-round call will give us something to work with. You're talking about the round after. You're talking about what happens based on how many weapons are dropped, how much money is accumulated in terms of the kills, or whether or not a spike goes down, or what all that else may be considered. But with a pretty good start, pretty solid flash coming out, and a pretty nice lockup with damage done on the Windsors, it's at a point where Oklahoma, understandably so, they were trying something. It was kind of a quick call, but it's not really anything elaborate.
They wanted Windsor inside of Showers. They wanted to play something. Not a bad idea. They got spotted in the process of rotating them into the deep side of Showers. So they had to get out, fan shell the counter, lose that out, very low on HP, and they eventually will be finished off squarely. In Oklahoma, Aaron and Eco, they're going to do what they can, and what they can do is walk towards BPC through TP and forfeit their life just as quickly. Kohler's on site, spotted off from short. It's a hit from that range, a dink, but it does not finish. Before tapping's forced to go with the secure instead, and Benji, who was off alone on that B side, now has to come to A and come to terms with what's going to kill them, and it may just be that player in heaven. They fire a Bucky, but I don't think they give a Bucky about what you're doing at that range. They're going to go ahead and lap around, and they just, I don't know, buy time, secure something, talk it out. They'll die via TP to the detonation of the spike.
I was looking to wait things out, hoping players were hounding down. Honestly, that's kind of crazy. That's the one place that isn't checked. Looking at kind of play close, I love this.
So close.
Love it. I wonder, I'm curious to know whether we have a util counter to know whether or not Benji's going to be, that went out of his hand or not. Because, I mean, it was green. The Poison Cloud doesn't come out till, like, the very end.
It's good.
So
He has it in his hand. He doesn't bond yet.
Good deal.
Well, I guess he has bond.
These guys know they could buy anything in the shop.
Instant.
With exactly. Closing their eyes.
I still did
using
CS
their feet, like
just
moving the mouse with their feet. Like they know it that well. So, I mean, I doubt even if it was a millisecond before the clock went down, it'd be a millisecond after where he manages to get that focus off. But all things considered, BPC close out one more round. They get themselves a guaranteed advantage as the conclusion of the half is looking to kind of come around the bend, but as it stands so far, Oklahoma, they don't want to have any of it. They were talking about the eco, and they made sure to get that timeout in beforehand, but that wasn't the round they were discussing. It was this one, and they make sure you know it.
That is a major round for Oklahoma. Talked so much about the minimum you need, and Bind was pretty heavily won by BPC last time they faced each other, right? They took the victory. Oklahoma don't want to let it get out of hand, because if it does, you're saying GG go next, and I'm going to say it. I think their changes on Ascent against BPC are purely theoretical till it's in the actual map. And if it's wrong, it may just be very wrong, because BPC on Ascent is the scariest version of BPC you can have. So having that be the fourth and possibly final map, not where you want to be for OU.
Getting the Vipers pit out off rip, over back towards B-Long, looking to cut things off and force these players. If they want to go for that approach to B, they kind of go to the chokehold that is Hookah. Because in the meantime, you're going to be seeing some circumnavigation. You're going to be seeing these players force these guys back and force them up and maybe funneling in towards that B side. Because in the meantime, it's a lot of battle. It's a lot of blood being shed just to maybe force these players somewhere else. And even then, perfect timing.
Wow.
I don't know in this game if you can really hear reloads like that, but regardless, it was timing nonetheless.
I mean, that's just feels like it is. It's way too coincidental otherwise. And Oklahoma does that kill, get that major advantage in player count. Boone Parker's limp rotates off towards A. From the shadows, they get control of heaven, and the question will be where Oklahoma's remaining three now are. Assumption, you died at Showers with a teammate. Probably gonna come, sorry, not Showers, Spikes with a teammate. You're likely gonna see them come through A short. That is the case for at least two. Limp takes damage, that tells you more. Showstopper out, Oklahoma want it. but they don't know where to put it. They'll get the shot instead. Truth tosses out the Nightfall. Is it above? Do they have the space? They get spotted on the exit. It's just a matter of buying time. Double swung! And Windsor! Can Windsor do it all? I think so, honestly.
It's the stress that kicks in there. Even then, just a slight mistake of extending and forcing yourself into that corner of Showers where you can play it out towards the right. You keep on jiggle picking it. You can play around that wall. You can force them to shoot and know that they're going to be using and expending bullets in the process to maybe get that timing once more. But, I mean, I understand the element of surprise and that it's not a mistake. It's intentional. It's something they just wouldn't expect, but still. It's so much. You just got to play into the numbers game at this point because that's all this is. With BPC being up, guaranteed by at least 2 at the end of this half. Worst case scenario for them. But Oklahoma, they want that. They're only 1 round off, and I don't blame them if they manage to cap it.
No ultimates for either side. And there's no way BPC can get one online. 2 for caps. Maybe you hunt for that. The cost divide is really darn nice, Dallas. It's a bit out there. Polar could get the orbital strike. It's a little bit further back, solidify that defense and try to get a kill or wrap through for an ultimate. No matter what the case may be, you need to help me because it's pushing through quickly. Tommy gonna get 1 each. Samo, though, gets 3. And what was so good for Oklahoma has now been thrown back in their face with Bruton Parker in the lead now in a sight take. With Spike going down. Paint Show to ward it off away from Hookah. Samo, though low on HP, has assistance on sight, and they can just throw that number. Force the retake on it, a trade. And Polar, I don't know how you get away with that one, but it's done. It's a 2 versus 2 of the orbital strike to keep them away from 2. Hide them out from the smoke.
God.
But it's the Octagon holder of truth. No, that's Hookah. Polar's in a really, really rough spot. The haunt in. Caps can see it. And Truth is him. It always really will be, Dallas. Truth has been lights out for Bruton Parker College.
Yeah, really clear around there. I mean, just considering the kind of stance, finding that extra blood, putting it in a 2v1 situation, making sure numbers go in your favor, especially when you got the spike ticking down to that degree. You might as well go ahead and just pack it up and head home, at least for that round. Now, I'm not saying for this entire series because obviously Oklahoma, I've had every single right to pitch into this fight. But as it goes on and another pistol round, another half, we're not going to see that same 4-0 fashion. I may just curse it into existence, but obviously if it was to happen, I want it to happen to Oklahoma. I want to see them wake up. I want to see them play this game. And even then, if it happened, I wouldn't be too surprised, all things considered, because Winter's now being on that attacking side. It's going to be deadly. It's going to be a massive pain for BPC. But honestly, with the Astra available, that's something that I don't think a lot of teams can really get adjusted to on a map like this because it's just not that often.
Winders tries to rush forward.
Oh, there's Limp. Straight out.
That classic right click didn't
Take
kill.
my
I
spot.
don't think they could either. Board tapping Sheriff at Wallbank's Polar. Limp gets the refrag for Siv's kill. Caps falls to the hands of Benji, and you've now got a 2 versus 3, though BPC barely in the lead because Limp's quite low. The same thing can be said for your Viper of choice of Benji. Now it's sitting with the spots. TP taken by Tommy Gun. They've got spike control, and they'll move it off towards the B side, but their Viper is trapped on A inside Showers. But that kill, and the fact there's still 45 seconds means they can do whatever the hell they want now. It's 40 seconds that is squarely Oklahoma's to play with.
The best part is, in these kind of pistol round situations, is you don't even have to really throw your life on the line. Tommy Gun, having that wingman to work with, can go ahead and just have him scout the area out for you. Go ahead and put that spike down, little buddy. And if you get shot, I know where to trade you. You're an extra body now. You are going to benefit us. You are part of the team. You may just be code, but as it stands right now, you're part of the squad. Benji, honestly, a one-man army. Doesn't really need help. Can be anywhere, anytime, and can manage to find clutches left and right. But what you need to manage to get right now is one more round. And with Limp only being a bullet, it's going to be pretty easy to manage that.
Hey, those pixels are real to me. Wingman can be my duo anytime, except I'd more likely have to be the body to throw at it instead. If people are able to actually utilize that Gecko kit so seamlessly, Gecko is an unbelievably powerful agent. And Astra's already difficult enough to deal with. So I'm not shocked to see that Bruton Parker opt for one person that takes so much responsibility for the team instead of having two. Because if Gecko dies, that's so much of your kit, so much the lead-in for your team gone. So it's the same thing if you lose that controller. Oklahoma wardening off. They want Showers. BPC in a bad spot, feeling the pressure from the mosh pit. A jump in at the right time and a jump up for Winders at the wrong one. And it's Bruton Parker getting first blood and a Phantom for free for Samo.
Yeah. Go ahead, take the upgrade. You have my Ghost, I have your Sheriff, and you get a Phantom. So I feel like that's a fair trade. I'll take that. Looking for any kind of caliber upgrade you can work with. And honestly, this, coming around that corner, great swing. Go ahead and react with that gun if you can. But in a 4v4 situation, door tapping. Also got an upgrade in the process from that. So a Sheriff being something to work with. Civ finding one as well, picking up that Phantom that was dispersed, trading out the Spectre for it. Everybody's just looking for this domino effect of who comes out with the guns at the end. Better yet, where does it come from? Because not only am I looking at this kind of, potential war that's going on site, I'm looking across the map as well at Caps to see what he can see. That same situation. But what the timing's going to be there for?
Bruton gets a pre-fire that actually tags Benji. Benji wants to make sure that doesn't go unpunished. Oh my God! That paranoia timing is gorgeous from Bruton Parker, and somehow still Benji stops it. Tommy Gun guns you down. Caps is off the board. 4-tapping Sheriff close by a teammate. And Benji, how gorgeous has it been so far around Lamplights? And it doesn't seem to stop until Limp has to force them to. Tommy Gun has the gun. A big gun instead of a Sheriff, which is really half the battle of that round, it seems. Oklahoma are tallying up to get closer because they let it go 8-4 at half. It's at least 8-6, only 2 behind. The delta only minimal.
The pistol round of the one after, done and dusted behind us. I mean, obviously, Bruton Parker making that feel almost kind of like a bonus round with how they were able to scrap up some things and get the job done to some degree. Make it interesting, as I always say when it comes to this team. But now this is the point where they have the full buys. And while Oklahoma have guns as well, I think realistically this is a half, but there's a point to go ahead and break that entire pattern we see over and over when it comes to the first 3. Now would be the time to do it. A very, very well-placed Siege, almost able to manage to get the paint shell kills off the back of it, but Sambo is not expecting a player back towards Spices still. So, I mean, man, you're at a time now where, what can you do? Who are you fighting? Where are they? What I love is even then, Oklahoma knows that somebody's still inside. Is it the Rays name? No, that came through. We heard a second TP. Who is it? Well, no other than the truth. Wanting to take these fights, wanting to win these wars, asking for the assistance, and Caps is here to do exactly that.
Caps, the wingman you need. Bruton Parker opting not to bring Gecko. And Oklahoma say, yeah, that's a tantalizing frag and Showers, but we've overstayed our welcome in mid. Let's fall on back. We'll wait a little bit behind with the spike to make sure nothing goes wrong. Winders
waiting.
Just
30 seconds left.
Boost packs in to Limp. Bruton Parker now stuck in a spot where they have full control. They can let Oklahoma step stage. They can let them take the limelight for just a moment because with only 15 seconds left, they have to plant on A. The rotate would be too much because 4-tapping is playing that so darn well. The read is as pristine as you can ask for it. Dallas is checking if they're looking. He's that shocked. Unbelievable.
4-tapping just knew exactly when to turn around.
Ball back. His team at Shower no longer sees them on sight. They don't see them plant. They don't hear it. 4-tapping's going to fall back. It's just a really great read, driven from communication for the rest of the roster.
I mean, yeah, that accounts for the 2 players on site. That makes sense. You already have the coverage. You're looking back towards that spawn. You know that the spike didn't go down. You know that shots would be taken if the actual fight was met towards the back of those Radiant crates. Right towards spawn, that's a 1v1 situation on an island. But one thing that isn't going to be the score once more. Bruton Parker managing to get another round to play with. Sure, not the best buys in the world to really meet it. You could see Limp opting in for an upgrade, but, I mean, the Guardian's just the same thing as a Vandal. You're expected to hit that first shot anyways. Why not just save the money, have the same type of caliber, the one-shot headshot from anywhere, better penetration through walls, but even then, better first shot accuracy.
Bruton Parker on the defense, falling into that role quite nicely. Getting a little bit of contention, but really not that much. They don't have the Sky. They don't have the Viper that can sit inside Octagon, sit inside Garden, and hold it so easily by themselves. A little bit of utility. So Oklahoma will take up the fight quite deep in through B long and play for as safe as possible. They did take that TP, and that puts a player there, and they're waiting. Bowler, did they do that on purpose? Did they mean to? Did they intend to? They're going to have to send the rest of the team there because of that. And BBC were waiting. 3 kills
Good
to the
trades.
2 back from Oklahoma.
Last
They
player
don't last
standing.
much longer
Just
because
isolated
4-tapping cuts off Benji and Tommy. 30 HP. The Guardian will always kill there. And it's double digits, Bruton Parker.
Just win your ones. I mean, they took that to heart. Just over and over and over again. That wasn't even really a team effort kind of round. That was just everybody winning their ones, doing what's necessary, clocking in and doing their job. And it's a critical round, too, because not only do you find yourself double digits often, but you put yourself in a situation where you're reaching double digits, where Oklahoma's now in an eco. And even then don't have much to work with. Like, you have what feels like the world, the showstopper, to go ahead and just shoot right towards the middle of a Viper's Pit if it does come out. And while that's not necessarily a guaranteed kill every time, it's more than likely damage. And it's guaranteed to at least be a force of a movement to some degree. But Flint firing towards just anywhere on the map, playing towards that A main, able to secure a kill with the healthy is.
Whoa!
As it stands up back towards B long, where we see a big skirmish going on. It's an eco from Oklahoma, so you're expecting that fight to go in Bruton Parker's direction.
4-tapping in a firefight with the judge. Two pulls of the trigger. They are barely damaged. That is some wild buckshot randomness. Pat Winters is going to be pissed about. And Oklahoma are getting paid the price of flawless.
Wow.
Thanks to 4-tapping's retreat, the Yoru kit coming big. And Bruton Parker hold strong on the map they held before and look to be poised to continue to hold their way.
I'm so happy to see this. I mean, over and over again, just seeing like how Oklahoma's playing this just over and over and over, taking these timeouts, understanding that, okay, we should probably be utilizing this time to the fullest extent. We should be getting ourselves in a situation and understanding the weight of the situation at hand. And over, they keep taking these timeouts. This is not during that area of luxury that we saw during that first half where they were going into a pistol. This is a full buy round they are heading into. Not only a full buy round that they're going to have, more than likely their last, if they don't end up winning this, but also a point where they can't even really just discuss game plans. They have to just talk about theoreticals because Bruton Parker has 4 ultimates to play with, and they could just let you have sight and then just press X from every single player and just completely flood you. And if you can manage to put Truth on the front lines and maybe manage to, or at least circumnavigate, get one and pop a really fast Nightfall to just completely culminate this team into utter chaos at a singular instance, then that's something you can't really plan for.
Bruton Parker, they're a team that's hard to plan for in general. But Oklahoma may be forced to use that plan in a sense a whole lot sooner than they wanted. Looked like double the tally could come through, but Oklahoma have guns in the attack, and they want this A-side to handle the speed. It worked for VPC. Why can't it work for me? The mosh pit keeps them back. Can't rush them down completely. Truth has the raise nearby. The showstopper wants it. And it finds it. Samo. Off is Benji. They put them there, and he's forced to stay there. That's an overexpenditure, an overextension from Oklahoma.
I'm out of stuff.
Good team shots to come out. Good push towards the site. Nothing really stopping you besides the paranoia, but you understand that that's just more of a ruse flip it somewhere on site, but it was not that lineup. It's the rest of the team you have to
Spike
worry
down
about.
A.
The timeout came into play, but still, once again, it was another situation where it is Bruton Parker's timeout. Oklahoma just handed it to him.
Match points for match 3, and Bruton Parker. They were good on bind prior, and they're good on bind again. And this is an Oklahoma side. You got money, you gotta use it, but it ain't much. The couch cushions weren't so giving, and Santa Claus, well, he only comes once a year, and that time's quite past due.
Match point scenario here in mind. I mean, just again and again and again. It feels like we've been in this map so much, and even then, better yet, one of them being in overtime. It feels like we've been here forever. But this is a match to where it's got to conclude to be special. Because Bruton Parker won it, and they're making sure that it's worth every single last second of effort. Because even in some good exchanges, starting off aggressive, making sure to kind of throw a little bit of a curveball out there, still understanding the weight of the situation, understanding where these players can be lurking about, and understanding that, well, they're quite widely dispersed. With all these ultimates in hand, you'd expect them to do exactly what Bruton Parker did the last round. Bring them all together, get the job done. Just throw all these ultimates out there, maybe something will come from it. But there is so many rounds behind it to get it done, and well, in a situation like this, when you're 6 rounds behind, it's the biggest deficit we've seen of the night so far. And, well, it's on, once again, Oklahoma's map pick. But once again, can't really discuss that too much because as much as you talk about Bruton Parker and their ascent, Oklahoma, they're ready for this one. They've talked about it, and it's going to be the next thing on the tablet.
They have confidence, and if there's anything you could say, a team that's confident, they better hope they bring it up to the table, and it's make it or break it anyways for them. They talk all this game about the strategy and ascent just to have the map drop so poorly. That's not going to be it. But Bruton Parker College look very, very good. Damn good, Dallas. In Ascent. If it's any half of what it was previous, it was like a 13-3 game. It was a landslide for them in Ascent in that finals. It felt weird to have it in like that whenever the map was so close. They've got to have an absolutely crazy strategy cooked up. But every time I mentioned it to Oklahoma players, they gave me a smirk, they gave me a grin, and they were ready for it. So we'll see that map. We'll see that strategy. But after a break, they got to talk because Bruton Parker College just threw a thorn in their side. the mysterious phone man on the big stage. He's not lying. Go grab a Red Bull. They're supplied here at the venue. It's going to be a long one. And follow Esports SEL on Twitter. But if this does turn into a long one like Oklahoma are planning, I mean, I'm sure they're planning it to be a landslide victory for them, but I'm expecting it to be a long one if their strategy even pans out in the slightest. Get your seatbelts tied. You're in for even more action as it gets later and later into the night. We've been here all day, and it does not seem poised to stop.
It definitely doesn't. And it's a double-edged sword. I mean, right, it's getting late, but, I mean, it's also getting good. That's just how it goes.
It's just so dicey.
It's the collegiate scene. It doesn't only apply for esports. It applies for most things in college. The later it gets, the more fun we start to have, realistically. Yeah. But, I mean, seeing how things are going so far, this is where we should notice some peak entertainment. I should get a second win here. As much Red Bulls as we have in front of us, I think realistically seeing a good, interesting comp on Ascent is going to just be exactly what I need. Just be ready to roll, where I could take my flight tonight, realistically. But honestly,
I'd love that.
I mean, we both would. I would love to have a whole bed to myself to sleep in, but that's just not the case because we could be here for so much longer. We could really get things going. But, I mean, Ascent, this is where it really comes down to it. Obviously, now at a map point or series point, that's where a lot of considerations, a lot of conversations start to occur. But here specifically because, I mean, Oklahoma keeps talking about it, and I'm waiting for them to completely bait us. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I genuinely think that's what it is. They keep on talking about it, but I feel like they just know because it's not a running joke, but it is a genuine, not hatred for this map, but everybody knows how much I talk about it. And probably the reason Riot's like, don't put this guy on main stage purely because our favorite map, he's going to bash on it so much.
That's why. That's it right there.
It's just how it works.
Are they singing Katy Perry up there?
It's just at that point, man, where Ascent, this one, if the rest of them have been 13-11, this one, quite frankly, has to be 13-11. But I think that's going to be the beauty of the situation is when we expect it, that's what at least comes around. So I feel like we're not going to be seeing a 13-11. We just saw 13-6, and I feel like if we really kind of get a gap working, it's going to grow more and more. I did say those kinds of agents earlier, so they're probably going to just be picking it to mess with me. But I'd love to see it. Wait.
He's talking about the Viper.
Huh? Oh.
No, this is normal for Bruton Parker.
Yeah.
This is Bruton Parker.
Oh my, I know.
Benji, just lock it in, man. Don't tease us.
Yeah, I mean, I knew y'all were baiting the entire time.
He's teasing us. He knows it.
Benji's trying to count it down.
He's
going to count down to
KJ.
KJ.
I'm so
surprised.
Let's go. I'm so
That's
surprised.
Something different.
Benji's one of two. Cypher and KJ. What a shocker.
Between the two, I'm rooting for Bruton Parker purely because they made two changes. They made two.
It's not, yeah.
They have a Sky in place of AKO. I mean, we've already seen this before, though. And then instead of, obviously, instead of that Sova, they have a Viper. So one change compared to two.
Yeah.
We've seen Yoru on this map.
Yoru's pretty good on this map.
And we've seen him work on this map. We've seen Phoenix on this map and work before.
Phoenix actually, this is the only map I think Phoenix can play competitively on. You were talking about what you thought the change could be in terms of duelists. I noted you did not say Phoenix earlier, which I was going to say, actually, Phoenix is ridiculous on Ascent. It's the only map Phoenix can ever play.
Yeah.
Sometimes Haven. But Haven's no longer in the pool, so it does not matter, and they cannot do the new 3 map. Otis is not going to work out for it. The first round, it's Oklahoma on the
Honestly,
defense.
that's a big concerning factor to me, though, because Benji looks so comfortable and in his element on the KJ that's the trade they make of anything.
Benji is a Cypher player. There is no
Tonight,
more of a
Benji has
Cypher
proven
role.
to be a KJ player, so we'll see.
Benji's just proven to be a sentinel. How about that? They've proven to be a player, the player right now for Oklahoma.
The player of all time.
They are the player of all time. They are the Cypher main in this lobby. Which unfortunately is not saying too much. Bruton Parker would not bring that to save their life. Samo into the gates, out the tree. Back. That should have been a headshot, but it won't matter. Big BC get 3. And Civ, the only one to find something there, needs to scrap something else for the rest of the team. As Polar, no more tailwind, no more success. Has to wait for a teammate to join them, and they're going to go through door instead, and it's a pistol round. That door's been tight. You can break it down. It's going to be a lot of noise, and it's not really going to happen.
Point where Bruton Parker just holding things out on the safe side, waiting for a retake to occur. They're going to be waiting probably a while. Polar able to find a nice little shot there, but you're just kind of waiting time, quite frankly. Letting these players push up, knowing that they'll eventually get around to it. I love this clearance. Able to kind of throw that cage out, make sure to maneuver to the bottom side and take a different angle there, but you know where everybody else is. And there's 3 players lurking about a way to take some shots, and there it is. Bruton Parker opening things up with the first round, winning the pistol. We just know that 3's going to follow after this, right, for another 4-0 because it's happened every single map thus far. But in this one, it's a sin, and it's where, honestly, Bruton Parker, we know their composition is to be expected. I'm still going to be waiting to see really what they can manage here because obviously we're looking at Benji, we're looking at this Cypher and what it can really accomplish, but even then more so, I was expecting something different in the Duelists. We talk about the Phoenix, and even then I was hoping Oklahoma would make Bruton Parker eat their words because so many teams, they're not reluctant to speak on interviews, but they just kind of don't really want to have these discussions. They're afraid they're going to reveal too much. And Bruton Parker, honestly,
best interview we've had.
Been that point where they discuss their entire game plan, put it all out there to the world because they say it doesn't make a difference. They say it all comes down to the jet. And what if Oklahoma said, we don't bring it jet? They didn't opt for that.
Yeah. The whole thing for the Vipers to counter that speed, to counter the two.
And if you just bring a Phoenix and use it as another smoke to flash out of, that would have been perfect.
Yeah.
But what do I know?
Not enough, apparently. Oklahoma knows more. Hey, they're the ones up on that stage. They've shoved us off to the side. That must mean something. Toxic screen, not something you see often in a sense. It looks like BPC will place it up early for maybe a potential brew up on that B lobby side. But it really won't matter. Everyone else is on A, and that side is free, baby. BPC are just going to clear it out as best as possible. And they'll let that KJ extend once that's confirmed. Once the noise is made, that spike starts going down, you'll start to hear footsteps. A KJ extending too far open, actually. Truth, did they get spotted? They did. And you'll have to leave one behind. They're going to hunt for him. Truth, just a distraction. But they want the weapon, and they may get it. Hunting 2 with the white swing. Civ takes down Truth. But that's so much time. That's so darn annoying for Oklahoma to have to wrap around to go for it. And Bruton Parker know that they have to come from this south side. They must come from attacker spawn, and they just gotta click heads. Nothing changes the status quo. 4-tapping a Sheriff, eats a bullet at Samo after getting their one. And Civ has to help the teammate in attacker spawn, but the smoke doesn't come up fast enough. Wenders. It's it. The round. The map. It's turning out like we expected so far, with BPC having a really good start to it.
BBC almost forgot to do the cheers.
Yeah,
it was kind of
silent
oh wait, they have 0 points. Like we gotta do it. But
it ain't over.
It's still second round and done and dusted. And I mean, there's a lot of game to go. But even then, it's up to the players of whether or not this comes to a conclusion quickly or whether we really go the distance here. But this round is really what matters most because we could see a bit of an actual pattern being broke. This is where we see so many teams end up in the 2-1, but today we've seen so many 3-0s. In this entire series, back-to-back, we've seen 4-0s again and again without any real deviation from the status quo. So I would like to see something like that happen. I would love to see even then maybe more, maybe less. But even then, it could be exactly the same. Good little no-scope coming out, but you're right next to each other. It's to be expected. And still, with everybody lining up, I'm surprised Sid just doesn't swing a bullet hits 3 people.
Spike down A.
That Seeker gets out for 4-tapping. Wenders will get the kill afterwards, but the whole point of it was to try to keep them back. That does not count anymore. And BPC had to Shrouded step forward. They want to get to that corner to pick up the spike once again. It's inside tree. They've got a player that's just extended out from arches. The Aldrone will spot them and give so much more intel. As Wenders will transition. Not with much fervor, though. They're playing very patient, waiting for that dark cover to dissipate. Bruton Parker place it. You never know what's lying within it. Do we make that return to CS? Who says they can't with Val? Truth sitting inside tree. Wenders setting up a paranoia, no dark cover to the bottom side of hell. They get sent there by Truth. Tommy rushes to sight, the Odin comes big, and it may find 3, and it does! Tommy Gunn breaking the 3-0 start we've seen and
4-0.
turning Oklahoma to a 2-1 lead, or 2-1 start.
Finally getting back to making things normal. 2-1 split. You can tell that Oklahoma, they're ready to play for this one. And if there's any place to realistically kind of rope it all back in and go back to the normal, it's going to be here, where teams, quite frankly, just can't go ahead and overextend, do anything insane. I mean, you can change up compositions, but every single approach, I've said it over and over again that this map has been played so much where there has to be 2 separate games that are played the exact same. I'm talking down to the millisecond shot crosshair placement, every aspect of a match that you could imagine. And, well, for it to go to 2-1 here, it makes sense. It's good, though, still on Oklahoma's side. It's not much of a lackluster attempt by Bruton Parker. Still make it difficult. Still knock every single gun out, except for that one Odin. But that's the one gun that isn't really very much of a rogue variable. You know it's going to be on B every single time. It's the rest of that deal. Okay. And things are still going to change. It's going to be, per usual. Same business.
Shots around the corner. Odin just spraying through. Darker half players here, but it's actually off. The first blood's come. Caps has claimed so much land. One off towards defender spawn on B, and the one wrapping around through Garden. And you've now got a huge lead in truth.
Oh my God!
You have got to be one of the nastiest Sheriff players we've seen. Throw back the Reyna. Give me it again. I want Icebox again, man. Who says you can't play the same map twice?
I had to take a little bit of damage. I swear that was out of the one-tap threshold in terms of range. But, I mean, hey, got done nonetheless. Anything with one player surviving. It's no Benji. We're not going to be shouting Benji's name to be clutching things out. We're going to be shouting Benji's name to Ryan. Get out of there. Survive. But, I mean, we expect Benji to at least get something. And, well, meets at least that standard.
Yeah, it's hard to see Benji go down without a frag, right? They don't tend to miss. It's just right now a lot of the other team is starting to feel the pressure, I would say. Knock on the wrong door.
So now things are. I mean, knowing what's going on here, Oklahoma, another round they have to surmount. 2 more just to kind of put this thing into some equilibrium. But knowing how this is playing out, seeing what they're doing, this round isn't going to be the one they do it. Obviously, the last one, Bruton Parker's name was written all over it. So many players surviving. It took a rogue, man, that being Benji, to even get something done. Just to find even one. Everybody else couldn't find one collectively. So what's done? Well, we'll see. Shouldn't be much if we're really trying to make guesses. But Bruton Parker could probably let up one more because the post plant, they're more than likely going to go hunting once more.
Link's lagging back. Wants to wrap around. It will not matter. You can see that OU side hunting for more. They'll recollect that weapon. Now both players will have something in the back pocket. BBC now know where both are coming from. They'll set up one to finish spawn, one just close around walkway. The other one inside mark. Bowler peeks up for intel. Did they see that much? Did the up trap tell them enough to really send it forward? And while they had the crosshair mostly right, the crosshairs of the competition were just as clean. Bruton Parker get their 4th. In Oklahoma, I don't know if this agent selection's done enough yet, but we haven't really seen the true depth of it yet. We'll probably wait till the second half and we see them on the attack to make true judgment. And Cypher, I just don't know how that counters the fact that your Jet is just getting picked apart.
I mean, it's a big thing you got to look at. We talk about the Jet, or better yet, Bruton Parker does. And we talk about the difference in Jet. Well, Polar's making a statement for himself starting this one off. Blade Storm in hand, already surmounting one, updraft invested early to kind of get through that window. That's the only one you have to work with, no longer a double. I mean, that was changed a while back. As much as you would love to kind of pop up for a second surprise, that's just not an option. A great hold so far good kill surmounted by Bruton Parker to at least kind of keep things relatively close, but Oklahoma has so much to work with. Every single player has an ultimate. The Bladestorm, I always talk about it, it's more of a rogue variant, but all they're doing is biding time. Caps right down the middle of the map, finding a singular kill. You're saying, is something else going to come out of this? Just anybody else kind of wandering around, and you know that, okay, more than likely seeing a KJ turret towards tree, and knowing that you hold down B pretty well, why go for anything different? But they don't want to shift their attention. They just want to put a rogue variable out there once more to get them the space, to cause a little bit of a rotation. Any budging at all coming out from Oklahoma out of that standstill they were trying to stack on top of that B site is going to be just more than enough for them to make leeway.
3 versus 2 in this post-plant scenario. 1 play through market, 1 defender spawn. Tommy's under the Odin. That's stall. Not stalled enough. Barker College have to swing the next corner, but they can wait for Oklahoma to have to come to them. Turret's place, distraction. And Bruton Parker gets their 5th and are celebrating physically at stage. You can hear them roaming around up there. That was pretty interesting. Not sure what's happening. But that is a solid position to sit in, because now Oklahoma are going to be in a credit spot where now we can buy up something. Do we contend? Do we have to fight? How stressed are we on credits? What's going on? Because, oh my goodness, the Sheriffs, the Rivals aren't doing it. When are the Sheriffs going to do it?
Who knows? I mean, I don't see Ascent really being too much of a 13 map. I mean, everybody knows what goes on here. Everybody knows all the angles, so you're not really getting caught off guard. Actually, the only surprise on Ascent, more times than not, is just swinging something you typically wouldn't, or that you're not supposed to. So, I mean, there's a point where, I mean, you got to step up. You got to just make sure these guns that are in hand are going to do enough. The Sheriff being in hand, I mean, they are going to do enough. You got to make sure to find the angles. Typically going to play on that B site, but Bruton Parker, they always got guns, so they're never really forced anywhere.
That's a first blood for Bruton Parker.
I've got your trail.
That doesn't tell you enough, though. It's just 1 player off on the A site. Cap snaking another one. Bruton Parker have a 2-player lead, and Caps ain't done. How many players will you feed into solos, Oklahoma?
Player standing.
Bruton Parker take 1v1s, and they gobble you up. I get it's thrifty, but if you're bringing only Sheriffs, you're bringing something like an Ares. String with 2, man. Get your 1s, make it expensive. I know it won't matter at the end of the day. They're almost stacked for cash, but goodness gracious.
Only 1 round on the board here for Oklahoma. A very tough time here on Ascent. And I was looking to Benji, seeing that differential, and I gotta say, I mean, now looking at it, this is the first time we've seen him at the bottom of the board.
Yeah.
I mentioned it earlier. I mean, just you got to be obviously adjusted to KJ's utility. I get it. You want to do something different, but Bruton Parker have done just that. They've done it more so. They haven't changed one aspect, as I mentioned earlier. They've now changed 2, and they haven't changed it up to counteract anything, to play some small game of rock, paper, scissors over the course of this matchup. It's more so just, okay, we're going to play what we play because we know we play it better. Because no matter what, nobody's not going to run Jet here. Yeah. So that's what their matchup is made for. If somebody else wants to go ahead and step up to the plate, start hitting shots, start slamming these guys and showing them that, well, there's a new threat on the field. It's going to come out of fairly soon, quite frankly.
Talk about standout players in the previous series. One was Sika, we were looking for. Panda Tank. Those players you look at and say, in any scenario, they could change the game. Benji's that for Oklahoma. Benji's been really dry in a sense. And when they were that change-up pick, I don't really know if that's doing much. Now, to be fair, if they just don't peek B, it's hard to make use of Benji. But Bruton Parker brute force speed. And they'll get that first blood, not giving you very many chances to refrag, which makes Benji's stat line even harder to keep up in a very positive way. It's a tree-sided push coming out for Bruton Parker College.
There you go. First blood on the field.
It's off inside. That clears out tree. Parker, BPC have switched it up. They've gone through bottom mid. That'll clear away themselves from the utility that's stacked up right outside of B main. And there's no KJ turret to lock down that door. That'll signal that they can secure this site quite easily with just a single bit of deterrence on site in the back of Boathouse.
Oh my
and
God.
Samo can't stop. 3 kills, 4 tapping gets the 4th of the round. And the turrets, they got everyone involved.
Yeesh.
Everyone and everything involved.
Guaranteed advantage half, no matter what. Worst case scenario for Bruton Parker. And it's not just a string of 4 rounds put together. That's, quite frankly, the scariest part to me, to be honest, is the fact that they didn't string 4 together, and then we see this back and forth like every other map. So take your one early, because that may be all you get for this map. I don't think we're going to be locked out at 1. There's still going to be another pistol round, and if Oklahoma wants it, they will darn sure find it. But there's still a lot more of this map to go, at least in terms of this half. A good bit of this half to keep on rolling with. And Bruton Parker, they're not done just yet. This is an ego buy coming out from Oklahoma, so we're not expecting everything to go into their favor and look perfect. But Bruton Parker's going to be treating one of these rounds just purely business.
Samo Blade Storm down goes Winders. Benji now alone, and they're quickly being rushed upon. 4 tapping has no problem.
Yep.
And there's even a shorty being whipped out, not too far away from him of Truth, who, by the way, talking about versatility of roles right now for Bruton Parker College, they start this game on Reyna in the series.
Yep.
And they've changed up their style, they've changed up the role, the position, the agent, every single time.
It's not really a role, though, in terms of in the game. It's more of a role the actual
They
player.
fill where they need it on
And
their
Truth,
roster.
exactly, is a fragger who can fill. And that's a very, very rare occurrence to come across. So the player saying, I can fill in anything. So long as I can shoot a gun, that's all I really need. You do have a couple players that are specialists that can set this guy up. Say, honestly, you can have an easier time getting acclimated to where he should be putting his utility because you'll be doing so much killing anyways combined with us that we'll just set the game up for you. But now in a situation like this, you're finally, once again, in a scenario where Oklahoma has themselves not only a first blood, but a second. This is a rarity. This is a dime a dozen so late that we never get a chance to look at, and this could be a second round of the field for them. It just comes down to one more.
True stop, man. And if it's Benji for one, it's Truth for the other.
Bomb grenade out.
Sig rotates, spotted in the jump peak, shock dart over the top. Truth into space, pinks up the alarm bot. Will stack themselves down below from Pixel. They just do a great job of not
my
beating
God.
that. They're running out of ammo, though. Truth! Oh, so unfortunate. Firing everything to the last drop from the mag. And BPC give Oklahoma their second, but it's still 8-2 in the first half, man.
Yeah. I mean, they're still, no matter what, Oklahoma's locked out to 4. And that's if they really get things rolling here. But, I mean, we see these rounds where when they get a first blood, it's a rarity. And even then, it's something to mention. But better yet, when I see those rarities, it feels like every maybe 3-4 rounds out of only the 10 that we've seen. And they've only been able to capitalize on it now twice.
Rush in from BPC. They got a player pushing up through bottom mid. And at the same time, they're claiming space in a lobby. They want to set up for a 2-2-1 and a deep 2-2-1. The Omen will rotate slow in. Try to burn the utility if the Cypher's off on that side. They just want kills to feed the fire.
Down mid.
The Polar does get one. They fall. Windsor back in return. Civ has to go crazy, and Benji isolates their one on A. That Omen play did not pan out for Bruton Parker. This is a stance where your last lone player, Caps, just is being forced to run away. Forced to fall back because Spike's off in no man's land. And if you even get a kill on top of it, like with Windsor, you got a crossfire from Puppy.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, I mean, awkward nonetheless, but still, Oklahoma, I'm just happy to see them getting rounds on the board. I mean, I don't want them to get snuffed out, even if it does make this a last map. If Bruton Parker closes this thing out, I at least want it to be close. I want Oklahoma to go home happy with the results and happy that they at least gave it their best shot. And no matter what the result is, I fully believe that they're giving it their best here because that's all that's really left. This is the final series of the entire season. And I know we do the seasons by semester, but of the entire year.
It's a year.
I mean, so
end.
you got not, couple, 2 weeks of a break. You got a couple months.
Yeah.
So this is where you put it all out there.
Forward tapping opens up.
You should run.
It is the Season 4 grand finale. Not a split, not a spring nor fall.
Trail.
It's for it all. Lockdown. This will put a player trapped inside Boathouse, not detained. It'll keep them out and have no assistance for them. 2 players in market. One has to swing in from defender spawn. Windsor. Out goes Samo. Bruton Parker now in an even fight. And it just gets worse when Civ swings through. 4 tapping, 3 kills in the round. And they're not done.
Not done.
But they have to hold that
Last
spike.
player standing.
If they feel the pressure, do they know Windsor is here? It's a headlock off the shoulders.
Still.
They've snuck through.
Flip nose.
The stairs. Oh! No way you can survive the onslaught from Windsor.
Switching sides.
Some other players, even then you hear rallies coming out from Oklahoma here, knowing that 8-4, not all that bad, not too shabby considering that, well, this game was sitting at 8-1 at a particular point. So you were very, very thankful for what you came out with. Sure, it's a deficit, but it is better than a death sentence. And, well, a pistol round could definitely help alleviate these troubles, kind of bring another breath of fresh air to this team, quite frankly. But that's something they're going to have to work for, something they're going to have to fight for, and something they're going to have to know what's going to happen because Bruton Parker, this is kind of where their entire composition gets even stronger, arguably, because you're relying on nothing but the Sky and the Jet to really find space across this map, and you're hoping that Larks are successful with the controllers. Here, when you're holding these lines, when you're playing the defense, everything just slows Oklahoma down more and more and more and creates space of these little exposures that those 2 players, that initiator and that duelist, can really just say, honestly, they're not going to push this because of us. So let's just wrap around it and catch their backs out.
A lot of what BPC playing that Viper 4 is actually that denial of the Jet. And keeping Polar that quiet in that first half on the defense, now when you transition to the attack for them and they have to go into that Viper, this could be even worse. Bruton Parker College, they love the mindset. Whoever has the better Jet wins out Ascent, and it holds pretty darn true, let's be honest here. It's not by a big margin right now. This second half is either a way to spread that or show just how we can be. Winders out goes 4 tapping, a second one onto Limp.
Yep.
And Polar even takes down Samo. This is a flawless execution for Oklahoma, and it only continues this round. Huge start for OU.
Yeah. 5v1, I mean, this is the biggest differential of at least heads that we've seen in this map. We've seen flawlesses before on full buy rounds, better yet, out of Bruton Parker over the course of this series, but Oklahoma fighting for one of their own, ready to rumble. For whatever player may come around, it's going to be just an absolute onslaught, a shooting gallery waiting for them up in heaven. So as we find ourselves at a 5-8, obviously you would like to see that kind of 4-0 string of rounds come back for Oklahoma here to make things look relatively doable and kind of give themselves a very early lead going into the second half because, well, they're the ones who set the tone. But Bruton Parker, I mean, it just comes down to a point where when you're this late into Ascent, there's, like I said, not much to even figure out if you're dealing with a new comp. You still know the angles are going to be the same. You still know the players are going to be taking the same swings in probably the same manner and fashion because it's just muscle memory. Sure, in 5v5s, you're going to be playing it a little bit differently, but your pub's mental and muscle memory is way more overwhelming than a 5v5 setting because you play what feels exponentially more hours. So that's going to shine, and Oklahoma can definitely use that to their advantage.
Caps will crawl away. Bruton Parker College. It is not a single solo Caps off on that A site. And Civ whittles their HP pool down to nil so darn quick. That Classic barely has a chance to rip out a shot in their way. OU have it on A site now 2 rounds in a row. The only 2 rounds they've seen in the attack, they've liked the A. It's just the pistol, so This doesn't really tell us their tone nor tempo nor sets just how this next second half will go forward. But Bruton Parker could throw some craziness into this, but they'd have to get kills to do that, and that's not really panning out for Truth. 3 versus 5. 4 tapping gets something, but that may be the only one they get as a fragment from Civ. Basically buries the odds of them escaping in towards site. Best case scenario play for an exit frag. Die to the detonation. Try to keep a player off. They get it. That's good enough for me.
Playing time, and time.
Huge
well,
suppress there at the end too.
Oklahoma able to go ahead and at least manage another round. But Bruton Parker also to take a couple guns down in the process. It's only 2. The majority of the players still stand. But, I mean, all things must come to an end. And maybe the string of rounds that Oklahoma are looking for may come to an end once more, because we saw the 2-1 split in that first half, and I don't think this map doesn't really feel that different on attack and defense. It almost kind of comes down to a mirror once more. But honestly, Bruton Parker, if they win this 3rd round, it's not going to look good, because I mean, every time we see a 3rd round being won, I don't think it goes 3. I don't think it goes 4. I mean, at a point like this, where you still got to kind of figure out what's going on with the defense, I think it goes further.
Yeah. We're seeing them kind of struggle. Stagnate maybe would be the term, right? They're kind of rotting where they are at that point. I don't think Bruton Parker are a team that tends to stagnate. They like to grow. They like to have that experience, just be something underneath them to give them that gust of extra oomph. In Oklahoma, who they even admitted themselves, they kind of stagnated a little bit in the previous grand final for the last split. They kind of just ran it down. They didn't change the mindset. They didn't change the gameplay. They felt like that's why that game got out of hand, and then it inevitably led to their 2nd place position. And their destiny now is in their hands, and I have to believe they've given it everything they have. They're watching towards the B sites. 1 player on walkway. Caps gets the 1. 4 tapping one of their own, but it's refragged. That's Oklahoma now with site control. And not the best agent selection, but a utility-heavy agent selection now with post plant. Meanwhile, Bruton Parker, in terms of aggression, they only have that jet. Well, there is a dark cover, and both sides will use them. It's pretty blind. No intel. Bruton Parker on walkway. They'll send the jet through first. Samo checks behind the radiant stack. Nobody in default, nobody below. Hot flash is good. Winder uses that just enough to secure that kill as Civ. What a round for Civ.
I was really concerned there. Quite frankly, they were lining up for Limp to get a 2K just off a singular shot. It was that same kind of mistake that we see happen over and over and over again, but doesn't occur. And Bruton Parker, what seems like maybe their first real eco over the course of this entire map. I mean, they obviously lost a 3rd, went on a huge tear of rounds. They had so much money by the time they got to that point where there were 3 rounds left. They didn't have to worry about the money at all. They were able to purchase up those 3 rounds for near nothing. But this is a situation where Bruton Parker, I feel like it's a nice humbling experience for them, because when you have guns every single round, you get to the point where we got to think a little more on our toes. We got to set ourselves up for kills. We can't just rush them down and just win those outright.
Bruton Parker College in for an awakening. I don't know if it's necessarily rude. If Oklahoma come back to tie it, will definitely be something that requires a mental shift. Samo, another goes the ball. This isn't too shocking. Oklahoma are hunting. The Hounds have come. And Caps is the only one to find something in favor for Bruton Parker College.
Player standing.
And it's a short-lived success as Benji snuffs their life out as soon as they have their teammates. What can your single player of truth do? Probably die to spike. Use this time for the plant and the post plant to taunt. A timeout without needing the timeout.
Just waiting.
Just no urgency.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to really go hunt here. Truth, you know, is going to be somewhere. And, well, is he going to push on site? Well, that gives it all away. I was trying to keep it secret for him. I mean, obviously, with everything being so quiet, there's no way these players can't hear what's
He's
going
on B.
But they're so far away at this point. I mean, Truth, honestly, able to go ahead and escape with a Vandal would be pretty big. But we'll see whether or not some fights are being taken, whether or not Greece actually wins this. But Winders is waiting, already on catwalk, hoping to catch the guy off.
Watch your toes there, Winders. The spike's quite deadly. BPC give up that round. That ties this game up 8-8, and where they went up 6 rounds in a row in that first half. After that 3-1 start, or sorry, 2-1 start. We're now seeing Oklahoma continuing from the ending success of 3 rounds right at the end. Now to have 7 total in a row, including the end of that first half. Let's argue. They're one better. They've won up to Bruton Parker College.
Well, cumulatively, yes. For the half, just meeting expectations here. Because both these teams have done it again, pissed around, converting in 4 over and over and over again. But we're right back to it. Every single time, we haven't seen anything go past this 4th round yet. In Oklahoma, you can tell they won it. They're at a point where, obviously, Bruton Parker, if they win this thing out, the series is over. They want to go to a map 5. I don't blame them in the slightest, but they got to earn it. And even then, win or loss, just dragging this one out as long as they have is feat of its own. But obviously, Bruton Parker, they don't want to have that happen. They're in a situation where in 4v3, having to play for the retake and looking to get a little more aggressive. You know, players on that other side of the tent, you find a shot. Sambo through the wall just a little bit, just around the corner. But in a 1v3-4 situation, there's just can't do much more.
What can you do against insurmountable odds? Overcome them. Bruton Parker, what an execution of a retake. That was something Oklahoma mentioned in between the break of map 1 and 2 to me. They're really darn good at retaking. And when you realize they're really good at retaking, how do you adjust upon it? Play a little bit smarter. Either Oklahoma or it was probably like Niner Esports. It doesn't matter. When you know a team is good at retaking, you don't give them the chance to do it. You fight them first. And Oklahoma sit on their haunch, just sit back. You have to on that B site. And they pay the price. Now 9 for Bruton Parker. They get their first round of this half. So sequentially, they have lost the lead in rounds in a row to Oklahoma. But for the half, concurrently, they do not get the 6. So you could argue Bruton Parker have shown a better offensive side than what Oklahoma have done.
Looking for really anything. It's at a point where Bruton Parker, after 4, there has not been a longer streak of rounds to start off a half than 4. It's been 4-1 at a maximum for every single map to start things off. And sure, it was at the start, wasn't halfway through to introduce the second half, but still, streak nonetheless off the version of a pistol. Winders finally getting, once again, another first blood here for Oklahoma. That's what they need. They need to find these first bloods. They need to convert them. They need to play the trade, play the one, go back and forth past that point.
Why are you committing,
But you're at a point where you're not even really taking fights. You're just smelling gunfire through smoke. And, well, some of those bullets you're taking to the face.
How is Samo still alive? They continue to stay back. They were fighting while Flash. They were in the space. They ran out of ammo in the middle of a spray. I don't know how Oklahoma, that is an Oklahoma failure to take down that player.
Oh.
You're in an awkward spot. Civ capped off.
Just looking to deny. 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, good luck, buddy. He's just being a nuisance, just looking to delay you as
I'll
long
poke
as
and
possible.
prod you all day long.
You don't know where the last player is. You're thinking he's running, he's playing rogue. He's just looking to kind of say, well, so long as you don't win the round. But Truth wants that blood, wants a piece of the pie, wants to get that much closer to an ultimate because those KJs do not come around very often. So one more lockdown, especially this late into the game, could just be really the final nail in the coffin for Oklahoma if we do get to that point.
An uncounterable lockdown. There is no lockdown to counter a lockdown to both claim that space. There's no Hunter's Fury anymore for Oklahoma to destroy it. They have to take it face value. They have to push to it. And the only site you can conceivably do that on safely is A, for a defensive retake inside of Garden. You fail that, you fail to hold on to site, and they will retake it almost guaranteed. It's that last round using the Hunter's Fury. It was good. It's fine. But but you pay the price for using it. Truth wants theirs back. They want that guaranteed round. They want that chump change. They'll take whatever they can because quarters at the end of the day still buy you gumballs, and gumballs are a whole lot better than taking a round loss.
Shadows traveling.
Seeing really how this round is run. I'm liking to see that they're taking still different avenues. Knowing that that market approach isn't exercised very often. Knowing it's a big lapse in setup
Down B.
for the side of Bruce Parker, because that KJ opted over for that A site, not for the B, where you do get that setup towards the middle. And props to Oklahoma to understanding that and making the most of it, getting themselves essentially a free play on B site. The problem is the free kill that should come off the back of it towards market on that open door is just not handled.
Ball back if you can. Winders, great assistance, secures the one for Polar. Oklahoma have that player advantage. Parker just have to eat it. There's nothing they can do. Winders is, they said MVP in their previous series, and that's coming true here again for a cent. 4K Winders. Wind him up and knock him down, why don't you? Oklahoma bring the Delta back to a single round.
Just keeping things rolling here. Obviously, with the length of this series and how far it's gone, you're not going to be giving things up for free. We talk about the double-digit checkpoint chokehold over and over and over again, and even then, while sure it's getting late, so some people may forget about it, it still reigns true. The principle itself is just going to perpetually exist, whether you think about it or not. And it could be something that's going to be the downfall of Bruce Parker. It's not nearly as much of a big deficit as we're typically used to seeing, something like a 10-6, a 10-5, and the big comebacks surmounting from that. But 10-9 still takes place, still has an effect, even more so when it's that close.
Bruce Parker give up first blood in this round. It's an ego. It is what it is. But Samo, they had a huge degree of success over Polar early, and it's been slowly shortening. Ooh. Gets one. Truth lines up both.
Immediately.
What in the world?
Right back at you.
Bruce Parker from a man disadvantage to tie.
Oh my God!
Stop it, man! I can't do it all night! Just limp now. Wanting the gun. Has to move into space. The spike for Oklahoma collected thanks to the ultimate. And it's a plant for sure.
Spike planted.
Down on site. You'll have to find the perfect way into it. Oklahoma will set up for a post plant. Where do they hide? Which cubby do they tuck themselves into? And which post plant positioning has their captain guided them in a scenario like this? Prepare for any and all variables, stratagems, and more. As Limp will have to make noise here. It's a perfect strike! Tommy almost flicked enough, but not nearly enough. As Limp drops through. It's the dark cover. So know for sure it's perfectly swung Winders. It's up to them, and it's up to Oklahoma. They're back in stride. 10-10, tying a cent. My goodness.
Such a close, good attempt there from Limp, but no cigar. I mean, just literally there, understanding that with how long it takes to clear every single angle, because you have half a map to run across, while simultaneously covering every single angle you encounter. It's just way too much to ask to still get the defuse off. Taking a fight, winning that's nothing to these guys. They've taken gunfights over and over and over again, but going on a solo adventure, that's just something you don't experience very often. It makes the map feel eerie. It puts it in a situation where even the walls could shoot back, and you're concerned about literally everything. So, because of that, Bruce Parker don't even want to let that situation occur again. They want to end these rounds early. They want to bring the fight to Oklahoma. They see these gunfights going in their favor, and they say if we wait for them at site, we play their game. We let them set stuff up. We let them press W. Don't give them the time of day.
Try to step. Winders into space and Truth from hell since 2. Bruton Parker take the early gunfight. They take the early fight at top mid. And past that, they bite on A. Oklahoma thought it was a site that would have been as easy as walking and Shrouded stepping into it. It's not going to be that easy. Just Benji.
Surely you've learned your lesson.
Surely
Yeah,
you're not
come
going to
on.
peek it one by one. You'll fall back now. The spike is in your control. Sit on spike.
30 seconds left.
Why are we taking the 1v1? Flip, you don't have to jump that.
Yeah, even
You got a cool
if
vertical,
Benji
man. I
clutches-
get it. But come on. Hey,
Okay, I was going to say, if Benji clutches that, I'm not even yelling out of excitement for Benji. I'm yelling out of disappointment for Bruton Parker because that's just like standard.
why, if I had to watch that, I would have left.
I'll be with you, quite frankly. It's just, it'd be unacceptable. To every degree imaginable.
But Benji can't do it. That's fine. Benji's had their clutch moments. They've shown up in almost every single chance you can ask of them. But in these scenarios, you're more so looking at it and saying, this isn't Benji failing to clutch. It's why did the team let it get there?
Yeah.
And all of it comes off of truth. You can take a loss on site, but taking 2 with still no refrag when 4 go into site is absurd. And that's Bruton Parker giving covering fire to Truth down in hell, having caps up on rafters, and even having a player from Tree. They let them into sight to kill and trap and lead them in and lull them into a false sense of security, whether by purpose or by some level of coincidence. Oklahoma stepped into the Tigers' paw and it closed upon them, and there was no getting out of that trap.
It could be one final switch up in philosophy for both teams. A timeout coming out for Oklahoma, but we've seen it again and again and again where you take a timeout when Bruton Parker gets themselves a full buy, and maybe it's just a timeout you give over to them.
Yeah.
And we've seen Bruton Parker change things up a little bit more. While Oklahoma, they're just winning outright gunfights, playing the game relatively traditionally and winning in the same regard. Bruton Parker, they wanted to switch things up and bring the fight to them in the last one. And Oklahoma were obviously expecting it to some degree, but it was because BPC wasn't just overwhelmingly ecstatic and wasn't confident in it. And it was slow, it was around corners, and it was right into a crosshair as a result.
Notice as well, Samuel, if you watch that back, they're playing that corner perfect with their crosshair. The one moment that they go too far, and that's where the player is. It's just the chances, the oddities of it. Oklahoma, though, went from B. They're all the way now on to A, and the spike is going down. Lockdown is available for BPC. You have to assume they'll try to use it here in this round. A site's the objective of choice to go for it. And they do have that KJ off towards Garden. They also have the possibility of a wraparound, and that's just unknown. A truth of the Nano Swarm. Off goes Polar. The Benji on that flank could be a way to deal with the lockdown. You have to push this. You have to go for it. Oklahoma have no choice. They can't sit on site. They can fall all the way back, put one off towards Wine. But there will be one player detained, whether you like it or not. And it's down below in hell. Caps will stick this defuse. Can they be on the time? It won't matter.
How do you hold that?
Oklahoma!
Keeping things rolling. One more round. I mean, there can't be a deficit. It's got to stay tied. It's got to stay equal. You've already let this game get out of control, Bruton Parker. You had a lead, a pretty sizable one at that. This game started at 8-1. And I'm sure with how late it is, there is no other encouragement than just closing this thing up. It's not even about the trophy anymore, I think, for them. It's just about finding closure and on their terms. And it's just not happening. Even then, just letting it run this long to them, if we go to a map 5, I think it's so much of a disappointment that it's going to haunt them going forward if we do find a map 5. Because Oklahoma, if they win this thing out, this map alone, that energy, that drive, that belief that they experienced more recently than anyone else is going to be enough to at least give them a taste of what they can find in the last map.
Pick yourself up by the bootstraps. This is going to be, well, I think, quite a few more rounds of ascent at this rate. If it's this back and forth, if it is this neck and neck, I can't help but feel like OT. Bruton Parker College. Defensive. Been pretty good, but Oklahoma on the attack. Mighty as theirs was. I'm just not seeing the defense you need from it. Do they even have the guns? Perfect. They don't. It's an eco round for them. They're just taking on the chin.
Yep.
You don't have a timeout either.
You still fight for it, though. This is one of those rounds where I mean, it almost feels like I talk about so many rounds where you don't think about ecos too much. This is one of those rounds where you think everything about this eco. You expend half your brain power remaining to get something, to get anything, and a trade is worth everything, realistically.
Worth more than gold.
That's a gun that's on the ground. That's starving players who want just any shred of success, any shred of a possibility. And if they can find it, then man, they can get something more. But Caps can't get it done on the flank. You know that Siv's now to the back of sight. And the players that are on site, they have guns, so they're probably just going to be able to close up shop.
How is Polar alive? 4-tapping hits it, but the range stops it from being a one-shot. Get an isolated jump up from Civ. The double tap gets good. Brute and Parker only have a single player. They'll tap Polar through. Who cares? They'll clear the trap wire as well. There's no time. There's 3 bullets left total in that Sheriff. They've got to use one to clear the camera. Yeah. Oklahoma up to match points.
Match point.
And they're booking it out of there. They barely got out by the time that detonation hits.
Yeah.
And that's important because, look, Oklahoma, they were made costly. They lost even more than that. They may not be able to bring up a full, substantial 100% buy. They could have scraped it by. That's kind of what we're seeing from Brute and Parker here. That's all Vandals. But they got 2 players of soft armor. And utility's a question for 4-tap and Kachu. They're down to 0 credits. What are they lacking? Are they lacking anything?
Get out of my way!
I mean, looking at Oklahoma in the arsenal hand, got a narrow theft to play with. The Hunter's Theory on hand. The Blade Storm, well, that's just a personal preference. No matter what is going into overtime, it's basically a shorty as an ultimate that you're using in combination with the gun. If you need to clear a corner on the move and find a level of accuracy, maybe get yourself a free kill to open up some space when you're on the clock, that's going to look good. But it's Oklahoma coming into this attacking side. And looking to maybe get somewhat of a surprise element there, but that updraft now being invested, you know, it's not an option anymore. Yeah, they're going to have to swing out just as anybody else. And well, as it seems so far, Troop would let you know if it had happened by now.
Seekers come. Brute and Parker invest it. They know now no one is off in A main. Everything else, Courtyard, Fountain, B main. The team will start to transition with that in mind. The utility's still there for Oklahoma. Hunter's Theory is available. They can't do it. Blade Storm. What are you doing, Drew? The Nano Swarm still gets one. It's fine, whatever, I guess. 4-tapping into space. They've kept them off sight.
Not dying yet.
Oklahoma, 2 players left standing. Tommy Gun feeling the pressure to go for this plant. Limp down the walkway. Shots through the outside wall. Boat has to be perfect. And Winders. Clinical, but not clinical enough!
My goodness!
It's OT! BPC!
It's a cent and a grand finals. I mean, what really more could you expect? I will say I didn't know if we were going to get this far after looking into Nate 1 to start it all off. But Brute and Parker being in a situation where this entire half honestly seemed like a drought for him. You look at the dispersion of rounds where it's back and forth, rather than just a singular spree that just goes in Oklahoma's direction. But it's the 4-row start that gave them enough to reach that line. Just barely enough to get them to that line because, well, if you cross it, you'd be done. You'd be going into the number 5 of the maps, and you'd be looking to kind of close this thing up and running it back once more. But there's still a chance to do that. There's still time to get it done. And technically now there's infinite time as we're in overtime. So
keep winning.
That's really what it comes down to. We haven't seen these 2 teams squared out in overtime here tonight. We saw it over and over again with the likes of Niners in Florida. But those came to a very quick conclusion. I don't know if we're going to see that same fate unfold in front of us.
Either we see it go 2-0 or we see this go into a long spree. And it would just be more courage and have Oklahoma take it and have another map to go on top for the full 5. But Brute Parker want to avoid that. Attacking round. Polar cues up a tailwind. Towards long. Oh, they get it too. They know there's a player towards panels. They'll fall back. They want none of that gas that Brute and Parker could brew up. And the new default's changed with a lacking player, a lacking member. And Polar is not done and satisfied with a single. It's 2 in the round.
You got to be able to hear reloads. It's been a while, but still, I mean, insane timing, just knowing that's occurring, making that swing, and making the most of the situation at hand. But you haven't really seen or ran into too much on that B side. You have players push up enough and test the water, so you know that the setup for the Cypher is going to be over here. It makes it easy work for the Omen because you can TP past every bit of it. But a 2v3 situation, so once you get that spike down, this round is still very much doable. They still have to go for a retake. They still have to find some of a shutdown. And, well, it's going to be Limp to have to really get it done. Limp is at the bottom of the leaderboard for Bruton Parker, but could still be their savior somehow. It really comes down to four-tapping. The top of the leaderboard, quite frankly, the opposite of the spectrum here. But it's not enough. Winders pushing up, finding a 3K, and, well, finding the advantage in this overtime.
On the high ground you go. Make the leap. You're a castaway up there. Oklahoma get to 13. They'll win the first round of OT. And Bruton Parker so close to an attacking round win. But they're back to the defense they've already struggled so damn hard on.
Still here. We're going to be playing this over and over again. I have a gut feeling, and that's just not me being really hungry. I am very hungry. I am genuinely thinking that that's just not the last time we're going to see that kind of situation in this map specifically. Bruton Parker's defense hasn't been the greatest in the world, but surely they've been through so many failures that they've learned from every single one of them to where they're now in a stage where after winning the last round of regular game time here on Ascent, surely they could have made enough notes by now to understand what's at stake, what more than likely is going to be played here, or better yet, just how to address their own personal issues to make it that much more difficult for Oklahoma to manage something.
Turret off inside B main arch. They'll put a dark cover quick with the utility Bruton Parker are. Omen's always at the ready. Limp has been pretty good. 12 and 17, though, doesn't screw you up too much in the stat line. The 12 assists surely tell you you've been involved. Bruton Parker will have to wait. 40 seconds now ticking. Oklahoma have made noise now on nearly every site, but it's the one they're pursuing that you don't have nearly enough for. Armbot triggered, util in. Holders down below. Can they get this 1v1? This fight with truth could be everything!
Oh.
And Bruton Parker give up that first blood, and that sight given up to go with it. Two players off. Bruton Parker, 3v5. Benji and B main. Smoke of the dark cover dissipating. The utility, not as good as it could be. Winders with a no cover. Paranoia could be going as well. Sid forced to fall back. Benji shrinking through to Limp. Hunter, can you do it? You will do it!
Here we
go! Oklahoma! They did it! They took a cent on Bruton Parker!
I mean, it's obviously not something. It's not the Fort Knox that we know it to be, but still an 8-1 start. It's the resilience of Oklahoma, understanding that this is not a sprint. We talked about Rocket League all day, saying it's snap by snap. It's sprint and sprint. I said it today. This is not going to be just a marathon. This is not going to be a triathlon. This is going to be a whole Ironman, and good God, has Oklahoma proven just that they are ready for it, that they signed up for this. They knew it was going to happen. They said it. Well, I knew if it wasn't going to be 3-0, it was going to be a 3-2. Oklahoma's saying with 3-0, and really, we all knew Bruton Parker was not going to let that happen. But actually going the distance, going all 5, letting this draw out as long as it has, is just something insane.
It is the best possible showcase. We saw the finals go to all 5 in spring. We wanted to see it again.
We knew it was going to happen.
We knew it was going to happen.
I mean,
it's the same team.
It was so close to each other, too. This was literally less than a month ago to where, I mean, you can do everything you need to do. But, I mean, these guys, it's honestly just the same kind of thing. It's not the same exact fashion, the same exact order. But, once again, I mentioned it earlier, manifest destiny. I mean, it just had to happen like this.
You have to manifest it. Not even manifest destiny. That's you pushing through, finding space, claiming it as your own, manifesting the victory. Oklahoma never had a doubt in their mind. They controlled their destiny, and they thought it. They knew it, and the fans knew it. I think a lot of them were biting the fingernails in between that one. We're going to take a break heading in between map 4 and 5. Do not go anywhere. This will be a short break, about 3 minutes from this point on. They are on a timer to get this game finished. Stay tuned. Dallas. Sunset was a long, long time ago. It's 11:31 p.m. in Huntsville, Alabama. Sunset was 5-6 hours ago, man. And we're having still for the best of 5 in the last map of the best of 5 for the grand finals of Season 4 LAN.
I'm just, honestly, I'm a little concerned for Britton Parker here. This is obviously, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, if it goes to that map number 5, it is obviously Oklahoma who has the leg up coming into this. They're the ones who wanted that much more, especially after coming back from an 8-1. They had the energy, they had the grit, they had the determination. And to honestly come back from something like that and just let it go to waste, that's not, they're not going to let that happen.
Yeah.
This is also the map of Sunset that we started the entire day on. We were looking at Britton Parker. We were talking about kind of what they were accomplishing. But even then, I mean, it was something where it plays like Ascent to a certain degree, but it still has those differentials. And we haven't seen Britton Parker too much on Split, if at all. And Sunset kind of plays like Split. Sure, it has the verticality of something like Ascent. But in terms of angles, in terms of how close quarters everything is, in terms of the compositions you're usually running, it very, very much plays just like Split. So I'm happy to see and excited to see kind of what happens. Even then, you remember what happened during grand finals when it came in the spring split on this map between these two. It was the opener. It was not the closer. And, man, that one was utterly disgusting in terms of how close it was to where, I mean,
13-10.
It's kind of – I mean, it kind of has to happen again. Yeah, right.
So much of that Oklahoma win actually was off of Benji and Windows.
I wonder if it's like a – I don't remember the exact map pull, but I wonder if it's like a mirror. You know what I'm saying?
It's pretty similar. Yeah, it was pretty similar, except we also don't have it set for 5 games on the thing, which is, again, I don't know why we have that. It was pretty similar. The map pools were pretty darn close. Bind for Game 4, Sent for Game 3.
Oh, yeah.
Split. And I don't even think
already
it's
broken.
I'll be totally honest with you, but it surely was an interesting time.
Keep things of the way. Map number 5. No matter what, everything's on the line here for both teams. There is no continuation. There is no other chances. It is purely what you got to work with right here, right now. Pistol round underway. Things are going to be relatively silent because you're at a point where you've been here for so long. You've got to draw that line of respect before you draw that line that is the blue gates that drop. And, well, when you draw that first little tick on the board, that first point to work with, that's the scary thing. Is every single time it's gone on a massive string of rounds. And nobody can really let that up.
Oklahoma. Defense on A will need to hold strong for this first round. Britton Parker College make their way over there. Honestly shocked not to see something like Arena again for Britton Parker College when they had such a good start with it into the day and ice spots. And Arena's Lear is so good for taking this A objective alongside a Bush.
You sacrifice a lot, though, to for the rank.
Oh, no, why? If you're good at the double duelist, why don't you do it? Britton Parker showcased that it was no way. Icebox was good.
Ooh, good second there for
Pretty good for Oklahoma, but it's an even one-on-one Polar. 3 kills, taking no damage in the process. Limp slow.
I know exactly where Limp is, too.
But Limp needs to make sure this can't be stuck. They're just committing. Oh, they got it! 3 for Limp 2! Their doppelganger can't hide from view for too long.
A little awkward, but gets the job done nonetheless. Why not take the chance, get the shots off? I mean, maybe it was a reload that was causing that stall, if anything. So, able to go ahead and manage to get that. Britton Parker opening things up once more. I mean, it's be relatively poetic to see the game, this entire series end just as it started, because Britton Parker, they found themselves a very aggressive start, really just came out swinging, but they don't have the same kits. They don't have that same potential even available as an option to them because they're not running that double duelist that we saw.
Lacking that extra level of aggression in the kit for your duelist doesn't mean you can't be as aggressive. In this dance, though, you're going to really need to put a lot of that prowess on your initiator. And Oklahoma have double. They get the Gecko, too. I just don't feel like that Sober's doing as much. How much movement can you have in one air piece there, Truth? OU get 2 kills right off the rip. Britton Parker's exit out here for B main has failed them. It's the push in that's going to undo the success that Oklahoma has found. Winder's now stacked up just in the opposing end of the corner. Rooten Parker College may just fall back, but it's never quiet. They can do whatever the heck they want inside of Maine. But they've got to realize that they'll have to check corners. They didn't exactly do a lot on Lotus earlier. But you know, Force happened wanted it. Guardians up, headshots good. And now a low HP Polar alongside a Cypher of Benji for Oklahoma hiding away. Oklahoma won this off the back of Benji's work and Winder's crazy gun skills. And in this round, it's now only Benji to try to stop this and give that really early 2 kills that Oklahoma got for themselves not fruitless.
I mean, in a situation where you still have the majority of the guns that was carried into a round like this, 3 players alive, and one of those being a Guardian, you're really just thankful that you have something to play with. And there you go, opening things up in 2-0 fashion. That one's to be expected. The third one and the fourth one is really where the wild cards start to kick in. Do they manage to get more with these Guardians? Do they find themselves maybe submitting counters and a free pick off the back of it? Do they want to find themselves some long lineups on A? Or do they want to go through those miserable gates that are just ridden with Cypher trips over towards B every single time? Because that's the most powerful spot for the Cypher on this map, because you have to invest a paint shell to even bypass it. And that's why Raze is required here, because if you don't have it, what are you going to do? If you don't have a Gecko, what are you going to do? There is literally nothing to get rid of that realistically, unless you want to invest everything.
It's possible. Truth extends past. One player towards stall. They can't be stalled off sight. That trap wire marking locations quite easily, but it's just burning the time sink for Benji. Having lost that extension player, having lost your omen for Rooten Parker of all things. Be hard pressed to get into their dark cover off towards stall. And that boost side's gonna be so much more difficult to fight through. Truth has to step up next to Samuel. They each get a kill. Stepping up the backside, they'll play in more towards Nova. Winder's one, they get 2, and they want more. And it's gotta not happen for them this time. So they've got teammates to fill the gaps, and it's Oklahoma.
Early presence on the board, able to go ahead and make sure to get that standard 2-1 split. Lost a couple guns in the process, but you're not really beating yourself up too much about it. You have some really good exchanges there, not only just in terms of actually carrying over some real guns in the next round, but better yet, carrying 2 ultimates off the back of it. The showstopper to play with, a really, really early one here at that. So, I mean, impressive to know that you can manage that. Getting these kills, getting these players, and surmounting this. That Winder's, obviously, we're expecting that out of them. 5 kills already to start off this game. Same for him and Polar, but when are they going to change that showstopper, by the way? It still feels relatively cheap, which when it doesn't work like intended, when we see so many rockets that just don't hit like it's supposed to, I think it's reasonable. But one thing right here is another execute. Where's it going to occur with already so much noise towards that B area with that owl drone? That gives you a lot of an idea what could be happening there, but it's going to be another B hit. It's going to be a mid hit, something that we haven't really seen yet, and then you can disperse out wherever need be. Or is it going to be that A site hit that we saw during the pistol? And, well, you see players, or better yet, hear players everywhere, but where do you see actual, like, a multitude, a group? That's where you can really make a call.
Winders needs to transition with the team on this retake, and expected to go short with a couple through long. They have the breach of Civ, not too far away from it. Winders showstopper up. They are short-sided by that paranoia because that showstopper comes up empty. Tommy, though, can line up 2 before falling in the hands of Truth. And it's only Truth now remaining. And it doesn't last for too much longer. Oklahoma put some trash talk out there on the main stage.
I mean, they're just here to get themselves energized. It's been a late day. You want to go ahead and kind of keep everybody in check, keep the energy up, and all it takes is just one of your comrades to just be yelling at you, to give you enough to let you know that, okay, we're still in this thing. Keep it locked in. 10 more rounds, or better yet 11, obviously. But, I mean, get yourself that map point. Find yourself that advantage. And even then, if you want to think on a more realistic scale, just think down to the rounds. Just say one more, because this is the one where it starts. This is the lead, and this is where you want it to really start to accumulate. Have that snowball effect, because at this point in time, at this kind of late night, this, once again, as I mentioned, the Iron Man that is just this entire drawn-out process of the series. It's not about who makes the better individual plays. It's about who's just ready to kind of keep it consistent, keep it rocking. in Oklahoma, all it takes maybe is just a hoot and a holler here and there. That's enough to keep it going.
It's another first blood given up. Bruton Parker. Truth, who's been the last man standing for Bruton Parker in the last few rounds.
Revealing area.
You'd honestly be shocked with how quick they want to exit out to sites. They'd get to be punished for it. Now they're facing it early on a site that they really didn't have to worry about. Or an area, I should say. They didn't really have to worry about. But that Oklahoma defense sits true. How much claim control does Sentinel have? You'll see the rifle barrel.
That's
pistol barrel.
not good.
Bruton Parker now 2-player disadvantage. It's an eco round, but still. You don't want to give too much space. Drop some weapons out of their hands, for goodness sake.
That's 4 sheriff shots, almost point blank that miss.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
I mean, that's not a sign. I mean, I don't know what is. It's a little unfortunate to kind of be taking it, yeah, but it's just like every other instance, every single matchup, every single other match and round of the day. You can't even fathom that happening. But here we are, when it all matters the most. Map number 5 of grand finals, and it occurs when you could get maybe seemingly an entire round in the lead off of that. But here we are, looking at Oklahoma just packing things up, showing that, well, this should be our game.
Yep, great close and secure by Polar there. The third round for Oklahoma, but the deep views going through confirms it in Bruton Parker College despite the 2-0 start. Let 3 now fall back the other way. And while we haven't been able to truly say Oklahoma are looking better on this map, the recency bias definitely alludes to us kind of giving them that edge. But it's truly a 2-2. The even split for an eco, the better weapons for round 3. You could even argue it's a 1-2 for real rounds, and even-ish rounds. And I'm hoping that this is the start of it for Bruton Parker College. Recon both up over the top, doesn't really find too much. Truth, that is a bit awkward of a toss-up. This is the Oklahoma dump that utility back to keep you at bay, and they'll engage themselves quite deep through elbow. With a 3-stack, no 4-stack on the A site. One of them watching top mid.
Curious to see what these investments of the Ultimates will look like at this stage of the game. I mean, we're relatively early in to where surely you just pop one to pop it. Truth, taking that to heart. Just going ahead, throwing it out there. You don't have much to lose. You got lots of rounds ahead of you, so you got plenty of opportunities to get it done. Good trades already coming through, a couple players being knocked off in the meantime, but everybody's just looking for a piece of the pie. Everybody wants to get something done, and it's really VPC who want to get the spike down, so they're going to prioritize that before taking a fight. Make sure to keep them collectively together. Make sure that you're not faltering any teammates and putting them in bad situations, because they're already not really in the best set of shoes when they're sitting at half HP.
A static plan for the retake. Oklahoma have 2 players both on the same side. They set up dark cover for a one-way, but it's not really a one-way. Where did the Omen route to go? Oh, right there. That's Oklahoma taking around. The G-Fuse clean. They're really happy with their performance. They are riding this high, this wave, this euphoric feeling of getting this one up on Bruton Parker College. On a map they already won at Bruton Parker College and won on.
Yeah, I mean,
the Grands fall. Spring, sorry.
What hurts in losing a map once in a best of 5? Well, whenever it's, you know, in a situation like this where they're both in grand finals, yeah, it sucks the second time even more. Thinking that you've kind of prepared yourself for this, or even better yet, it hurts the fact that Bruton Parker even had to get to this point in the first place to be on this map number 5. But they want to make sure that every single decision that Bruton Parker has made tonight, they want him to reflect. They want them to know what they have created. They want them to see what monster has arisen from the ashes here tonight. And, well, Oklahoma could be just that. Ready to roll, hooting and hollering, making sure that, well, the comms stay a party. So, because, you know, parties always run late. And, you know, these guys, so long as they can keep themselves in check.
They get less late the older I grow. And these players, they're still young. They still want a piece of the action. They're running out of time for this round. has yet to flip in its head. No attacking side to flip through. Bruton Parker College have tried to take the obstacles towards defender spawn. Maybe tried to claim control there previously. Oklahoma with Civ 2 rounds ago, shut that down. Since then, have avoided maybe the right call. Samo, they check Cubby, a little slow to do so, but they just couldn't get the kill. Rolling Thunder, that's a big expenditure. They'll go 1 for 1. You show off yours, I'll show off mine. Why not?
30 seconds left.
It's the only real way you can shrug off that, or at least keep enough space between you and your opponent. Otherwise, it's just going to be free pushes. You don't even have enough time to really go flash out. But double swinging, able to go ahead and manage one more trade. That's all it comes down to. 1 by 1 by 1. And when you're in a 1v1, that's where things get scary.
10
Spike
seconds
going
left.
down to the opposite side
Spike
of the field. It's going to take Civ a little bit of a hop and a skip to get there in the first place. But with so much real estate between him and Caps, well, what comes around to it?
Someone in Oklahoma just said, it's Caps, bro. He sucks. Well, he may suck, but you just got slaughtered. That's a bit overmuch, huh? Talk trash, but if you get hit right back, it's going to be what it's going to be. That's Bruton Parker's first round win. Since round 2. And the 4-round spree for Oklahoma is kept at 4. And no more. It's kind of shocking. We saw so many 5-round, 6-round, and even getting up to technically a 7 continuous from the first half to the second half. This one's not given the same lap of luxury so far.
Sometimes trash talk may be exactly what you need to wake up. Because, I mean, realistically, those comms for Bruton Parker, I guarantee they were relatively quiet. But just hearing that and then just turning on his head, having that snap back, that little bit of energy, I guarantee you that's enough to let them know it's like, oh, this is what it feels like to be awake again. This is what it feels like to be in this game. It feels good. And I want to see whether they can actually make the most of it. Able to go ahead and surmount a first blood for Bruton Parker here, having the full buy to work with. And do they manage to kind of get a string going along? Well, it wasn't while Caps won that last round, Samo definitely took it personally over anyone else.
They wanted it. That was their limelight to take, right? Like, why is my breach, the player I've got to rely on to close out and secure? I can do it. I fulfilled that role as a duelist previously. I can do that again, even on a Sova. But it's a spike down, and Oklahoma are where? Well, anywhere but there. One of them's being hunted, but that's why you got a shrouded step. Create some spacing, create some distance. Benji may have created too much space and walked in and wrapped around into the wrong space again. Inches away. They'll set up cover fire for each other. You know BPC won. Can they get one just moments prior? That will not be the case. They'll hold the weapons. That changes this round a lot.
No. No gun here for Winders, or at least no legitimate gun. Same goes for Tommy Gun.
Showstopper in 1, though.
I mean, yeah. But, I mean, you got to get that one. Bruton Parker going to be just as much aware of that as anybody else. That's public information. That's nothing that we get as a benefit of spectators. I mean, they get to see that on the scoreboard regardless of whether we say it or not. So they're probably well aware that you're probably be playing for ult points here, looking to overextend, looking to get something for Winders to play with. So what are you going to do? More than likely in this situation, you would just want to safeguard orbs, grab them first, but you don't want to grab them because you don't want to get that audible that, okay, somebody's there, and then take that free swing, because that still gives Winders exactly what they want. What do? Well, he's feeling antsy. You know he wants that kill. You know he wants that rocket, so just punish him for it and get the first blood off the back of it.
Polar. From the shadows, it's clear. Not sure why they're aware they were really going to. But it's made them think that the A site's still a possibility. They'll rotate away, but I think dumping both Sova utils made them question. Samo alone. Bruton Parker. Benji, are they keeping the trigger discipline? It is. It's 2. Almost
no,
3.
third.
I was trying so damn hard to stay quiet on it. But Benji eventually gets it and feeds Oklahoma that round.
Back and forth we go. Job's not done yet. These guys are going back and forth at it, trying just to make sure to keep things as relatively close as possible. And I'm happy that it's actually being managed over the course of the game rather than seeing a big spree of rounds and a big spree coming back. These types of matches are so much more enjoyable to watch because you know that their dedication to this match is consistent. It's there. Rather than just seeing it come in spurts over and over and over again from one side or the other and kind of teeter-tottering back and forth. So knowing that here that Bruton Parker just taking a timeout, this is something that we haven't even really seen all day. I think they've taken one timeout besides this, if that. Oklahoma's taken a lot, which to their credit has gotten them here. Some of those felt like they were just kind of handing one to Bruton Parker. But this is one that Bruton Parker obviously want to make the most of. But Oklahoma, this could be that defining moment where Oklahoma say, we're going to take this as one of our own.
Yeah, Lotus timeout for Oklahoma is the one you're really looking at. Didn't do you a lot of favors. But they had really good ones in Ascent, it felt like. And they needed it to be good in Ascent. They had to win that map. Bruton Parker hope that their timeout's going to be just as good. It didn't do a whole heck of a lot for them at the end of Ascent. At least got them to OT. But they just, I don't know, their defense wasn't as good as it could have been. Not the same defense we saw in the previous grand finals for Spring. With the boost pack for Truth. They wanted it, they missed the initial leap. They choose not to detonate instead. Util from the Gecko. Keeping them back from BPC. Well, it's going to keep them in a negative deficit. They lost one.
Okay.
Looking for anything else to be given up here. Oklahoma find themselves the first blood. And I wouldn't say more times than not, Oklahoma has been able to convert these first bloods into rounds a little more consistently during these last two maps than the likes of Bruton Parker. So, but with a legitimate exchange finally coming through, relatively unscathed in that process. Winters is still alive. Winters has still made the exchange, and it's Winters who's here, ready to play, ready to find the kills, and ready to, better yet, drop the spike in their own territory by finding the appropriate kills where there's just not much you can really do now. It's at that stage where recovery mission, but you know exactly where they're going to be for it.
Wants the player to watch.
He's up. He's
They're
still
all
here.
up. They're cheering. All day, he says. What, all day for the next day? We're 6 minutes from tomorrow, folks. Benji, not as loud as Winders in this game. They were the two we saw in the grand finals of Spring on this map that elevated Oklahoma. I also remember it was a second half performance from one. I think it was a second half performance from Winders, actually, but I could be wrong. That really saw them step into that limelight. There's only 2 rounds left in this half, so we'll see it or something or a lack of something soon when we step into that half.
It's been an 8-half performance for Winders today. It has been so darn consistent. Like, I am genuinely impressed by Winders' tenacity inside of this matchup, or better yet, obviously just the series in general, knowing that it is game after game after game after game, and it just, after this entire length of matches, still just out here performing, has not let up even the smallest bit. It leads you to question, how did Oklahoma even get to a point where they were down in the first place, where they were looking at Bruton Parker possibly sending them home? That just shouldn't be the case. They should have been here. They should be ready to play. And it, again, it's that situation where it has taken them a minute to wake up. They've had to adapt. They've had to be here for it. It's taken time, but good God, they've had all the time in the world with how much they've been playing today.
Benji just holds down the left click and walking, roaming forward. Bruton Parker, though, let them feed on in, and the Eagles can only get you so far. Bruton Parker take for their 5th, and we head into the final round of this first half. Almost guaranteed neck and neck. 1 round. It's 7-5 or 6 or 6, and Bruton Parker, I got to feel like that last round was the beginning of something, and if they are giving it again the second half, give them an inch, they take that mile.
Yeah, no matter what it may really be, it's still going to be a bit of a denial. It's still going to be a little bit late because, well, they obviously have a second half coming underway. It's a bit of a break there to give themselves time to digest. So disruption in the economy, disruption of what essentially is going to be happening here. But really good looks so far for what they're getting done.
Ticker. Round rollback. That's a cool thing.
I didn't even know they actually put that in the match.
I didn't know that is either. In all, who's what?
Last round in the half.
All the observers complain about having to remake lobbies in every other game, and Riot says, you're not going to worry about that here.
We got a lot more things to worry about with Riot. 3 letters.
MMO.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm waiting for it. You're waiting for it. It's been cooking a lot. Winders wants the piece of the pie. Truth goes there first. Gets 2. Civ in Poland. The Winders does at least scrape one by, but they'll rely on their teammate to do so, otherwise Truth off the board. Tommy Gun, the one to tie things 3-3. Parker can sit so far back.
Slow and steady here. I love these mid rounds out of both these teams where they always find a way. I mean, even more times than not, they don't always initially open up with fights as much as they want to. And with how small this map is, it's impressive when they manage not to do it.
Yeah.
It feels kind of hard not to. It feels inevitable just to be running into people. But when that's not the case, you really just got to take it for what it is. Gonna hopefully feel like the map is empty, but that's not gonna be the case. There are gonna be players. They're gonna be somewhere. They're gonna be waiting for you at least around some corner or another. And Samo will be here for at least one of them, but doesn't even have the bullets to fight the second. The neural theft coming out, letting you know where the remaining 2 are. One's gonna be in the middle. One's gonna be over towards that A site. So, well, go ahead and put on your running shoes and get there to meet them.
Spikes down. BPC moving quick, and it's Winders for the frag. Caps.
Last player standing.
Swing from 4 tapping. It's a kill to Benji. Winders knows they're there. The timing for the swing has to be perfect. And Winders is trying to beat it, but gets fed instead.
Equilibrium to work with.
Switching
6-6. I mean, last time we saw something like this, what do you know? Went into OT situation. So over and over and over and over and over again, we're getting ourselves into a point where, well, we're right back to it. Square one, getting it rolling once again, and then maybe they find themselves at a point where we could see those springs of rounds over. But now in a 2-1 scenario, seeing that kind of play out here, you can only expect to see it once more because we're hoping to see some kind of a repeat. Because these teams, neither one of them want to repeat. Neither one of them really want to carry things out. Neither one of them want to go to an overtime. They obviously want to close things out in a 13x fashion. But, I mean, with seeing how they're playing it, I mean, that's just – they both want it equally. It always comes down to a matter of answering. And Bruton Parker's always been a step ahead in every single series it felt like they played. But we're finally seeing them in a situation in this grand finale where they're having to be the ones to adapt. They're the ones that are, step or 2 behind. But they're adapting surprisingly well. Not as fast as I would expect them to, but it's a weird situation that they're not usually in. So you got to give them credit where it's due.
Unfamiliar territory. And still giving us quite the performance. Lots of noise made. They're trying to bring down the wall off towards the B side. They want to engage here quickly. 2 players actively in the objective. 1 off towards B main. 4 coming in from stall. Well, you have the 2 side of Boba. You don't know where 4 tapping really is. Plant goes down. That's that gecko for Oklahoma, giving you that 6th player to freely plant that spike. And try to keep it up. Have those guns up when you need it. Winders gets 1. Down they go. Truth and 4 tapping the players to do so. But just as quickly as you hit one, Tommy Gun frags it back and goes above and beyond. Limp, no more. The same can be said for Polar. And an even firefight and a retake should favor the offense, but they can't stop peeking and they can't stop dying. Samo, up go they go. Benji, now they're alone. What is that shot from Benji?
Good opener to get themselves a pistol. Got to convert it. And, I mean, really, that's the one thing we can say for sure is that it's never been a 1-1. It's never been anything to turn on its head instantaneously. It's been either a 4-0, a 3-0, or a 2-1. Nothing less than that. So Oklahoma, you can only assume that at this stage in the game, they're going to hope to at least continue that trend. That's the one they don't want to break. So I think if there's a time to do it, now would be it. And really, I want to know how they're going to be approaching this. What kind of purchases they're going to be making. Because we've seen a lot of Bulldogs today because of how impressive they are. And especially in this kind of map where you can line up right down the middle and still find just a lot of potential out of it. It's questionable whether or not it has that same kind of potential on these sites that how close quarters they are where the Spectres start to excel.
Benji out the line first. Cage trigger spike is going down, but it's been forced off. I believe that was the wingman, the buddy, being taken. Cage trigger. They're moving away from that spot and planting in a new one. They like to back the boat. They like to their spawn.
Oh!
Burton Parker make things a whole lot more when you push them first. Linda's alone. And the Crickets.
Okay, I just want to put on the record, I did not. That was not me.
Crickets from Oklahoma not happy with what just went wrong.
In a situation where it's just insane. It's almost like it was spoken into existence. Not by me, but by just Oklahoma to some degree. It's bound to happen. And here, it lets you know that, honestly, what's worse than a 4-0 start is a 1-1 because it can really spiral out of control because the economy, not only is it diminished immediately, set down to what feels like a net negative, but everything continuing forward as you're trying to stumble and get yourself back into the shoes of being able to buy and being able to win a legitimate round. Even when you do manage to do that, it feels like it's by such a narrow margin you really can't get things done. Limp opening things up, getting another first blood here from the side of Bruton Parker, and they are not done yet. Doesn't even take Phantoms, doesn't take rifles at all, quite frankly. I mean, sure, Samo can bring a Vandal to the party, but that Spectre is what started it all.
Nearly flawless for Bruton Parker.
All right.
4 players remaining. They only lose the Cypher. And that's not as hefty of a cost as you would really expect. They were already doing so much in the second half. They have their neural theft. Like, 3 rounds in to the start of the 4th. That's wild. 4 tapping has to go crazy, though, knowing that Oklahoma are a single player lighting up from taking the game back in.
I mean, Tommy Gun also has an ultimate, so, I mean, with it being this early in, it's impressive for both of them. The neural theft is going to be great for info, but still, it's just going to help you swing fights. That's going to help you cause fights. It doesn't actually give you the leg up on them, especially in a retake situation where you already have setups being made. But Bruton Parker on the defense, they're not looking really too much for reasons. They're not looking for those situations with angles being held close by. They're hoping to do that proactively, start off rounds with that, and hopefully close off players and not ever make it even an afterthought. So right now, Oklahoma, though, that Thrash can do a lot more damage getting yourself some leeway onto a site, getting yourself some real estate because it's going to be respected. And if it's not, that's a free to tank. If it is, that's a lot of shots to knock that thing off. So you're still getting a lot of info from it.
In a bad spot.
Stunned and dizzy and doesn't die?
I don't actually understand how. But they do. Bruton Parker College now having to buy because of this. Truth spraying and praying. I know their teammate Samo does not come away with the same luxury they had of surviving.
30 seconds left.
Still up. They have gaps to secure. Lips to join in.
Okay.
2 remaining. Benji taps in, gets their neural theft, but there's no chance to pop it. 4 tapping wants no more deaths. They want their team to survive. No neural theft to ensure it, though they still lose Limp. It stinks. It's 9, though, for Bruton Parker, and that smells pretty darn good here at Huntsville, Alabama.
Still not the biggest deficit in the world. Still not the biggest lead from Bruton Parker that we've seen so far. So, I mean, I can't say I'm really going to make too many calls here. Knowing that still we got a 9th round of the way, we have not hit double digits from either side, and that's usually a common occurrence and a controversial spot for both of them where they start to slow down a little bit. And that energy, those yells, those hollers, we don't really hear them out of Bruton Parker all that much. But I think this is the latest stage in the game that we've actually heard them being made because, well, it's not even a matter of, team morale at this point. It's a matter of, hey,
you gotta stay awake.
Stay up, buddy.
Stay up, brother.
Keep it going.
Hey, man, your audio should be so loud that you should hear a Vandal from across the room. That should be keeping you awake. But when you're hearing nothing but that since 9 a.m. when you're warming up, well, Bruton Parker didn't have to do that. They had a little bit of lap of luxury, being able to sleep in a little bit longer.
Right.
But when you're hearing it for so darn long, you'll fall asleep to anything. And they don't want that to happen. Stand up. Get the blood flowing into your legs. Get your team awake. And for OU, this timeout hopefully could be that and more as they'll head into this one with not very much money. Probably a pretty big thrifty they can try for. I think Spectres. You're on the attack. It's hard pressed to find it. You're going to be giving up BPC to 10. More likely than not if you're not playing pretty darn Camille.
Which still a showstopper to work with. A narrow theft as well. And that gives them 2 legs up on Bruton Parker because with no ultimates at all, there's still some potential here for the game. But, I mean, you got to really get things rolling. You got to understand that. I mean, the weapons are going to be enough of an actual advantage where maybe the ultimates don't really get the fact that it's not enough kills initially. But Oklahoma have read this to a darn good extent. But it just doesn't matter. Spike put into the hands of Bruton Parker right in the middle of the map. They say, come and get it. We're just holding angles. We're hoping you guys want to swing us all day. And, well, we got time for it. A flawless round from Bruton Parker. That is a way to put yourself in the double digits. That's a way to show that this is the final countdown. 3 more remaining, and you're getting it in a very clean form.
Yeah, we're not giving you nothing. We're not letting you take nothing for free. And you're taking nothing no matter what, whether you like it or not. 10 flawless. That means even if they were to lose the next they can buy, because they get that freebie where this round is a entirely, no matter the result, free scenario for them.
Well, I mean, buys are underway here for Oklahoma. Close to a couple more ults. Bruton Parker have accumulated one for themselves. But they're not really looking at the ultimates. They're looking at the score. They're looking at this round. They're looking at, honestly, win it no matter what. So it makes sense to invest the ultimates. Good damage put on the Civ there. The rest of the team also taking a little bit of the hit, knowing it's, well, a showstopper, and it's seemingly working as intended. Doing some splash damage, caught a lot of players off guard, and, well, with Winters being at 38 HP, literally being 1 HP. So, I mean, to any bullet of any of these guns that BPC are running, it makes it pretty darn doable. Rocket invested. Unfortunately, another ultimate underway that just finds no effect.
Tommy says, I'll plant this one myself. Don't worry. You're a good old wingman, but I want you later for a stun, for a chase. Bruton Parker, they've got to rotate. They've got to do as well. Sprinting on over to that side. They want the B objective retake. Right, they'll have to go from stall. 2 out from Boba. All 3, bar the one now wrapping around through Central. Sitting inside B main. Plus blast out. Tommy gun Masha. Caps. There's a run through from Caps and Samo. How does every player inside B main fall apart so quickly? Caps can't do it.
Oh my God!
Winters, you gotta stop.
Who else? I mentioned
Benji.
it. Consistency. I mentioned consistency. Well, so Benji in Ascent does exist.
Benji in a lot of maps exists, but right now Benji is giving it up to Winders. Winders taking the limelight, and they are the factor right now for Oklahoma. You may have had him in spring, but you are not putting a candle to Winders here at LAN.
I mean, ready to roll once more. An ultimate, not really finding too much of an effect, but still, guns are all you need. The ultimate's nice, sure, but I mean, a good old rifle, that Phantom, honestly, I think it may be a new skin buff to some degree. Purely because every time a new skin comes out, players feel like this is something different, it's something new. It's its own breath of fresh air that's putting your hands every single match. So it is still kicking for Winters because this guy's been relying on that Phantom, and it is doing absolute wonders for him.
Still 5-on-5. BBC must do the retake. They've got a full weapon. Not that much of a concern. And they even have a rolling thunder. That will be. And they're waiting to see if it's necessary. They were hiding. They finally send it out. This is tucked in a corner. They will not go unseen, not go unsnuffed out. And the flame no longer kindled. Oklahoma, did they get it detained? Does not matter, they're sticking through the defuse. Caps is holding, they're firing in the wrong spot. The time's not perfect.
Oh my
but they got it
God.
the last possible second. Bruton Parker, limp, it's it.
Woo.
So darn close. Less than a second longer for Bruton Parker. And Oklahoma would be looking at an 11-8.
Well, it was 1.95. It was about 2 seconds
For the
them to
initial
work with.
hold. The one they almost had it on, not the ending. The initial stick when the spike diffuser died. Caps
man.
was sticking it.
Yeah, I'm aware. It's just,
To
I mean,
explode.
that spray's going to come inevitably anyways. It's the fact that it wasn't even really the fights being taken. It was the smoke dispersing where you don't even need to take that fight anymore. Where you just know that there is a bigger objective above and beyond, that being the spike, and, well, it's not out of reach. It's right in front of you, and that's your main objective. That's what you're shooting. There, it does not take damage. But one person that can is definitely Benji opening things up fairly well. Winder's also able to follow up off the back of it, but we're seeing back and forth good trades just from everybody here. It doesn't matter where we're seeing these lines drawn, where these dots connect, but man, it is Bruton Parker who would have had the leg up on it, and I can't blame them. In a retake situation, that spike is down. You can find kills. You can make these trades, but there has to be an endpoint for it. And Benji may not even let you get there. With a singular kill off the back of the Spectre, it's 4-tapping, saying, look, buddy, you've clutched enough times tonight. We're going to make sure to cross this 10.
Benji tried to play trigger discipline, but they only had a Spectre. You ask for too much, you'll never get the chance to be seconds. They took what they could. And it just happened to be that 4-tapping was not going to miss the initial shot. Crosshair placement, perfect. 4-tapping is BPC right now in a lot of these rounds. Taking Winders off the board, that's a raid boss level difficulty enemy that you take off because they take an uncategorical miss of a kind you don't see often from a player going 23 kills up.
Right. I mean, because even then, it really comes down to this is all still with Civ, like not really having the best performance on this map. But being a Breach, you commit so much. It's insane. I mean,
You are
Breach,
so
you can
involved.
literally never see a person in the lobby and still find an assist for every single kill made. So, I mean, that's the power of that character. You can always be, you always really feel it. So, with everything kind of going the way, Oklahoma looking for a lot of pressure on the site. It's Winders, nobody else to them. Obviously, they come out with another ultimate, but turning around, looking to take it over towards that market area, you get shot in the back because somebody's going to swing, somebody's going to go on site. Something you don't really expect, still something that is served to you nonetheless, you're going to be prepared for. In a 9-11 situation, Oklahoma obviously look at just hold, look at just delay, play with all these little buddies, and it's all that distraction and chaos is going down. It's Limp who's able to get the shadow step, make sure to play off this dark shroud and maybe create enough space for the teammate to get the defuse off, but still, Mosh Pit's there, creating distraction, creating enough chaos, but it's not even the spike where the attention is drawn. It is the singular individual back towards that spawn on that door, just looking to just create chaos.
Civ took that personally, Dallas. 3 kills in that round. Civ says, I'm here. I'm involved in the most important spaces. 10 assists. They were involved all the way up to this point. But they can do it on the kill side as well. And sometimes you just need that last one. And Civ provides it. As Oklahoma, they were 2 behind, now just 1. And that's really been the story of this map. And just how back and forth, just how tumultuous every game today has been. We got 5 maps of it. It doesn't mean it's going to stop, but it has to. Winders into space through a cypher gauge. Has to really
Oh my God!
That is unbelievable. Check him, PC. This is not normal. The spike goes down, and Samo with only a sheriff still scrapes something their way. They'll fall to the hands of Polar. Civ wading through B main, hoping somebody swings them the same. It's a thrash out in an eco scenario. Limp refrags, did it detain? It seemingly has, and Benji, yeah, you'll go punished. All right, that's 11-11 Oklahoma.
I mean, after reaching that round number 10, Bruton Parker, that was really their biggest stall this map has been so far. It's been a delta of realistically no more than 2, 3 just over and over again, but that was where it felt like they had themselves a chance. So knowing the weapons and the buys were looking good for them, they weren't looking amazing, but knowing that the exchanges were happening, knowing that we saw the 4-round spree come out, that was something that has not happened yet. And it all came off the back of getting that 1-1 trade, that start, that force that came through, that saved that force on the side of Oklahoma and use it for your own benefit. And everything after then looked to kind of be into their favor, but there is no more eco rounds here. It is just 2 rounds into OT if we really want to get there, which neither team, I bet, really wants to. But if it's what happens, I think it's going to still be fought for no matter what. It's Oklahoma on a little bit of spree coming into it. It's Bruton Parker's last chance, and they can't get this thing up. You see them scared. You see them just trying to give up that site and hopefully take the team trades. But Oklahoma, they're not even going to give a chance to really recuperate, to meet up with each other. It's just make sure to bring the problems to them.
And you're up on stage saying, trade me, trade me. Let me die, it's fine. I'll get the kill afterwards. You are here for me. They're calling the util forward, Oklahoma in a 4v2 scenario with Boston College. Are they trying to keep them off? No way things out, Tommy. Throws out the mosh. The body gets space, but Caps gets kills. And that's where the difference goes. Caps gets a second.
Wow.
2v1. 4-tapping can only just touch it. Not much they can do. It's a round over. Oklahoma will take to 12 first. OU at match in series points of the Season 4 LAN finale, the end-all, be-all potential round of the SCL's first real Valorant season. Can they do it? Or will BPC fight through it all and take this to OT?
You see the purchases coming out. We talked about BPC. We talked about their buys, what was going to be capable inside a round like this. And we knew it wasn't going to be much. It was going to be something. They have a fighting chance here. They have a Rolling Thunder to work off the back of as well, but who knows if you even get the chance to use it. That player gets too aggressive, pushes too far up. That's a dead ultimate in the water that's not just going to be used for this round, but will never see the light of day because, well, everything's going to be done and dusted. So already, what does Bruton Parker have cooking? What do they really want to do to bring something fresh, to really use these guns to their full potential and maybe surmount something, even an upgrade better yet? Well, you already saw that one player wanted to meet them back towards bomb, wanted to bring the fight to Oklahoma. Didn't want to give them that chance once more. We've seen that curveball be applied a couple times by Bruton Parker. Sure, it's a desperate attempt. Sure, it takes a very long time to accumulate that game plan to say, you know, we're desperate enough to go for it. But it's a 12-11 situation, series point, season point. And, I mean, there's no better time to go for it, but they expected it, and they're not going to let that happen. Oklahoma wanting to set up once more, wanting to execute onto the site, wanting to find a pick. And here it comes out. It's Limp actually coming out on top, getting that first.
That Guardian, they were sitting in that corner. They were talked. I was waiting for it. And that was when Oklahoma wanted to push. Winder's dead, your best player, and now BPC have felt the raid boss's absence, and they want to rotate to B from the shadows to help and assist on site. Benji's through the opening gap, but Sam Ferris won. 4-tapping. Their doppelganger's got the better end of them, but the plant goes down. Benji! Winders is dead! There's no better time for you to show up! You have to here! You're down! You're still up! The showstopper! True takes Benji! And it's over!
My God!
BPC! It's OT!
It's again and again and again. They're not going to let this series get away from them. Neither one of these teams are. It gets to that point where every single time it's taken so much pressure for them to finally well up and understand that we're getting complacent. Whether you realize it or not, we can't let this happen. We got to step up. We got to do it again. We got to do it again. We got to do it again. And it always takes a deficit for these teams to wake up. It's been over and over and over again. These past 2 maps hasn't been a situation of a huge string of rounds, hasn't been that resurgence and ascent. We saw it during that second half for a little bit. It didn't take very long. But right here, right now, it has been blow for blow. But it's been round for round. The biggest differential we saw was 3. And that's, I mean, just insanity to consider that. I mean, if Bruton Parker let that get away from him, I was just going to feel disappointed, realistically, knowing what they've been through, knowing what they've done. I mean, I think we all were, though. Even Oklahoma obviously want to close this out, but this is not that wouldn't be the Bruton Parker that they know that they faced so many times.
They think it could be. That's why they're winning. They want to beat that Bruton Parker. That Bruton Parker better have evolved since that game. That evolution has to net them a win. Caps will get this plant. No way to deny it. Util to try to burn it out, but it's too late. The Dizzy. No out will be shot. And Oklahoma now in this post-plant scenario. All 5. They have no player limit to the wraparound. Limp has a perfect flash assistance from their breach. And Bruton Parker College have that man advantage. 2 players in elbow. Odin for good. Limp gets another and then shuts up Bruton Parker College. That's a flawless 13th round under your belt in Oklahoma. Where's the hooting and hollering now?
It's a situation where it literally takes 1 round, 1 surge of energy to just carry you over that line. And when you're so close, you're over and over again. When you hear that with the first, 4 or 5 rounds where it's 0 on the side of Oklahoma to start a map, it really comes down, can you do it at the end? And when you're at this point where you only need 2, you're thinking of that from-scratch mentality.
Yeah,
None of anything that preluded this doesn't matter. It comes down to who can win 2 in a row. And, well, Bruton Parker starting off the first one flawless. That is a great way to let you know what's capable for the next.
And on defense, Oklahoma 50-50 this. They pick the wrong side, they lose. They pick the right side, they win. Because Bruton Parker College on a retake have been pretty good, but timing's really been their undoing. If they're on site first, it's either way too close of an affair or Bruton Parker College can keep them back and buy time. But if a plant goes down, Oklahoma tends to take that round. You cannot let that stay true. Bruton Parker College setting up. Hoping to deny this base
so much
side.
investment.
You have so much. You'll have to rotate, but it's the hood in
spray.
It's a good spray.
Swings. Perfect there.
Civ on the refrag. A 4 versus 4. Parkin College, BPC, 1 huge flank, 1 huge rush, a good kill, and it's over. You need the round. Oklahoma come back with a level of danger you would have not believed. It's Limp. BPC strike again. Doppelganger through. Winden.
Oh my God!
What
is done?
Can you shut this man down?
You can. He is mortal. He's mortal. You can kill him. Hey, we get a scoreboard at the beginning of every single round. He's died 22 times.
22 times. But he's dropping 28 other people at the end of that.
So doing a duelist's job. Keeping it close. But it's about the consistency. I talk about it over and over and over again. And Winders is able to at least trade himself out. And that's all that matters. Sometimes you get less. But more times than not, he gets at least 1 more than what he should. And that's really what matters. Able to bring things back, rope it into a 13-13. We're in double OT. And once again, right back to the crickets. Early on, looking for any kind of just breach you can get. No pun intended with breach on both sides. But any kind of real estate given to you. You want to manipulate it. You want to take it with flying colors. And not only that, you want to hold it. You want to overextend just a little bit. An appropriate amount to maybe find a first blood. Maybe get something else there with it. Maybe a second. But honestly, at this point, you're not going to get anything if you just kind of take it slow. Because this is a point where every risk matters more than anything else.
You're tempering a blade. That blade better be sharp, and it better be hard. And if you fail a single step in the process of smithing this attack, right back to your own stuff instead, it won't save you at all. The plan is there for BPC. Just because the plant's down does not mean the job is done. They need to position well for this post plant. That flank will rush. They have util. But Oklahoma, they stack 5 heavy through defender spawn. Could be enough, honestly, to throw BPC off guard. But the util is so darn good. And Winders fails on the boost packs out. It's a dry run for Oklahoma, and they're coming up mostly dry on these
going
kills.
1 for 1 here.
Time is a factor. The 1-for-1 trades aren't good enough. Stand
Oh my God!
It don't matter. It's not flawless, but it's pretty. And BPC once again at series finale points.
Being the leg up here again and again and again, and even in that last round, it came down to where they had the advantage in terms of in. It just was the swing into that hallway on that outskirts of A, where just too many players lined up, and who was it waiting for them on the other side of that wall? It was none of the Winders. The only player that's just gone overwhelmingly, or not overwhelmed, but at least enough positive to know that, well, when it matters, that's going to be the guy to do it. We've seen Benji able to step up, find a couple in that situation, and expecting it to be enough. And it was, to set it up. It was the assist. That was a slam dunk. But that doesn't mean it's the end of the game. There's plenty of times to get it done again, because Oklahoma can't do it once. They're going to do it twice. They got to do it, well, 3 times, because they're on the leg back.
It's a very slow round. Talk about the Crickets in some of these prior rounds. The weights back in Oklahoma's lap. They can do it once, man. But a second time is twice as hard as the first. And the third, twice as hard as that. The longer this goes, the closer you've been, the harder and bigger the sigh of relief is if you can get it. But they're not out of the woodwork. The damage is not over. You gotta get these kills.
Oh.
Scrapes by for tapping. Still static in on site. Tommy Gunn's wingman will get this plant down. Bit of a weird spot, but it's totally fine. They planted in for an elbow. And a little further into a defender spawn. Benji eviscerates Drew.
Oh my God, Caps.
2 though. And it's back to an even spot.
Samo!
Crazy spree. Winders.
Winders
Will they carry? No, they don't! It's Benji! I'm asking kindly, Benji. How many times will you not do it? It's insane! Who else but Benji?
Again and again, and again and again, and again and again. It just happens over and over and over again. Where these teams, you just can't let up. You can't. It genuinely feels like a refusal at this point, like it's impossible, like limbo, to where you hear the shouts on one side, you hear them on the other, you hear them back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it wasn't just during the rounds. It wasn't just perpetual throughout the entire regular interval of the game. It has persisted beyond. It's gone into the OT. It's obviously mattered more. It's been a lot louder in those instances, but man, it really has to. Otherwise, it just doesn't feel the same.
Limp first blood. Oklahoma now defensively need to restructure and decide whether or not that player atop of mid was enough to change up the strategy, or if they can just hold strong still. They may have to go over unless Benji wants it. If Benji has no fans, I am no longer of this earth. But they have to do a whole lot here, and I'm not going to hold it against them. If they can't do it by their lonesome, they'll fall back, wait for the rest of the team. It's the still 5 for BPC. Slowly stagger through to side. Down just short of the ramp down out of elbow. On Blurus and on standard.
There's something
spot,
different.
but what works for them without a wingman? It's an even 3-on-3. Benji still alive, reviving 150 HP. They know what they gotta do. It's getting the face. Paranoia just slightly
There's
misses.
Samo.
Sammy, Winders down. Benji up. Tommy Gun in for a can, and Tommy Gun just defuses the wingman.
Finally, something different.
Somehow. Hey, you cheated in a 2v2. You brought a third man. That's wingman. That's your buddy.
I'm not cheating. You let the gecko alive.
Yeah, don't let him stand up.
Finally, differential here. Oklahoma getting the hoots and hollers twice in a row, something we haven't heard in the overtime yet, at least in this map of
Trash
Sunset. It's
talking.
been back and forth, and opting obviously for a different path this time around. So, I mean, with different results comes different banter, because you got to try something out. But maybe that's enough, because we heard the last time they talked trash, it was, oh, it's just caps.
It's just caps before they got capped in the back of the head. We'll have to see if that stays true. Their man BBC may throw right back at them. Don't forget about the spike. That is your win condition.
Who would have known?
Some rounds don't ever seem like that ever plays a factor. Especially for maps where you run it down, like Oklahoma quoted that they did. The spring finals.
There's no running here. We're all on stage, waiting for something to happen. Waiting for these teams to encounter each other maybe somewhere in the map, looking for a first blood. But honestly, do the first bloods even matter in a map like this? We've seen these teams bounce back where the first bloods look to just pan into one direction so heavily, but it's some players, or the majority of players, that always find a way to just trade themselves out +1 or go on a massive spree. Well, that Just Caps guy, he's there. And he gets the first blood here. And we got to finally start to see maybe some relative trend going on where you find these exchanges, but 3 for 3, Oklahoma down 1. It's Bruton Parker who we talked about it. They got to answer back. And when you talk trash to them, that's usually when they do it.
Player standing.
4 tap. I want to point out.
What do you know?
I want to point out Winders has been so damn good. But it's been Benji and OT.
Overtime.
And Benji loses a fight on a turn, and it now puts it back with BPC taking the round. I just can't conceivably see a scenario where this ends. It's 15-15. They've taken 3 rounds of OT apiece. We have now seen half of a whole extra game of Valorant, a quarter of a game of Valorant, added on top of these players who have needed more time to get the job done. And they want more.
I mean, I mentioned it. What would these two teams be without just making sure it goes another? And that's why I mentioned that we're in that point of limbo where realistically these two teams, they have to improve every time they encounter each other. Again and again and again. We go 13-10 during that last series. Well, guess what? 15-15, 16-16, 17-17. Where does it end? They can't be done just yet. This team has to earn that ending. You can't just let it fall to you. You can't just let it happen like any other regular round. A team has to earn it. It can't just be done in a 1v1. It can't be done in a 2v2. It's got to be done as a collective 5. And it needs to start off hot. It needs to end hot. But starting here, it's Oklahoma starting things off in this one, looking good, getting a lot of numbers panning into their advantage, but it's always Britton Parker starting those strings of kills by getting the spike down.
One step up, 4 tapping, though low on HP. Commits in for a shot. Polar can tap. They know. They have to know. They do. BPC nets a 16. Oklahoma got loud. Oklahoma got rowdy when they won in that first set of the split for OT. And now BPC run it right back again. Fit to the original status quo. Flip it right back in return. And this is a team that has fragged together. 27 for their best, 23 for the lowest 4. Everyone's out of their mind. You've got Lip with 18 assists with 26 kills. The kill participation is unbelievable for BPC.
That's the beauty of having a team like that, though. You can call out Benji as much as you want. You can call out Winders as much as you want. But realistically, when there's an entire team meeting on the same exact level, like a well-oiled machine, every single cylinder putting in the exact same work, well, that's what you need to propel yourself. It's at that point where you're not making shout calls for individuals. You're making calls for teams, and that's what creates success. As they found themselves a majority of these overtimes where they're the ones ahead by 1. It took only one singular instance where they were behind, but then a little bit of trash talking. They're saying, all right, guys, come on.
I'm done with that.
You've learned this lesson by now, surely. But maybe not, because they're right back to where they started. Every single OT, with the exception of 1, leading right back to this.
Pushing the site, Oklahoma. It's a site control. They'll give up Boba. What's happening? Doesn't want to fight that. They wait for the team. They need to rotate to be made. The Benji catches that transition in. Their doppelganger off the board, throwing up a Cypher cage. They don't want to peek this. Benji wants to live. They will have to engage with BPC soon. Samo closing in the gap. It's a total pincer. Polar somehow
swinging 1 by 1. Oh my God.
What is going on? It's BPC A player down, though, nonetheless. They've got the util to burn through B main. They're keeping them back. The shots from Samo. Samo has to hit ahead, because if you don't, it's another round to go in the merry-go-round of OT. Samo, 1-for-1 special, and Silva gets the final 2. Run it back, baby. We're still here in Huntsville.
It's insane how we even see these setups over and over and over and over again. You're expecting a singular point where you're saying, surely an adaptation's made. And finally, it's exactly what I was about to mention, was the fact that we've been in OT so long that it's literally enough, as you mentioned, a game, a quarter of Valorant, now more, where that 8-1 scenario we see out of teams, those 9 rounds of, quite frankly, we're only, 1 or 2 shy to get to that point again. To know that, well, here we are. We're in that point of, even then, if it was back and forth, it's still those 8 cumulative rounds to where it warrants that timeout. It warrants a window to figure out what exactly is going to accumulate here and what adjustments need to be made. And it's Brute and Parker the ones taking that. And honestly, it's impressive to know that they're the ones wanting to take this timeout to allot this window to Oklahoma to speak a little bit, because they know that every single time an OT starts, they find the start. They are always ahead. They're not talking about this round at all. They're confident they're going to win it. They're trying to figure out what they want to do in the next, because they just want to go right into it.
Give a bit of a break. With the amount of brain power that has been utilized and burned on that stage in this finals alone, we'd be pumping up another rocket to the moon here in Huntsville. Rocket City would have a second meaning on top. It's unbelievable how much work these kids, these adults, in college have gone through in school and now on stage for the SEL. And they don't even know for sure if it's over. They got years of college left. They got years of my life. They're ticking away the longer this goes. BPC, play slow. They're waiting for Oklahoma to make the first move here, Dallas.
I don't know if they're really going to give themselves that. It really comes down to the setups. We've seen every single overtime being initiated by Brute and Parker over towards the A site, where they like to go and hit that outside hall, find the plant down, and just work purely off the time. And the fact that a tripwire hasn't been allocated there yet, just to go ahead and at least get a presence check, is just insane to me. Sure, you have the camera on site, and you're going ahead and giving up site and playing for the retake, but we've seen those retakes over and over and over again, and where is it gone? What has it done for you? More times than not, it's not successful. Sure, there's one little wild card that could give you something, but honestly, Brute Parker, they're just thankful you give them the opportunity in the first place. Give them the spike. Let them play time, and, well, you'll let them decay.
Truth in a bad spot. Cypher
left.
trap one. We'll have to wait for that.
Satchel out.
Boost back to try to keep them back. Change up the sight lines there for Windsor, who's trying to step in. Civ though, with utility in hand, is going to burn it out to help the push out through default into the retake. Not through short, but through long. They have sight control, but it's a short stack for BPC. All of them are there.
Oh my
and
God.
Winders and Polar find big pickup.
Truth!
Lines up 2. And the Truth is 7-6-2. They're firing it
Hands up for coverage.
as 4 tapping. Just 1 to go through. And the Shorties, they had both. They wanted it. They ended it. It's 17 up for BPC, but the cheering, imagine what it'll do if they take this to 18 and win it.
Same old, same old. Again and again and again, we see the leg up. We see that first part of overtime happen the exact same way. I told you that when Oklahoma won it was an outlier, and it just purely based off the statistics. And now in this situation, we saw an overtime won out by Oklahoma, which was in that map of ascent. That Brute Parker, we've seen the resilience, we've seen bounce back, we've seen these two teams able to go ahead and compensate and make up for so much, which it doesn't only go into a matter of fact of rounds. It transcends and goes into maps where you know that, well, if one overtime is won by one team, we're sure as hell going to take it to the next one and make sure that we're the ones that close it out. And that's what Brute and Parker is thinking right now. We're not going to give that up for free. We've been in this situation over and over and over and over again, of being a leg up, that if they falter that, it's just going to be something that, as we talk about this team's being so darn young, it's something that's going to haunt them for 3 years.
Yeah, something they're always going to work out. This is a rivalry between these two teams. It's going to stay that way. SEO's created this, and they got competition, and they got competitive spirits. It'll require BPC 3 rounds in a row, something that only happens when the OT gets flipped in. And that's a hard ask when we barely seen two strung together most of the time. That was where we were kind of sitting in a very awkward spot in the initial start to this OT, with it being just back and forth, neck and neck. The Brute and Parker are hunting for it. Like the defense, no one's died. That's the most impressive part. With 35 seconds left, Oklahoma have to get there. And they make their way through B lobby and they step into sight.
30 seconds left.
They'll put that spike down, and BPC will have a full frontal 5 to go for the retake, though Benji sitting down inside mid. It's the Thrash I'm concerned with, as Tommy Gun has it pincered out through Stall, no, through Boba, as BPC 5-stack the direction. They want to go guns up, they want to fight, they need to contest, they need to do it fast. Because time is quickly running out, and you still don't know. All 5 are nil. Benji.
Oh my God. Oh my
Benji's
God.
dead. Winters and Benji the first 2. BPC, they're cutting in.
They're just
they want
scoring
it. Tommy, can you do it? No, you can't. BPC, they secure it. It's the Season 4 finals. The LAN showcase. The whole damn year. And BPC, they want spring, they want here, and they take the SCL.
I mean, that was the predictions that most people probably had, but Oklahoma, I mean, you can't help but say that they gave it a damn good shot.
Damn good.
Getting in here, showing that again and again and again. It's obviously nothing but hugs on the stage because, I mean, this is a competition where you don't get this kind of situation nearly anywhere else. This is a kind of matchup that we've seen over and over and over again, where this is purely a situation of steel sharpening steel. That's all it is.
They have so much ahead of them.
Again and again and again and again, to where if we see this again next year, we're going to have to park an entire day of a slot purely for one map, because just already taking it to that stage, knowing that, I mean, even then, these rosters are going to be together for so long, and just elevate this over and over and over again, not only just in terms of what they had to work with, in terms of their own skill set, but the fact that next year, this game is going to be completely different.
Yeah.
We're going to have so many new agents, so many new maps to work with, so many patches that probably kill other agents that we see so prominent right now, to where they're going to have to make sure that all this happens again.
We talked for, I think, 2 hours after the spring finals about BPC, about how good the interview was, because we really loved that interview.
Of course.
But mostly about the potential for these young players.
Yeah.
We said it all the time when we see young teams, but it's mostly just good games. You say, hey, they take a loss, but look what they can do.
Yeah.
Look what they can do now. It's just not they're going to become monsters. They're monsters, and they got plenty more room to grow.
Of course.
This is a dragon sleeping in Bigfoot's costume. They're hiding something. You think it's one thing, but it's just an even more dangerous beast on the other end. And that same goes for both teams, not just BPC. Oklahoma is scary, and they're confident on a stage. And that's really impressive for a young team as well, to have that mental resilience, to have that mental battle with yourself and the audience, and come out on top still smiling.
And even then, I mean, you got to just go ahead. And for what Oklahoma has accomplished, I mean, of course, just bringing students together, getting a program made, and getting this team just put together is insane in its own right. But, I mean, you still got a lot more in front of you. I mean, you got international talent out of Brute and Parker, which is insanity. To know that these two teams compare to each other with the level of experience and difference of just context and background between the two. Where Brute and Parker are bringing something that Oklahoma has never seen before. Yeah. Types of plays and types of entire game styles where it's literally almost like an international stage, like a Masters that we see here inside Huntsville, where we're noticing the complete culmination of this talent, of this pool of collegiate kids and just general slayers. And every single time it feels like they learn something from each other. They bring it somewhere else. They do the VOD review. They understand. They recognize that. They comprehend it. And they say, cool, thanks for doing that. You're like a white hat hacker for us. You figured out what our explosions are. You know what our problems are. You've now breached that. And, well, we're going to take that in the next one, and we'll see you with it.
Yeah, I think another big thing to point out, they say in the casting world, you know, if you can play, you don't cast. If you cast, you're sure as heck can't play. I will never see them in a booth. In my life, they will always be at the sticks. They will always be ready to play. I will throw in my towel the moment they try to step into a booth, because there's no way I'm going to let it happen. They cannot give up. It is too darn good. Too much potential. I hope they stay friends forever and 5-stack and ruin everyone's rank today, because that's just what you should be doing when you're that good.
It is what it is. It's how it goes and how it ends. And even then, I mean, obviously friends forever, but I mean, not even friends, comrades, teammates. That's really what matters.
They've gone through hell together.
I mean, exactly.
That's not something you come back from and go out the other way and say, oh, goodbye, I'll never see you again.
I mean, friends you hang out, friends you understand, friends you just kind of get together. But teammates is something different because friends you go through experiences together, whether it's, just bad days, good days, just times in general. But teammates is something completely different because you genuinely feel like a family. You spend so much time together. You put so much effort into a single thing. Friends is just shared interests.
Yeah.
But teammates, it's shared experiences. It's shared memories. It's shared not even just happy memories. It's shared defeats and still sticking through them.
Yeah. And I think they're going to be remembering this, much like you and I will, for a very long time. The first season of SCL for Valorant. For one reason or another. The first season of SCL for Valorant has come to its conclusion. And with that, a ceremony, questions, and everything else in between will come forward. But before that, we're going to take a short break. So do not go anywhere. There's more to come. As annoying as it may be this late at night, there's still more to come. We don't want to go without finishing out the show. Stay tuned. With a conclusion for SCL's finals, an interview is required for the winning team. And it's not going to be Truth. It's going to be Samo this time stepping into the booth. Thank you very much, Samo, for joining me here and finally getting me away from Dallas at some point today. It's just been so nice having a new face next to me. And I've only had you here for like 30 seconds. It's already just a breath of fresh air. But besides the fact, and the jokes aside, there is no joking matter when it comes to y'all's victory. It was a close, tight-knit affair, and y'all came out on top. How are you feeling right now? How's the team feeling right now after that?
We're feeling good. We're feeling good. We got what we came to get, basically. I think we're quite tired. To be honest, it was a long series. It was a long day. We were up early, and it's now, what, half midnight, nearly 1 a.m. in the morning. So
it's 12:50 a.m.
Yeah, so it's exactly 1 in the morning. So it's tired, but very happy with the result.
And you're saying you're tired. Oklahoma has been here since 10 a.m. They had to play an extra game than you. They seeded in a worse position than Niner Esports thanks to the fall split. That's the term we use, fall split of the SCL for Season 4. They've got to be even more exhausted than you are. Y'all got to sleep in. Y'all got to have a nice breakfast and converse.
I can imagine. They were a worthy opponent. They were shooting today. The series, every game, I think besides one, was like either very overtime close. Or within one round. And it was a fun series. It was a fun best of 5. If there's a game we can give you guys for a grand final, I think that serves the purpose.
Did y'all take it personally when we said that third place game was the best one we've seen? Y'all just decided to throw out another banger right back, just saying, okay, yeah, that was good, but the third map was a little we'll throw you 5 good ones at you.
I guess so.
Now it's going to be hard to pick, Dallas. We don't know which one we're going to have to go with. There's too many games to highlight today.
Ours is the best of 5. Surely ours.
I mean, y'all had a really good spring game. Yeah. Taking the win, and Oklahoma came out of this with a vengeance. And we mentioned it on broadcast in the overtime section. Y'all are going to step out of this where both really young teams, huge competitors, and y'all have created this like rivalry now within the SEL where they almost had you 1-for-1, and arguably in a bigger stage, it's almost a 1.5 to 1, but you still take it, and now that you've got them up 2-0, and they're going to come back next semester with even more, and can try to tie up before heading into, I think we're hoping for a 2-day LAN for seeding and then the actual finals on the second day. So everyone gets to stay a while, and you could trash talk for even longer.
For sure.
Unless you guys, unfortunately, as it may be, y'all were pretty darn quiet today for the most part until it got close. What's with that? What's with that patience for you guys to just stay calm?
I don't really know, to us. We're just European. We're experienced. We've been to a lot of LANs between us, so we know not to talk too much trash before we know sort of where the game is heading. So yeah, we keep it quiet, and then when we feel like we need a bit of momentum, feel like we need a bit of an energy boost, then we win a couple of rounds and we bring the noise, and I think that helps us sort of power on through these long games and series.
Yeah, I feel like they goaded you quite a bit into making noise. Oh, it's Caps. He's bad. Don't worry about it. Caps proceeds to get the kill. Big cheer from you guys. Audience goes crazy, and crickets from the OU side. You know, you guys had their number. Every time they trash talked, it would just turn right back around. And that may just happen because it's OT and it was back and forth, but it was fairly consistent. Ridiculously good. And I love a little bit of karmic justice on top.
Well, it makes us enjoy the game even more because we don't take it personally. You know, it's all love to the
saw the celebration together on stage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we
SEL's a family. It's tough love sometimes. You got to put them in their place, but it's still love nonetheless.
And it's a LAN, and you know, there's a lot of talk and riot, you know, sort of getting rid of trash talk or whatnot. But I think it's part of the LAN experience. You know, as long as it's not personal, it's not too grievous, then yeah, I think it makes part of the LAN experience more fun because you get to scream at your opponents on stage like the good old days. So
sometimes at your teammates as well.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Well, when sometimes they need it. So
you know sometimes that's what gets them, you know, a kick in the rear to get them going.
For sure.
But with that being said, you guys have taken the victory. We'll have your preview up top. We'll have your little ceremony to get the trophy. Any closing words anyone want to shout out before we get you up on stage to hold on to the big one?
Well, just shout out to SEL. Thank you very much for hosting. Shout out to Bruton Parker College, Adam Stanley and Glendon, our coach and assistant coach. So yeah, just everyone who made this possible for us and as an event as a whole. So yeah. And my teammates, of course.
Thank you, Samo.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Stay tuned. The ceremony's coming up, but we don't want you to miss BPC be crowned the Season 4 LAN victors in the overall team in Season 4 of the SEL. We can't celebrate one team without, unfortunately, somewhat semi-celebrating. Because of that, the loss of the other. When one comes up, one must fall. And you guys had a lot of confidence, and you showcased a brilliant set of games. But ultimately, at the end of the day, only one team can be crowned in BPC, and OT 6 rounds of it comes away. And my goodness, did y'all look good. Any words how you feel the team just after that loss?
I mean, honestly, like, I feel like we played pretty good, but, like, at the end of the day, we lost, so it definitely hurts after a best of 5 going, like, I don't know, like 40 rounds almost. Definitely feel like we should have won. A lot of those rounds were really close, could have gone either way, but, like, at the end of the day, we lost, so it definitely hurts.
Y'all had Benji kind of be this big factor for you guys in the stadium. Windsor in the actual game. Windsor was crazy in the actual real rounds, bar before OT, but Benji kept you guys in OT. And honestly, it's one of those things where if Benji's going that hard, it should have been a win. Benji should have been given that MVP, but Windsor, my goodness.
Oh no, definitely he should have gone to MVP.
Yeah.
Bro. Nah, like
my goodness.
we would have had no chance if
That
this
boy is
guy
cool.
was not carrying us.
That boy is
No
cool.
matter how much I be talking, bro, there's no chance. Like even if I'm on the team, bro. So.
But it doesn't happen still. But I want to talk about the morale. You guys trash talked, and I love it. I live for trash talk. I love it. And the confidence you need a king. But sometimes when y'all were doing it, you got caught out immediately afterwards. Oh, it's Cap. He's bad. Bop, right back again. That was not the best of looks. But I love the trash talk. Do y'all go into that like knowing that they're not going to take it personally, or y'all kind of give them?
I mean, ever since we started playing them, it's always been like kind of like that dynamic, and we kind of like see each other outside the game too, and like been talking and stuff. So it's definitely been there. We definitely both know we're good teams. We have like respect for both each other, but like it's a competition. So
Yeah. We say SEL's a family. We're trying to create that environment and not grow, too giant massive, so we have 7,000 teams coming in and nobody knows what the heck's going on. And you guys have now created this rivalry where it's tough love, it's familiar love, and sometimes you got to be a little tough with family, right?
Yeah.
And they gave you a very tough game, and you gave them a very tough game. And I love the trash talk throughout, but they didn't trash talk you really till about game 3. And even then, it took them till game 5 OT to really get back at you guys. Y'all were goading them, but they just refused to bite back until they did, and it strings them into OT. I think that's karmic justice a little bit. It's just, it was going to happen for BBC at some point, right?
Yeah, honestly though, I mean our history low-key goes a little bit back too. I mean from the regular season game to the spring finals. There's like been times where we've just been speaking to each other in the lobby. So we were just waiting for them to come back at us because the feud has been going on for a pretty long time. But overall, it's just, friendly banter. Love for them. They're really skilled. They're really, they really have good team chemistry. And overall, they were the better team today.
Yeah. I think you can always say there's some NA coping, right? That's what we in NA are really good for. Coping about losses, no matter what it may be. You guys played a whole extra series in them. Now we're here longer. And this giant battle of attrition that today turned into, y'all had to deal with the majority of that over them. Now, you both went through hell, but y'all came out, lived through it longer, but you still had to end with that. You still get a trophy. Do you think that extra bit of time hurt you more, or do you think that's just too much cope? They beat you out.
honestly, like I feel like that first game, like we got here at 8 a.m., so obviously we're all exhausted. We're ready to go to bed, and we have a long drive tomorrow. But like I don't think it really affected that much. We played Clemson. It was a pretty fast game. It wasn't anything. But I mean,
They kind of socked us. Clemson were actually kind of good.
yeah, they definitely played good. They had 2 subs too.
Yeah. It's crazy because Clemson, every team that's here is, top 6 in the league, right?
Yeah.
So they're good teams, and still having them get thrashed by Utah in BPC is just a testament to how good you guys truly are. And it's scary, especially how young the teams are. They go through with it plenty more years to take out and just waste everyone's time. And yes, that's the big one. You guys are going to be so darn fun to continue to watch. And me and Dallas are excited for that. But with that, there'll be a ceremony up on stage for first and second place. You guys will get your trophy, though it's not as large. They say size doesn't matter, and I'm sure you guys will be plenty happy still going home with a little bit of swag with your logo on top when it gets engraved through with it. But any closing words for you guys? Shout out to thanks, anything about what it is.
I mean, honestly, like, it was really fun coming to this LAN, and especially that last series was really fun. Like, they're, like, I think ranked, like, top 15 in collegiate right now. We're not even ranked, so it was definitely a good series. We put up a good fight.
I don't know how you guys are ranked.
Hey, we're getting there.
You should be. I'm going to have a meeting with Adam, who helps on the board for that. I don't know how you guys are not ranked. But I digress. Thank you guys very much for joining us in the booth, and thank you for showing up for the SEL Season 4 LAN. It could not have been as good without you guys. And sorry we couldn't go get the dinner we were expecting. It's 1 a.m. My goodness. We'll get you up on stage and get that trophy. Stay tuned for the ceremony. SCL Season 4 has to come to a conclusion, and it comes through in a big bang, in a big way. 3rd place and 4th place game, we didn't think it could get any better. And y'all took that personally now, didn't you? BPC in Oklahoma gave us an absolute slugfest. And my goodness, it's not even a Sunday, it's not even UFC weekend, and you guys still gave us a fight for your lives. But at the end of the day, a team has to come in second and a team has to come in first, but they all get to walk away with a little bit of swag. And unfortunately for Oklahoma, that means they step up first to get theirs. It's the 2nd place trophy. And 5 Little Rockets, big thanks to our Huntsville Ghost side to really help and support it. Can I get the Oklahoma roster to step up, get themselves a picture, and on top of it, have themselves that trophy. If y'all want to go down here with the trophy or up here with the trophy, no matter what the case may be, this right here is your guys's. Smile. And don't forget your cute little rockets while you go.
Oh, thanks.
They're squishy, honestly. You can relieve your anger from having to play 6 rounds of OT. And a case of Red Bull. Who wants to hold the case of Red Bull? Oh, Windsor wants it. MVP session. He's going to take it. Sorry, Winder. Man, later and later it gets, the more I lose my life at pronouncing names. But Bruton Parker College, the team, the one everyone was looking to beat, no one succeeded in doing so. Cope. Let's bring up BPC. You guys get to walk away with the bigger trophy. The bigger trophy. 5 water bottles, 5 little rockets, and a case of Red Bull. Y'all get to walk out here. Everyone's holding something at the end of the day. Who wants to hold the trophy, though, for the picture coming up? Y'all want it down below or up? If y'all are tall, I'd recommend down below so the projector's not in your eyes.
Where's those smiles, guys? This was a win! Woo! I'm about to get one out of someone.
You got one out of me. That's okay. All right. Grab your rockets, grab your case of Red Bull, and everyone gets a bottle. All thanks to our sponsors. Could not do it without them. Red Bull, of course, provided by Red Bull. Rally cry for the bottles. City Go. Everything in between. Season 4 of SCL. Me and Dallas fought for 2 years to get Valorant in the SCL. We finally do it, and I'm glad the LAN ends in the best possible way. About as clean as we could possibly ask for it as well. But no matter what, it has to come to an end. And it's 1 a.m., so I'm going to end it. Thank you guys very much. Thank you for tuning in. Big shout out to all our sponsors. Could not have done it without them. My name's Infernosis. I've been joined by Dallas, a.k.a. Mick in the booth. Our prod, too many to count, but let's shout out Bulby for being here all day in the observing booth. That's it for the SCL. Stay tuned for the next split and another LAN in the next year here in HSV.